whatever you do. I don't know why they never noticed what I knew, but everywhere you go now, everybody's looking at you. Everything you do now, everybody's looking at you. Everywhere you go now, everybody's looking at you. See how they are caught in the moment. All heads are turning on cue. See how they're eating you up now. Every little detail, beautiful you. I don't know why they never noticed what I knew, but everywhere you go now, everybody's looking at you. Everything you do now, everybody's looking at you. People up the back now, everybody's looking at you. People up the front now, everybody's looking at you. People everywhere now, everybody's looking at you. People up the back now, everybody's looking at you. People up the front now, everybody's looking at you. People everywhere now, everybody's looking at you. Everybody's looking at you. Right now, I got this beat in my head. Right now, I want to dive into this world. Let it out for the crowd, let it out, yeah, be proud. Right now, this is a real good atmosphere. Right now, superficialities are here. No excuse, no rules, no one to judge. Just give a fuck. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that desire is our light. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. Well, they drink really expensive champagne on their private jet plane. All we need is a cheap bottle of wine and a cigarette to have a good time. A freedom, conviction, and no restriction. There's no other place to die than here with us tonight. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that this night is our night. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. us of our own world, of our own world.
赤信号だとしてももう止まらない理解不能のスピード100倍速い地横なんて哀れよねねえ聞いてよね負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me if you down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれる際にレクチャー全力で追い越してよさ Driving モード始めよう安全な近道なんてのの完全にアウトだからあんたの後悔楽しみだわすげた気づいてよマジでベイベー一番でノックアウトするわ You better be listen 地横なんて哀れよねねえ聞いてよな負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me if you were down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれる際にフェクチャー全力で追い越してよさ Dreaming の始めようcountry song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got
got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. Tonight, let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song.
I saw you sitting in the moonlight, dripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, yeah, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you, yeah. Tell me everything's gonna be alright. Tell me that you're never gonna need spotlight. Just say how you feeling, I don't wanna waste. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, dripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, yeah, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I've been thinking about us, but you know better than anybody around me, yeah, you know. I think we both need a break from this thing called love. All love ain't the thing to question, it's all love. I got plenty problems and no shoulder. Last night on the tour, ain't no tour bus. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, dripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, yeah. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us.
Putting out the fires, my head calls me a liar. Sick of breathing in your smoke. Leave a little longer, embrace a little harder. Yeah, every time we're not wrong, it's like we're walking on water. Oh, too good to last long. Putting out the fires and looking for a miracle. It's like we're walking on water. It's like we're walking on water. It's like we're walking on water.
DJ, turn the music up, put the lights down low. All the worries we had, we just let them go. Wasn't looking for love, I was happy alone. When you put your arms around me, how was I to know? You got me feeling things I never felt before. We get lost in the music on the dance floor. If I leave you now, I'll leave you wanting more. If I leave you now, I'll leave you wanting more. I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You turn me on, how could I turn you down? I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You got me spinning around, spinning
I think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. Broken letters, broken pain, breathing every now and then. Getting hurt but never learn. I'm falling short of hope again. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 Storm days never end. Words I knew you couldn't say. We pretend we're more than this. Make believe that it's okay. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, taken from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 I think I'll sleep till it's over.
Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. Under lock, under key, and I'm doing time. Someone just save me, turn on the light. I don't know what is wrong, but it just feels right. Won't you break me out? Won't you break me out? Like a bad dream, but I can't sleep. Seems that I just can't get past me. Oh, 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 oh. Won't you break me out? You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Oh, won't you break me out?
Wanna wake up in my bedroom with you right next to me, holding my hand. Something I could get used to, 'cause you're by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. There's nothing like this feeling. Could look at you for hours, don't mind me. Didn't know how much I needed to have you by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know,
solid gold. Sleep in the arms of my only minute tiny world. And right here in our arms you'll stay until you can find your own way. Oh my son, stay curious my boy. Outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. The day you pick up all your bags, lay down your toys. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy.
身も蓋もないわねマジでメール既読無視でもうてめトラブルならすぐ相談してよだなんて細い指先が僕を指す Please come this wayピンヒールで突き刺す血の味が欲しいまで純粋だと思ったバカね赤いリップで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつね通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも民がひれ伏す農場の世界へようこそ 落とし穴に落ちたあなた Please come this way ビールで突き刺す血の味が欲しい前に純粋だと思ったバカねブー赤いリップで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつねグー通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも
Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. No, I'm balling out, yeah. But my heart plays loud, yeah. And I'm all freaked out, cause I got nothing to say to you. But will I be down, yeah, when you come around, yeah. So let's get right down, cause we ain't got much time. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Yeah, we could take time to work things out, oh, yeah. But I want you in my life so we could have each other, yeah. I know it seems hard to shine, but you're a million stars at all the same time, yeah. And you know I really mean it. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now.
Different energies I bring, only sickness I fling. Bad like Gustavo Fring, can't try not a ting. Flyboy, I got the wings, and they can't keep up with me, dog. That's why all that I bring is wins. And they wanna hold me back, never doubt I'm a king. When they grab my killer chap on the ting, I don't wanna hear no talk from jokers. Say you got waves, I'll split that like Moses. The way that I catch it is flawless, it's awkward, cause they can't do it when they talk up. I don't wanna hear that ever. Stay on the ground like Cellar, they know man shell off. Feel man trying to get ahead of me. They should've known they ain't really got the energy. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energies. I got the energies. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. They ain't even got no energy. They don't wanna be my enemy. I got a different energy. I got a different energy.
Fresh
heart's too young. I could have stayed for the battle. I could have crossed in the middle. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind.
Didn't even know what happy means till you came along and walked into my dreams. It's funny how the times can change so fast. Looking straight ahead, I don't think of the past. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me. Birds fly, fill the trees like it's always spring. White clouds high above, I know just what I mean. Your smile, this love are an endless road. And I'll walk, I'll run, anywhere it goes. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me.
Tell me what you're dreaming of, waiting for your fate to come. There goes another day of sacrifice. Are you never gonna try to fail? Never gonna stop to give in? Never gonna try to reach up for the stars? You gotta fight with all of your life. For the doubt takes over your mind. You gotta hit that warning light. Are you done with the waiting on right? Oh, right. You better run now, run before you hit the end of your line.
never stop reaching for the stars. So what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. Ain't no point in wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That the love comes to your door. Ain't no point in wasting away the rest of your time. Oh, no, no.
Well, folks, welcome to the LPL Top 4, the beginning of double elimination with myself, Asterix, joined by Lyric in what is a darker room than usual. I don't know what you're hiding back there, but it feels like an ominous way to start Top 4.
You know, again, I just came back to the States. I really wasn't broadcast ready. I meant to fix it by today, but you know what? We're still going to go with the dim lighting for the somber mood that is going to be our first best of 5 of Top 4.
There's just a cat in the top left, I guess bottom top left at the side, that's staring directly at the camera. I could see. A real sus.
That's on Mole Jr.
Hey, okay. Well, Mole Jr. is going to see us out. As ladies and gentlemen, again, welcome to a momentous occasion where our top 4, but is not looking exactly as we expected it. Lyric, let's bring out the bracket because we've got a lot to talk about on how we got to this point and how we got the top 4 teams that we have.
Yeah, it's actually mind-blowing how playoffs have gone so far, right? I mean, OMG taking down Top Esports. OMG, more surprisingly, taking down LPL, who in my mind were in like this top 3, like them, EDG, JDG, were the raid bosses that I was looking at. And then BLG absolutely stomping Weibo the other day as well. Like, yeah, our top 4 is definitely not what I expected.
The crazy thing is that both were kind of stomps, hey? Like, even the 3-1 over LNG, OMG were dominant throughout the series, almost became a 3-0 as well with a close Baron call. So, feels like both our teams deserve to be here with a run starting in the second round. But, as we said, we're now up to this stage where JDG versus BLG will be kicking us off. And so, this is the battle to get into the semifinals. This is the battle to get one step closer into MSI, because we have to remind people at home that all it takes is to get into the finals this split, and MSI is locked in. So, 2 more series, and it could be BLG who are representing, or likewise JDG.
I think it would be absolutely insane, especially for BLG. I mean, you look at JDG's roster, and they were expected to be the front runner all split long. But BLG, I think, going a little bit under the radar, despite the fact that they had players who were all at the top of their role, maybe bar on, who since coming into the LPL, we've seen them improve split upon split. And me and you were talking earlier, and you described them as the misfit team, which I think is fair, right? Because it's a bunch of players from a bunch of different organizations, but I think it was typically the best player that was coming from that team. So when you're looking at Elk, when you're looking at Bin, when you're looking at Shun, I guess Yagao not necessarily, but Yagao coming off the best split of his career on JDG last split.
I mean, as you said, for BLG, paraphrasing me with the quote of misfits, I look at this team and I look at how they're put together, but then you have to look at JDG as they start coming out on stage, right? Now, we know that these players were already good together. 369 joined in the previous split. Kanavi was already there. And then Knight rejoins with his brother from Top Esports. And then Ruler comes over from Gen G. Like, talk about high expectations. We thought this team had to be first place. They hit it in the split, but only just.
Yeah, and I mean, again, on paper, these guys are absolutely stacked. I think they are the most dominant team in terms of how they win games since I've come into the LPL. I know we've had some teams that have maybe dropped less games, but just in terms of their wins, like first turret, first herald, first dragon, averaging like 2.5k gold difference at 15, just all the stats across the board. They're completely dominating every other team in the league, and a lot of it just coming down to the quality of individuals that they've assembled.
As you were saying in our little rehearsal that this could be the most dominant performance, or at least one of the most dominant performances stats-wise from JDG. I'll talk to you about that a little bit later, because BLG come onto the stage. I want to go back to them and talk about how this team kind of came together, right? You were saying some of the best from their roster. You look at Bin staying on BLG. You look at Shun coming from his past in IG, where he was a core carry. As you said, Yagao had an amazing split. And I even want to come back to On, because On has just been powering this split. I think one of his best splits in performance. And he's at a real developmental stage with his start on Desooning, starting behind Sword Art, #1 for Bin, of course, on stage. But On has been someone who I think has been a core carry. And again, a player that no one really wanted throughout many different splits, where he kind of had to fight his way to a top team like this.
I think he's a pivotal member to how BLG plays as well, because BLG, despite the fact that I think you look at people like so many players who were so resource hungry on their prior teams. You think, okay, they probably don't play well together, kind of like past G rosters have had. But no, BLG's biggest strength is how they group up, is how On and Yagao are able to enable someone like Shun. So I definitely think On has been someone who has really surprised me with how well he's done in the split, and also just really working well with Elk down there in that 2v2, which is one of the reasons why. Yeah, but you look at Elk going up against his former support of many years, right? Him and Missing back on the days of WE. It came out that they kind of agreed to go separate ways because the way they thought about the game was different. They both had different ideas of how they wanted to play out bot lane 2v2 and, incorporating that into the rest of the map. But it seems like Elk and On have definitely got it down pat how they want to play out as a dual lane.
Old ADs going against supports, Yagao going up against Knight. What city did you say it was, Lyric? What we're talking about? I feel like I get it wrong every time.
Yeah, the Pingshang Brawl. Both these boys, same
go.
city, same PC cafe, same team, different roles, but, many battles over the years.
And again, there's history there, right? Again, Bin and On being on the same team again. We didn't talk about it much in the split, but remember that these guys, these bros, synced up on Suning in 2021 as well. 369 and Knight rejoining. We softly put throughout the split that this was a split of reunions. And it does feel like here in this best of 5 matchup, this semi-finals, this is a big reunion, not even just cross teams, but within teams themselves on both sides. There's a lot of familiar history here. And so I kind of wonder, Lyric, going into pick and ban, what that cutting edge is going to be, because you and I had a big chat just before going live now about how there's good reads, or there should be good reads coming onto the teams. And I want to go on a draft and see where your head's at, looking at what should be taken away and what should be the biggest priorities running into 13.5 here.
We've seen a lot of people, a lot of teams that have been playing against BLG, so Weibo and RNG, to heavily target Shun in jungle, like multiple jungle bans thrown at him. And it really just hasn't been able to do much. It feels like there's so many priority junglers in the meta. I agree with the Kindred ban, which has been staying consistently through because Shun has a high win rate on it, but actually hasn't dropped a game on it this split. But I think JDG should be going in and really nailing down that Zeri. Don't give it over. It's been Elk's most comfortable pick, and he's the big carry for their team, so I'd like to see that away. They need to be conscious of things like the Xayah Rakan combo coming out, because On, of course, is such a prolific Rakan player, so I wouldn't be surprised to see that taken away. And I think it's actually going to be much harder on BLG side in terms of what they want to take away. Lee Sin really being the only thing that jumps out to me, is Kanavi's undefeated on it this split, and pretty much everyone's been taking it away. But I think beyond those two priority junglers that each team has, and then the Zeri, it's really open-ended for what either of these guys can look to take away.
Yeah, just on the Lee Sin point, Kanavi 6-0. That's an insane performance. I know JDG are a winning team, but they weren't infallible. This team still dropped games here and there. 8 individually over the split, granted, but still a big pick for Kanavi. I want to say on the other side, 369 versus Bin. We have Kennen players up in the top lane. We have a Renekton 369. What about champion pools up there? Because they don't have their own unique styles.
Yeah, I like that you bring it to the top lane, because I think one thing BLG really need to be concerned about is the Gragas. Anytime you're going up against JDG, that's something that has to be on your mind, especially when you have such a strong Jax player. Gragas typically brought out as one of the answers into that pick, so that could also be something that's on BLG's mind in that first rotation if they want to gravitate towards that early. But I think for JDG side, in terms of top lane, they're chilling, man. 369, he plays tanks, he plays stakes, he plays carries, he does a bit of it all. For BLG, I feel like the Kennen has really been kind of a band-aid for giving Bin agency in being able to 5v5. But I don't know if JDG even need to care when 369's champion pool is so massive.
And again, that diversity for 369, something we talked about for many, many splits. I think he's one of the most diverse top laners. He's playing with one of the most diverse mid laners in Knight. I have to sit here and count 6, 9, 12, 15, 17 champions for Knight. Meanwhile, we've got about 13 for 369, but still it's a wide array. And I kind of can't wait to get into this one because, again, pick and ban feels like it's going to be really important, Lyric. We've already seen BLG. We saw them go up against Weibo Gaming. And I like that you started on the Zeri because the Zeri was not respected. Weibo Gaming gave it to them every time. JDG, are you going to play the same disrespect as already? They must have been listening to you because on the side of BLG, they're like, hey, Gragas sustains a lot of what we want to do.
Yeah, staying with the Gragas. JDG, I guess, taking away the Gnar as well because not too many great in-lane answers to it. Bin also incredibly skilled. We see the Rakan takeaway, something I was hitting on. So not only denying on that pick specifically, but also making it so the Lovers duo isn't able to come about. So now for JDG, the question is, do they take away that Zeri Kindred? Also still on the board. We haven't seen Shun have to default to it too much, so I wouldn't be surprised if JDG don't take it away, as they don't. But that ban actually does surprise me, because Ruler has been the one much more heavily leaning on the Aphelios than Elk has.
Again, 6-0 also on the pick. Maybe it's showing Lyric this is going to be a first pick Zeri away from Elk. To put their hands in BLG, that they have to ban it away or target something else, which they take away the cannon from 369. Surprising when Bin has shown a lot on it. That was BLG's pick, so now the JDG just default to that strong AD that everyone does.
Yeah, I think they should. There's still plenty of junglers left open. We hit on the Lee Sin as really being a key one that Kanavi could potentially go to, but even things like the Wukong still being available for Shun if he wanted to go towards that, because Shun has much more heavily leaned into the Vi, the Wukong, the Sejuani being that engage role for the side of BLG, especially since Bin typically isn't able to take that role, and you're not always able to guarantee that you're going to get yourself an engaged support, as we can see BLG right now potentially looking for that Lucian-Nami duo.
Yep, going to bring it back. Okay, hasn't been the most popular thing in recent weeks, but at the very least, some teams still stuck on it. Elk and On, so far in their playoffs, we haven't actually seen it. Elk has been someone who's picked out the Zeri, picked out the Aphelios, Azaya game there as well. We're going to get that answer momentarily, though, as BLG. They get that jungle priority here, Lyric. And as you said, Shun fulfilling that role and that pivotal engage piece.
Yeah, now it's for BLG, JDG with where they want to answer. Again, Lee Sin has been much more of Kanavi's bread and butter, but if they're wanting to play out more heavily through 5v5s, get some of that front line on board, the Wukong would be a really nice pivot, as it looks like we're probably going to end up with two very, team fight-centric compositions. Leans really well into how BLG like to play the game, and JDG, even if I feel like they typically do draft more pick-oriented champs, that they're still incredibly strong in team fights.
Right now, though, JDG are flexing around another part of that element, which is going to be the Annie here. So straight away to mid, Lyric, there's no question of a flex here. It's going tonight. And they just leave Kanavi a little bit high and dry for the time being while BLG do the duo that you were kind of expecting at the very least, right? Or do they say, hey, hell's bells with Lucian, let's get your gal in a strong matchup?
No, I feel like they're definitely going to lock this one in. And maybe that's why JDG felt so confident about being like, hey, we don't really care about the Annie being a flex pick because we're going to lock in mid here, and you're not going to be able to respond if you want to get that priority duo coming on through. So for BLG, you would feel like the answer should be to just continue pinching out junglers, take away, the Wukong, take away the Lee Sin, and then leave it in Kanavi's hands with, what is still going to be available for him. I guess he showed things like the Viego earlier that he was hovering over. Sure. That could be a potential answer, but everything else that he's played so far this split has been an AP champion.
I think you're still looking at the flexibility in such a positive light for Kanavi. As you're highlighting, not only Viego, but Nidalee, the Elise has come through. Your point about AP champions, even a Gragas. Yes, Silas jungle. Kanavi can carry on anything, and I think that's kind of the difference where Shun has a very set champion pool, Lyric, then goes to facilitators. Kanavi's never ends. And with Elise in banned away, we know there's still an option here for one of those carries to come through, especially with the setup he's already got. But let's just wait and see as double jungle ban for BLG. But JDG, they're getting rid of more topsiders. They're trying to knuckle down on Bin a little bit further.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a Fiora ban here. Then maybe force him into the Renekton, which is what I'd expect BLG to go to. Casante's still available, but Bin really hasn't liked the pick. I mean, it actually even came out like some clips of his coaches talking about, getting Bin to play this champion has been hard. He's played it twice. He's 0-2 on it. But I feel like that would be what most teams would pick here. But BLG having Bin is not most teams.
Yeah, that's right. Again, this little Misfits crew, okay, definitely not like most teams. Lyric, technically a flex. We've seen Bin on this before, but we've also seen a hell of a lot of games of Jace mid in the LPL.
Yeah, definitely a more standard mid lane meta pick this split. We've seen Yagao play the champ a few times, but so far going to be pretty starving for any type of AP damage coming on through. But I guess for JDG's side, they actually don't really have a massive front line. They can still draft one. Both Sion and Cassante are still on the table, and we see them go towards the Viego that I was sitting on earlier. So far for JDG, setting up for an incredibly strong 5v5 if they lock in the Sion.
Okay, there it is. 9s across the board, as the gentleman on his phone would agree. But this gives Bin counterpick. And Lyric, we have seen a little bit of his Gwen throughout the split. We've seen it a little bit in playoffs as well. This would give Bin a bit of agency and a melee top laner for Shun to play towards. Okay, all hail Bin again, as BLG try to get this game fast off the ground.
Yeah, great pick by them. Making sure they have some magic damage in their composition. Pairs well with the Sejuani, and also going to be having a pretty easy time into that Scion up in top lane. So when I'm looking at BLG, I'm looking at all the agency they have early on in the game. Really strong one-item power spikes coming out through mid, coming out through bot lane. So we want to see Elk, Yagao and On really performing well, to where for JDG, I feel like it is a little bit slower. You want to get some items under your belt. Kanavi needs to get to level 6 before that reset's going to start coming online, and that's impacting skirmishes. But later on, should have quite a nice front line and, much better DPS coming out through with the Zeri.
Again, Zeri, everyone hails. So it feels like for JDG, if they get their usual standard, great lane Lyric, using their skills that have put them in first place. And for JDG, I'm kind of expecting that this should be a pretty breezy game, number one, if they get to play it their way. But for BLG, they have upset on their way up to this road. At the moment, BLG are looked at by many as not only surprising, but standing a good chance against JDG. Of course, a lot of casters predicted JDG, Lyric. I put in BLG, I just had to, because there's something about this team. When they beat RNG, beat Weibo Gaming, there was some magic in the air. And it wasn't just Bin, it was also bouts of Yagao, of Shun, Elk, and On. The whole team came together, and they schooled RNG and Weibo, who were supporting some pretty big league players themselves. So BLG, can they do the same against JDG as we debut our double elimination, our round 4, our top 4 in the LPL? 50% of our teams left will be going to MSI. Will it be JDG or BLG? So hopefully we get an answer here as JDG start with an invade on the bottom side of the map, but BLG have spotted this out. They'll get a bit of damage with first strike as well. And there'll just be a bit of a chase to back them off.
JDG getting kited out at level 1. Great spot by BLG to make sure that nothing comes of this. We were just talking about, right, first game of the top 4. Also the first time that these organizations have played together, all the way played against each other, going all the way back to 2018. Wow. BLG, we know, typically don't make those deep playoff runs. Have only ever actually done it once in their history before. So really the ability to make history today for this organization overall.
It's funny, they were knocked out of the top 4 in 2019 spring, I believe, if my history is not too far off there. Summer, good call. That was the ADD, Kuro, Meteor, Jinzhao, and Shinmo roster. And they were knocked out by Top Esports. So again, JDG and Top Esports feel like they go hand in hand in terms of their debut into the LPL. Their organizations surge to power as well, especially with the recent history they've had in things like finals going to game number 5. So with JDG, again, a lot of expectations behind them and a lot of bad history that BLG, if they equate that to Top Esports, can now look at JDG with the same favor. Now, Lyric, we are in the game, as you were talking about in draft. For JDG, it feels like they are going to rely on Ruler as this game goes on, as usual with Zeri Lulu, especially with the front line. But talk to me a little bit about how BLG get these lanes up and running and what jungle can do to really build a bridge to speed tempo up.
Yeah, for Shun, I'm definitely looking at especially how he impacts mid early on. Again, you have the Jace there, really nice damage to be able to follow up. We can see him pathing towards the bot side and then using that pressure to make sure On and L don't face too much punishment like they are now. I know usually with like melee top, melee jungle, you could see him go towards and gank 369 early. But again, as he gets more and more resistances, mid and bot going to be the only plan of action.
Heal already there. Flash there as well. Ruler and missing. Baiting in. It's a double trade for double trade. The health bar in advantage of JDG.
Great job coming out from Ruler and missing. And this is what JDG relies on. JDG typically don't link up too much between their lanes. They rely on their players to get advantages on their own. Now Kanavi should be able to read this, that since they're winning so hard, that Shun's probably going to make his way down towards bot side. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see jungles meet up at some time in the near future.
A little win rate of Zeri versus Lucian there, I believe, in the LPL spring split. Not a surprise with how strong Zeri's been, but we're going to have to pause on that because Kanavi, as you said, down here and showing his presence crystal clear. He's got a level advantage as well, Lyric. And on the Shun, he can't even clear that ward. So Kanavi will just assert his dominance, push him out, get Scuttle Crab in the meantime. And it helps when JDG right now have presence across bot and mid at the same time.
Yeah, Kanavi, I want to see if he ends up going for topside Scuttle, or he just wants to keep being an annoyance and getting in Shun's face. He's never going to get to take this blue buff.
And On can't come in. Look at his health bar. I mean, Kanavi will just almost one-shot him as blue resets. Shun has to back away. The level of chadness from Kanavi right now is huge. As I say that, goes in the top lane. Been looking for a solo kill at level 4 on the Gwen. Is it snip time? Oh, under the turret. Finn takes a shot. Can't go any further. That was too close.
The discipline coming out from 369 is absolutely insane. How does he not flash there? And not only not flash, stop to charge up the Q.
Meanwhile, oh no, Elk has to cleanse away. He has no flash. Kanavi's now burned his last summoner as JDG, the wave crashing in. Teleports there, but against the turret, will they be there in time? Flash for first blood. As Knight under turret, he's going to be bopped away. I believe he stopped Yagal's teleport, Lyric. And JDG, they will get traded on in the end. You saw a kill went over to Elk with a turret shot onto missing, but a 1-for-1 with gold, favoring Jingo.
Definitely denying a wave from Elk, so Ruler only going to accelerate his own growth while denying the Lucian from getting to that pivotal first item mark. On will at least be a little bit of an annoyance to prevent Kanavi's back, which is going to give Shun a ton of time. We already saw in that topside jungle to take away some of these camps and deny the Viego from getting any closer to that level 6 point.
You look at a replay. Kanavi, as you said, Lyric, I mean, it just goes from bullying to straight into the lane.
Yeah, he just stuck around bot side this whole time. Taking away jungle camps, comes in. A TP tries to come out, but that did end up getting canceled by Knight, which is why it was so low. But we see the bottom left hand of our corner.
Ooh, okay, it's happening again, isn't it? 369. It was almost a solo kill, but now it's a duo. Getting him down, the Scion bullied out, and Bin finally getting the kill that he missed out on before.
So Shun, another thing off the checklist, right? Ganking 369 early before he's able to get to tanky, and that this lane becomes more of just Bin able to assert his dominance in the 1v1. But the problem they're going to have to problem solve incredibly quick is what they do in this spot lane. Because Ruler missing can be able to keep good pressure. Elk at least has Noon Quiver now off his last back. Just a little bit more power behind that punch, but not enough power to deny or stop Kanavi from taking the strike.
He's already picked it up, and now with that first blood as well, hang on, Knight doing a bit of trading with Yagal. With a little bit of first strike gold as well as he clears out the wave. Yagal suffering in this lane, but Lyric, as you mentioned, Dragon was taken by Yagal. He then goes back into the enemy jungle just to spot out, and he's found Shun again.
And he feels comfortable, especially being around mid lane where Knight is.
Hang on, Ruler went forward on that. 1v2 doesn't care. He's going to barrier up. He's got the shield of missing behind. There's the heal once again burnt by On. And Elk doesn't have the flash, but Elk will need to work in the top lane. Bin got level 6 again. Giga Bin once more. That's his solo kill finally coming through. BLG's top laner, Lyric, Mr. Reliable.
Bin said he felt like the best top laner in the league was the Shy, and he was able to get past him, so making it look like 369 not up to the task today.
I was going to say, he's damn wrong. I mean, the Shy, the best top laner, brother, I know. I know again,
top
everyone
laners,
looks
they
towards
say it
him.
every split. They say every split, our top laners get asked in interviews, who's the hardest top laner to play against? And they always say the Shy. Doesn't matter what year, what split, house. Ruler.
JDG, Elk almost dead, the zap not landing, and Ruler almost dies himself. Lyric, the energy just doesn't stop.
It doesn't, and Kanavi still wanting to stick around. Knight making his way over too. Won't turn into a kill, but he's going to lose out on more minions, more gold, more experience, and more plates going over to Ruler.
This is just JDG's playstyle through and through. I mean, the lane of bot, as you said, is going to be how JDG play towards this late game. Ruler's level 6. He's 10, 15 CS ahead. The only thing BLG have right now, Lyric, is this.
Yeah, Dan just able to chase him down. Gets the Conqueror fully stacked, and you know where it comes out. 369 still doesn't have flash from the previous play. I mean, even had he stopped to try to get out any damage, a Q, a W, it wouldn't have made a difference. Too far forward in the lane and been able to capitalize.
And we've seen Silent versus Gwen. We've seen small CS leads, but this is monstrous. 30 CS, 2 kills, Leeching Lear now picked up. Bin is a solid level ahead. And it just feels like, again, for BLG, knowing how strong Bin is in the lane, as I have to pause because Knight might be in a bit of trouble, Shun angling for this, but has no flash. The ulti is not enough to pivot. It will go to the top side, though, Lyric, in the meantime, while using that said strong lane to finally get an objective.
And for JDG, they won't have an answer. Kanavi making the right choice, even, if they do have an inkling that it's going on because Gwen's not showing top, but we can't contest that. Just keep hammering home on our winning lane. And that's why I think this will be an interesting test for BLG. Gold's even, but BLG typically went out from Elk being incredibly strong and being able to win out through those 5v5s. He's the highest percent of his team's damage for any player in the league. That's how much BLG rely on Elk. But this time, it's going to have to be on Bin's shoulders to carry this game.
Something like 33%, isn't it? It's an insane stat. It's Uzi level 80 carry stats, right?
Yeah, it's going back to days of like when Jackie Love was putting up, that percentage of his team relying on him. His Ruler gonna get caught out.
As a way over the wall, unfortunately. Ruler, though, he is fallible to Elk and On once they get some of those trades off. We'll just walk back, pops a pot. Meanwhile, I think Tibbers made a guest appearance towards the mid lane. And Yagao currently sitting in the base as teleport will be used to get back nice and quickly. But let's be real, even though Gold's even, mid, bot, Lyric right now going fantastically. And Kanavi seems to keep on benefiting, even having a bit of a CS lead himself. So we'll see what Shun can do.
Ooh, Bubble comes out.
He does flash away. Missing's okay. Glitterland slows down for Culling. Ulti there. He's already used Wild Growth, but it ain't enough. Kill taken away by Shun as great timing to get bot back on track.
Nice job, relieves the pressure. They even have Herald if they want to just choose to drop it now and get some more gold onto the Lucian. Kanavi looking to match, but Yagao's here waiting in the wings.
Kanavi, what can he get done here with double buff? He's going to show his face. Herald's going to get a charge, but you can see On's already backing away. Elk is pivoting as well. Gold will be shared between AD and jungle. Even a third plate, or at least a second, coming through. So, Gold back over to BLG and Lyric because of it. A 1k gold lead. I mean, again, top's just so massive that even though bot went so well, that bit of turret plating just levels the playing field more for BLG.
And I feel like we're seeing one of the big differences between these teams. Coming into today, it's like, okay, JDG, they typically play out through the fact that their laners are just able to generate advantages and allow Kanavi to be in your face, go for those invades that we're seeing. But like we see here, there isn't actually much roaming or linking up between the lanes themselves. Even Kanavi, not as gank heavy as Shun has been this split. BLG have been much better about, again, working as a unit, transferring pressure. And hell, this is with On the Nami this game. If On did get his hands onto a Rakan or Leona or Nautilus, something along those lines, you'll see a much more proactive BLG.
Well, we'll see what he can do here at the very least. He doesn't have Tidal Wave, but we might be getting a fight as Blast Cone amped up for On. He'll take it to Shun, has to back away. Knight now zoning off. Glitterland for the slow. There's Tibbers onto the jungle, but they dart onto Missing Yagao. Stunned up, but shielding shouldn't be enough, and it won't be. Missing drops down as the ult comes through from Ruler. He gets over the wall with the shock coming through, but Kanavi has a reset. Kanavi has a reset. He's got another one, but he's denied. Only in the nick of time as Bin joins in. Here's Daddy. But Bin has walked his way out. Ghost has already been taken. JDG now looking back on the Dragon. There's no smite for either team at 2k. They're now just thinking about it as BLG lose 2 members. Looks like JDG lost Missing a while ago. They'll take an even trade.
I was going to say, this is going to be dicey. We're going to be playing on a nice edge if JDG opted to doing this with how low Ruler is in the face of a Lucian Nami combo. Elk even having the culling online. I think it's a good call by JDG to just end up backing off.
Oh, BLG going to get the Dragon. What a very elongated set to play. BLG glad they can stop the stacking here on something like a Zeri Lulu, but Lyric, let's be real. I mean, that play was kind of wild with how fast it got out of hand.
It was insane, and we're going to go straight into a replay right now. But JDG trying to zone Shun off from making his way in. Knight doing a nice job right next to Missing, but they just open up this easy turn. Sure, stun comes out, but the Jace, Yagao's doing a ton of damage at this point in time. He gets locked up. Luckily, the bubble as well from On doing a lot to prevent JDG, but Kanavi just goes so huge, getting these resets, so many low health targets. Does go down in the end, but already did his fair share.
He was close to getting
more than his fair share.
That Sovereign's domination again. That was so close. And again, we talk about Kanavi. Like, historically, he has been King Kanavi for a reason, right? Lyric, he carries. Even right now, what we're looking at is him taking everything for himself. Shun might sync up with his team, but a lot of the times, Kanavi can be his team.
Yeah, Kanavi's close to a 20% like damage share for his team. That's laner level. That's like what top laners normally do. Kanavi.
Insane.
Now gonna look
Here
for
he
his
is
bin.
again. Okay, there's Needlework as well on top of Bin. Kanavi wants to kill him. He's 3-1, but can he just damage Heartbreaker? Doesn't get over the wall. Bin with the snip, won't find the range. 369 flashes out as well. There's the flash from Sean, nails him down. Jungle v Jungle battle of Permafrost with melee top laners is just that easy. Ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you Gigapin again.
Riftmaker being online is making the difference for BLG. Bin just taking over now, wanting to capitalize, force their way up towards his top side, try to get down some vision before that second Herald spawns.
This is wild. The fact that BLG now 2,000 gold up. Again, Lyric, the lane started as you expect from JDG. They're still like that in the bottom lane. It's 50 CS lead. But top is just this big gaping hole that now as we look at the replay, keeps being set up by Shun time and time again.
Again, Kanavi wanting to look for those invades. They turn on Bin, but gets the W down. The healing's coming out from the ulti. And immediately having to flash away. Just not able to put up the same damage on the side of JDG. You're not going to burst out a Gwen with all the healing with Riftmaker coming through. And then the difference between having Sejuani double melee the passive to keep getting these stuns to be able to finish off the kills.
Well, now 3-0-2. You already mentioned the Riftmaker's been picked up by Bin, but he's level 11. Look at the gold comparison top. It's 3,000. He is more than the gold leader BLG versus JDG at this point.
It's absolutely insane and enabling Bin. Me and you were talking about this before we started broadcast today, but it blew my mind that he wasn't in the top 3 of All-Pro.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not going to single anyone out who was on it, but I definitely think
Do
Bin a little bit more deserving than some top laners who might be on Edward Gaming right now. You know, maybe.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Sorry about that.
Hey,
Again,
no disrespect to Allah. In my mind, he would then be the 4th best top laner, but I think Bin has been insane.
yeah, I think he really has. And again, not only just regular season, I know that's regular season ranking too, but it's continued into playoffs. A lot of players have very different aspects in playoffs, very different styles, or should I just say, I guess they crumble in playoffs. Some of them rise to the occasion, some of them don't. Bin has gotten even better than he was in the regular season, so he's definitely someone who's risen to the occasion as he is now supporting almost 10 CS a minute. You guys can't see this, but he's 3k gold ahead, as we said before. Bin right now feels like BLG's core is they're now moving mid with the Rift Herald, trying to get this turret as Kanavi and Yagao fighting off. Kanavi, though, can't fight this chase. He's got to run away. He's trying to buy some time. His Heartbreaker is up and available, but he won't take it. BLG move away from mid. They've got a minute till Dragon, but they want to fight the fight anyway. On to Kanavi. Need to work over the wall. The range! Oh, he's burning down Kanavi! So close to dying, so close to dying. Sean looking for him, found him, gets him smoked to death. It's tidal wave.
It's taken down. JDG trying to capitalize in the mid lane to get some damage down onto this turret. They do see that Bin is spot, so they feel comfortable looking for this.
Again, Kanavi getting punished and BLG just feeling themselves here. Lyric, we got to talk about one thing that's real. Momentum in LPL playoffs ain't a joke. This is JDG's first series. BLG beat RNG, then Weibo. They've had plenty of time to warm up, and now here in the mid lane, trying to do the same thing again. Got to be on your toes, but I feel like BLG they've just read this early game quite well.
It's also BLG with a different look. Going to things like the Lucian Nami. Sure, Lucian has been second most played this split, but like you said, it's fallen off a little bit more recently. Not facilitating your bot lane duo, having it a more top lane centric game, and it's looking incredibly good for them so far. Again, we said later on the Zeri's could be able to output that massive damage. You're going to have the front line and the Zion to be able to play through. But the gold lead they've generated with the amount of pick tools they have, like the engage command from the Sejuani, the Nami, it's going to set up really well for BLG to just be able to burst targets out before anyone comes through. And look at Bin. Recalls has Morello a full item up over 369.
Yeah, Morello's already picked up. That's nuts. We'll look at this replay, though, because Kanavi walked into a chase.
Yeah, and Kanavi getting caught out again. They were wanting to angle. I think we're going to wait for Knight to start rotating over and then try to go for the pinch. But BLG, they snip it out, and then Bin gets the nice damage down with the ult in combo with the accelerated shot glass. And Kanavi, with nowhere left to go, he's at least going to be happy that the kill goes over to the Sejuani.
Shen doing a real good job of reacting. Lyric, I mean, we did talk about the team play coming from BLG, but I think Shun has been everywhere this game. Kanavi was focused heavily on bot, but Shun is just linking up so well with the rest of the team. Is now here in mid, going to help defend while JDG angling for this mid lane turret again. I will mention though, while we're in the replay, BLG did pick up the dragon too, so they find themselves at 3,500 gold in the lead versus our #1 team.
Also having pressure in sides. Look at Ben. He's huge, pushes out that wave, can start heading over, so they can constantly look to overload mid lane with numbers. Force JDG out, and they're going to be able to take down this turret very easily. And for BLG, their game plan is pretty simple going forward. If anyone ever oversteps, Glacial Prison comes out, and you have enough burst. You have enough range as well to just take them out. Accelerated Shock Blast plus Culling would pretty much mean the end of Ruler missing Kanavi, anyone on the side of JDG. To where for JDG, it is a little bit harder. Seems like they're still trying to get a little bit closer to some of their next item power spikes, but we need to see Kanavi comboing with Knight. The burst coming through to allow the resets to happen.
And I guess then you want to see JDG wait for Ruler's second, third item as well. Might need to pause though. Hang on. Kanavi's gone too far forward. JDG wants to play this mid battle. They've got it, said BLG. As Warmog, Giovanni has to flash away. Half HP for both junglers. Tivers comes out with Culling. Follows through. Elk now getting Rage's spin with the needlework. He's got one target in mind. His laning partner. At half HP, the Scion now stands as no one dies. It's a face-off yet again with a lot of abilities flying across.
So far, Flash is burned by both sides. Shun having to flash with the initial engage, 369 having to get the hell out of dodge and make sure he didn't go down there. But BLG squarely the ones in control right now, forcing them out. But it looks like Knight still fishing for a potential opportunity for a stun to come through.
Red buff going to be stolen away. Ben already stole the enemy blue buff, so that's both buffs taken away from Kanavi. As Dragon up in 2 minutes 30, we're not even looking at that. Both teams just pivoting around, seeing what else they can take. Lyric, we are A-ramming for a bit in this first game.
JDG feel comfortable that Ruler having enough mobility to keep getting them low. It's Kanavi.
Ulti 369, ulti's into turret, the tidal wave though. That tidal wave on is switched on yet again. Shouldn't get the kill of 369. Ain't tanky enough, Lyric. He's 0 and 4 and he's rolling threes, but how can you not when it feels like the dice is loaded being up against this Gwen?
And just so dicey, honestly, going for that engage. Like, committing so close to the enemy turret, having tools to lock you down coming out from On and Shun if needed. Only needing Nami there, but still, BLG doing a great job. 5K gold lead, 21 minutes. And this is one of the things we've seen typical of JDG in the regular season when they go up against other top teams. It's why they've lost 2 other playoff teams, is that when they aren't able to find those heavy early game leads, they're not exactly the same team. They're probably the best team in the world, maybe, at like snowballing a lead if they get it and being able to win out incredibly fast. But if they aren't winning hard in the first 10 minutes, I think JDG have shown that they are very much mortal.
Because again, BLG have set up this game one, this potential victory, with top side, with the pressure that Shun put up there, you were saying before. Bot got ahead, but Lyric, I mean, Shun then paid a visit bot. He evened out the odds. He heralded bot. He gave some gold back into his AD carry. It feels like it's very well balanced from BLG in this first game. And for JDG, as you said, we're waiting for some sync up here, but there is none. Cullen comes through. Elk, bit of damage onto Ruler missing. Can now absorb a little bit more, but Shun still wants to go in. There's the Scion ulti. It's coming from River. 369 the angle, and Tibbers! Knight, he's the one rolling 9 this game. As the kill goes over finally to 369. And Jing Dong may be behind, but they are not forgotten. Kanavi goes in for the engagement. Yao sends him off, and all of a sudden that Scion with a fat old 9.
That was huge, though, coming out from Knight to set things up, and now JDG gonna use the picks they found to look straight towards the Baron. We're gonna see what BLG want to do in response. It looks like they're just gonna send their 2 members down to get themselves onto Soul Point.
Beautiful, as you said. Knight being quiet, Lyric. There's been no syncing up, but now JDG, off the back of one play, have Baron in the cusp of their hands. The gold lead minimized from 5,000 now to a measly 1. That was everything for JDG in this first game. As we look at the replay again, based off of Elf, trying to find the engagement.
Using so much, right? Gale Force, Culling, a lot coming out to try to find that AD carry who didn't even have to burn a flash. to get away. Now, Knight with the perfect flash into the Tibbers, instantly on, burst it out. And, you know, we said we wanted to see a combo between Knight and Kanavi, but Knight and 369 showing their tenure together from their time on top esports. Great follow-up by 369 to make sure that these kills are able to come through. And now, what was a 5K gold lead dwindled down to, looks like, less than 2.
That's right. It's nothing, right? I will say, JDG, while they're getting the Baron, though, Lyric, as we saw, Dragon Soul Point goes to BLG. So we got 4 minutes where a fight is going to be forced by BLG regardless. I'm just curious as to what JDG can do with the Baron here, Lyric, because we have been A-ramming, fighting for this mid-lane turret for the last 10 minutes. And surely with this Baron, you think this is how they finally open up the map a bit.
Yeah, JDG, you're going to have to be careful, though, because we can see now, I mean, Knight showing on a wave in top. All of JDG was hovering around mid. BLG was hovering around mid. 369 was actually having to play keep away from Bin being able to link up, but don't want to give any, like, exposed angles for BLG to look to punish. Have Kanavi be that middleman, play up with Knight, make his way back down towards mid, and really just make sure you're using the pressure that the Baron buff is giving you.
Been able to force something up in the top side, get some movement from BLG. Bin still pushing on the side, though. On in Yagao going to be spotted out as Kanavi and Knight just link up. Lyric, this is what you wanted to see. You want to see mid-jungle move as a bit of a unit. And now that they're a bit of a threat, especially with the 2.5 item Annie, especially with Kanavi now getting Black Cleaver too, it's like JDG can play with a bit more. But Yagao's damage hurts a bit. But BLG continues to stay mid. Lyric, look at this.
Yeah, Bin trying to find his way in. Knight might be caught out.
Culling there as well. Bin joins the queue as Knight said. Tibbers does come out, but look at Bin. Need to work in the back line. Bin lines them up and knocks them down one more, but Ruler gets out of the way and Kanavi gets a reset. Oh no. JDG have got this Viego going from body to body to body to body. Kanavi, he stuck the fork in the electric power point, and this is the result. On can't get out of the way, but JDG don't care. They'll continue running down as Ruler is just that good again.
Ruler Kanavi taking on 3 members while 369 was 1v2ing on an Elk on the opposite side of the fight. It leads to a team fight win for the side of JDG. It leads to 2 turrets, and Kanavi gonna enjoy the spoils of victory, even take away some camps from Shun and make sure no more gold is going over the necessary. We're gonna see here in the replay, it's actually BLG who want to start things up. They get Ruler to jump over the wall. They think Knight's left on his lonesome, so immediately go to burst him out. But it's going to be here. He buys time with that stopwatch, and then the fight gets separated. 369 doing a great job zoning away Elkin on. It looks like Bin's able to do enough on the opposite side, but still, Ruler able to kite this back. He's not getting on. Has a ton of DPS to take down the Gwen, and it's allowing for Reset City to follow through with the Viego.
Everyone but one taken down. JDG looking pretty happy on this one. As Lyric, we did say that, you know, BLG were 5,000 gold ahead. That was a while ago. Maybe 6 minutes, 7 minutes, I don't know. There's been a lot of kills in this game, but after that 6,500 damage Ruler in that last team fight, JDG now solidly up by 1,000 gold. Lyric, it feels like they should be pretty comfortable now with 3 items on this man too, considering that JDG have a dragon to fight for in a minute 10, and for BLG, the game doesn't feel as easy as it was moments ago.
Yeah, we're at the point now where Ruler is going to be the big man on the Rift. For JDG, it's going to be all about how they can protect them and make sure enemies can't find access to the backline. Kind of like how 369 was able to do last time around. I just want to reference that play one more time because it's actually really tragic. 369 almost killed Elk. He E'd, it missed, so he tried to flash auto him, and just at that moment, Elk also was able to flash away. So, I mean, had 369 held the E and then maybe just did it after he flashed, could have even been another kill. Sorry, 369. Sure. 1-4-1 is where you sit for now because of it.
I mean, again, he's had a really rough game, but 369, some of these engages have been on point, so how 369 links up with the rest of JDG has been hyped as Kanavi and Shun face off. JDG want to walk into this river because it's Soul Point and Infernal Soul, but Kanavi caught out Heartbreaker over the wall and Wild Growth Lyric. JDG might be in control, but they just burned 2 big ultis.
Yeah, remember though, no flashes on either of the 80 carries, so we got to keep our eyes on both.
Elk finds him Knight again! Oh, and 369 piles it up! The top esports duo. They haven't lost any of that synergy, have they? That was nasty, and Knight, you are my MVP straight away as Ruler jumps into the enemy team. Elk takes him out with the final blow, but still it's a 1-for-1. Yagao running for his life is missing, and 369 force him onto the wrong side of the rift. Lyric, I think while they're doing that, JDG are going to try and end.
Yeah, just preventing Igao from going for the back. They have about 20 seconds, so I think it'll be a little bit dicey if they can actually full-on end off this one. I wonder if they'll even try if they'll just default to going and picking up that dragon, which is what it looks like they'll do good. Again, look at those death timers. No way, and then was going to be able to come through. But still, further their gold lead even more. They're going to pick themselves up a dragon, denied soul going over from BLG, and JDG walk away happy from that fight. Oh, what do they?
No, hang on. Yeah, look, BLG want to take it in. That's bin, that's bin, that's bin. He's level 15. Needlework is available, but he has to ghost to make it in time. However, Dragon's already down. He walks, finds nothing. JDG deny the soul, pick up some stats themselves, and Lyric, they are still in control with now a 3K gold lead at 29 minutes of the game, based on this massive play from 369 and Knight again.
We're going to see here, right? Knight finding the opportunity. Huge two-man stun coming through and getting it onto the key member of the Gwen. It seems like they're realizing, hey, we actually don't need to try to punish Elk for his lack of flash or really respect him too much as a carry threat with how far ahead Arzeri's gotten. And they just focus the key members as Ruler. You know, maybe being a little bit too ambitious, but it does make sure that they get these final kills on the board. And now JDG just try and pounce their way through the base. QSS picked up 4 Rulers. Flash is going to be up soon, so he's going to be able to play on a nice edge like he was before.
Sean has to be careful, though. 369 ain't as easy to knock down as it was before Lyric. It's getting to that point in the game where the Jace is hitting 369. He's hitting Knight, who's even got help. The Kanavi, right? It's struggling a little bit here for BLG in their territory as they get forced out away from this Baron that they're trying so hard to protect. Hang on a minute, Jun running forward. We're just not stopping here in the mid lane. Bin lines them down. This could be a good angle as the network flies through 369. Ulti ain't good. The tidal wave misses though. And Yagal's caught out. He holds onto his flash for the meantime. BLG have used a lot. JDG can say the same, but Ruler's still firing. He's got flash, he's got ulti. It's a very moment. Incoming. He finds the launch as he flashes Ruler into the middle of the enemy team. That's Gen JDG for you. Sets up Kanavi as he goes into melee. Never mind. JDG will still win the fight, but Kanavi decides to go a little bit too deep. However, for JDG, this fight feels like it's locked in the bag as Elf.
They've minions. They can just end.
By themselves. Lyric, the TP, as you said, they're going to go for it.
Yeah, they're just going to look to push. As long as they can stop these backs from coming through, we're going to see if Finn manages to get it as missing. Yeah, I don't know how comfortable he should be standing next to that Fed Gwen missing, but... Oh, okay, well, Elk's going to go down.
There you go, Lyric, just like that. I mean, Bin's going to now Ghost, finally going back to base onto Knight, who's taking some turret shots. Needlework will come out as well onto Knight. Oh, the damage is nuts. Bin might even save the game here with the final piece of Needlework to clear the way. So, Lyric, it's not over, but it's getting harder and harder for BLG to defend some of these plays.
BLG just really suffering right now. Just consistently, the amount of CC that JDG have. How tanky 369 was. Like, sure, 369 got chunked really low in that last fight, but he ate so many key ults from BLG, and it goes to show why, like, I usually don't invest too much in accelerating your top lane when we do have these types of matchups where it's so easy for something like a Sion to be relevant, even when he does get set so far behind. Kanavi, who was getting caught out so much earlier in the game, also getting set up by the damage coming out from Knight and Ruler. Like, he was getting picked off quite a bit early on. Now look at him, 9-3-5 on this Viego.
Really big performance from the brink of getting caught out a couple of times by Shun. He started this game off, or at least in the mid game, 3-3-5, and was, well, less assist, but you know what I mean. This jungler was getting picked off by BLG as a whole, and Shun was a big part of why. But Lyric, this game has been so back and forth. It's a 33-kill game in 32 minutes. We're going to have another fight soon for the Infernal Dragon. We're going to look at this last fight as Ruler just decides to go Hail Mary.
Running him down, doing a great job getting out these flashes, and again, it's buying time for people like Kanavi to get in the mix, utilize the ultimate, get the reset, and with that, they can just keep closing the distance with that ult. Get closer and closer, get more kills online. Elk will have IE up now, so at least your Lucian at a point, he's incredibly strong. But BLG, always the team on the back foot, always the team having to worry about being engaged on. Ruler now doesn't have flash, so that could be a way. Single him out, take him down. But again, we're at a point now where even Kanavi's a threat.
Yeah. There's so many angles to look at for JDG. They start the Baron again. The poke from Yugao. Meaningful, but not exponential. JDG pull off with the Baron. All right, Lyric. They're now moving towards that Infernal Dragon coming up in 30 seconds. And as you said, Ruler, he does have some ways to get out. He's got a QSS as well as the Ding Dong Bell from Missing that is up and available. So JDG playing with a lot of good tools here as Infernal looks like BLG like, let's forget it. Let's try and force them to Baron.
Trying to at least take away the vision, get their own down to get some nice wards over towards the Baron to try and spawn out whatever shenanigans JDG are going to go for. But now Dragon, you have to be on both teams' mind. It's spawning in 1 second.
Yeah.
Looks like JDG with control are still the team who can posture towards it. But BLG trying to just play with the fact that they can threaten Baron at any time.
I mean, Ruler's just taking it by himself. This is just going to go down. It's going to be the third Dragon here. And with that third Dragon down, now BLG know. Baron is going to start, though. Look how quickly it goes down with the Gwen. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. The zoning only on Denied as Kanavi ready to go in, but no steal. BLG sneak the Baron. It was at the cost of the Dragon, but again, Knight with a 2-man. Onto Bin as well, their core carry. He has to need to work over, but Ruler catches him out. When you have Knight on your team, you're okay. Kanavi following up, Elk will kill him as well, and just like that, JDG might take the Baron team straight to court in their own base this night. He'll get another stun, baits him in, he'll die for it, but Ruler's there to clean house. Onto Shun, he'll take a while to die, but you better believe that's the finishing blow.
And now JDG, with all these kills, are finally going to get their way to start making it to taking game 1.
Lyric, they got smiles on their face, man. Knight is cheering, and so he should. Ruler may get the pride of the kills, but ladies and gentlemen, Knight on Annie was just sublime. 369 recovered well, and JDG as a unit came back from this game that looked doomed in a very JDG way.
It was looking rough, right? They started to fall behind. Actually, early on, it was looking kind of split. If we're going to start from the very beginning, right? We have one team hard winning and focusing through bot, which was JDG. We have BLG doing the opposite and really just punishing 369 in that top lane. Bin doing a great job in that 1v1, then starting to utilize and bring Shun into the mix. But then Bin just got so huge, it looked like there was no answer. But it was Knight being so decisive, punishing just slight missteps, slight oversteps from members like Bin, right? Bringing out the Timbers, getting the 2-man stuns, great combos with 369, again, just showing the longevity of how well these two have worked together. And from then on, we got to a point where Ruler was just too big for anyone on the side of BLG to contend with.
It's rough. Again, you know, Ruler having some pretty pivotal fights, but missing alongside him a good performance past that mid-game. And I think overall, we have to be commending people like 369 for suffering so much or having a really rough early game. But then again, his angles with Knight were perfect. JDG's team fighting Lyric. This is something that you were telling me that JDG go above just winning their lane. Like they're not a win lane and have to win, you know, win game from there.
Yeah.
I think I'm trying to say, yeah.
Yeah, I think like when you looked at how other teams like especially TES were winning their games, it was like strong laners, but then it's like, then what? With JDG, it's like incredibly strong lanes, which opens up for Kanavi to play again the heavy invades that we saw from him doing early on, but they're really good at utilizing those pressures to actually take objectives. They're actually really strong when it comes to 5v5s because you have people like 369 who are great on like engage, are great to be a flanker. Knight kind of the same, can play, you know, engage roles like we saw him on Annie, can be a flanker if he's on something like an Ari, can be, you know, a control mage and play out like a Syndra. Like this team just has so many different modes, which is why they have so many different ways to win. We've only really seen them struggle when they start to fall behind, but I mean, they circumvented that this game, right? They kept there in the game. They showed their experience, and Knight showing, hey, he might crumble when it comes to international pressure, but even in playoffs, he's always been someone who could show these, like, you know, 10 out of 10 performances to get his team going.
Yeah, and again, like Knight, I feel like Knight turned that game around when we saw 5K gold lead. We saw a lot of BLG pressure coming through for that Infernal Soul. Knight's pickoffs, which came by the 2s each time with those tipper ultis, were insane. And he didn't get many kills, but he got a hell of a lot of assists for a good reason. And Lyric, as we know with that comp, once they start picking up a kill, it's like dominoes, right? Kanavi starts resetting, and Zeri can just take it away. That 25-minute fling, that big turnaround, hell, even the the 21, 22-minute jump up there for JDG. That's night, baby.
All I know is in elementary school, they teach you the buddy system. And
Yep.
the buddy system clearly is not a good system when facing JDG. It just gives them more kills. It just gives them more kills. Don't go in pairs of 2. Either go by yourself, hope for the best, or, stay as this tight 5-man core who, doesn't give those over. But hell, honestly, BLG, even a lot of times they were engaged on right, the other members were just right behind them. It was just pixels off where Knight was able to take advantage and set people like Ruler up for success. So, yeah, I definitely think we saw Ruler end up being the big carry, but it definitely felt like Knight's Annie was the one facilitating all of it.
So do you think we should be talking about BLG and how they handled that game, or do you feel like it was just these minute windows that Knight pulled out? Because I think BLG were definitely in control, and we saw Bin start using that lead a little bit, but Lyric, then it was less about the Gwen, and again, more about the Zeri, more about how JDG came together and how many threats they had versus how fed Bin was.
I definitely think there's questions like BLG have to ask about how they played out in that mid game, and especially how they were like working to take vision as a unit. Even Bin's items we didn't really get to talk about in game, but like, going for an outright Morello's, kind of sitting behind the large damage spikes you can get out of something like a Rabadon's, or if you went for an earlier Void Staff to contend with, you're probably going to be hitting the sign a lot of time. I think there were definitely some things that they could have done differently in that game to, again, be able to actually push us home, because 5K gold lead, I mean, they should have been able to do more.
Shoulda, woulda, coulda, but they didn't. JDG with a comeback and an opening for game 1 that is absolutely legendary. A good way to kick us off here in our top 4, our round 4 series. We'll see if BLG have enough to fight back for game 2 right after this. And now we arrive at playoffs. That elusive time of the year where all of your practice is put to the final test. The moment where that single prevailing question is answered. Can you show up when it matters? It doesn't matter if you're a rookie or a veteran or, well, rookie. This is your shot at the trophy. This is what it's all been about. Keep your eyes on the prize as the world keeps their eyes on you.
The LPL are kings again.
Your heart of glass, empty and hollow.
Shine out, just infinite advantage in the top side. Has his ultimate, if he could find the stun. This could be a kill from the Shine. Flashes in.
Yes, Knight jumps in on the Doggo, who's forced to cleanse to get himself away. But they've already killed off Baolan. They're going to kill off a hell of a lot more. 3 kills, maybe 4, maybe make it a clean 5-0. JDG are having fun this game.
Look back into the game, but Tarzan,
Oh
he's gone!
God, LPC gets sniffed out of existence, and so does LGD. LNG just methodically eviscerate LGD. No man's land escape right now. I don't think he can get out of this one. Yukao should come around the corner and pop his bubble. As Beituan chases him down. This is another big shutdown going over. Unless Leave can do something about it. Oh my God! ADG's Leave is on another level.
It's you, your brothers in arms, and a shot at the title. You either go all out or you go home. So let's see what you're made of.
some party. You were talking about your band. You bored me with your stories about your tour in Amsterdam, but you spoke so politely, drinking gin out of a can. I knew that you liked me from the way you touched my hand, but I don't care if you play guitar like Johnny Marr, and I refrain from laughing when you compare yourself to Kurt Cobain. Yeah, I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I met you at some party. You acted the part. Had your Ray-Bans on, even though it was dark. I met you at some party. You acted the part of a rock and roll superstar. I don't care. I don't care. But I don't care if you play guitar like Johnny Marr, and I refrain from laughing when you compare yourself to Kurt Cobain. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care.
Always looking, always praying. Now heaven's waiting on us to believe. Spread our wings, meteorite. We can be stars for them to see. It's like we waited our whole lives, we waited our whole lives. It's only you and me tonight, yeah, you and me tonight. Yeah, only you and me can decide, yeah, you and me can decide. It's time for us to open our eyes and look down at the sky. Now we're blazing, so high there ain't no stopping. First stars like that, and now we got them saying, ay, ay, ay. Now we're blazing, take off the subs and watch us fly. You know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly. Take off the subs and watch us fly. You know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly. Take off the subs and watch us. Now we're floating, forever winning. Now heaven's watching as we join into eternity. Feel the rhythm as it pulls us in. Trust the beat.
目前中单这版本的话，可能就还是根据团队吧，就团队需要你玩什么英雄，你就跟着团队选，然后打出自己的作用就行了。进入季后赛，像队友说的，就放开打吧，就当那种正常局玩就行了，就不要有压力，打出自己的实力就行。可能有好有坏吧。如果你用不出来，然后那个能用的队决赛把你赢了，你可能会很难受。感觉季后赛我们不管碰到谁，我们都是有信心拿下的吧，就让他们都小心点。
So you should be, I mean, again, JDG showing no holds barred in game number 1, and that Knight was the legend in the making in that first one as well. I'm Asterix, I'm joined by Lyric. MVP, no doubt. I mean, I said it in game, Lyric. You thought it, you said it. We all said it because it was true. It doesn't matter that he was behind in gold, Lyric. Those 16 assists, that Annie mid was everything.
Yeah, it's just all about, again, finding ways to win, looking for those opportunities. And Knight was creating them. Knight was the one single-handedly going forward, finding those two-man stuns, and really allowing for the engage and allowing for the damage to come through. And again, it's so nice to see as someone who has been able to deliver under pressure to do it here once again today. and on a different role where he wasn't expected to be the big carry threat for JDG. So we said it, him and Yagao, again, their battles famous at this point, the Ping Shang Brawl, going way back in night once again, getting the better of Yagao, at least in this game.
Oh, yeah. I mean, again, it was plays like this. We're about to watch I guess the double-double. Every single time that came through, these tippers were nuts. And Knight just geared up for JDG to bowl them over.
Yeah, double-double's a lot of calories as well. So BLG definitely not able to handle that one. 4 patties, a lot to contend with. We see. And again, always comboing well with 369. We were talking about that between Knight and Kanavi. It wasn't really there in terms of how they were syncing up, but just once again, great to see 369 and Knight on the same page in plays like this where Knight's waiting over that Baron pit, knowing they're going to look for a path to escape and make sure that they're able to shut them down. So for JDG, already off to a good start. They were our first seed coming in, so of course they were favorites today. They're still favorites to not only go to MSI, but I'd say take the LPL trophy. But we'll see if BLG in this game can maybe change things up and give them some turbulence.
I just had to Google what double-double was because we don't actually have it at our Macca's here. And I Googled it, and I think it's an In-N-Out burger thing. Or maybe it's a copycat. Or is it a Macca's thing? Who did it first?
No, it's definitely an In-N-Out thing, which is delicious.
Well, I will say, I think in Australia, ours is called Down and Out, which was here before. Yeah, they called it Down and Out. But at the very least, look, away from hunger, I started eating dinner. I've come back here for a game 2 that should style on our expectations. Because at the very least, BLG were leading that game, Lyric. BLG were looking in control. They had really good response in that early to mid game. It was just a couple of plays from Knight that really, again, took away everything from BLG's hands. I want to talk to you about draft and what needs to change here because they gave the Zeri over, which, not to BLG side, but rather JDG side. And then top lane felt favorable, but it's like, now do we just start banning Annie after that game 1? What's the deal?
Honestly, might be something you look into, especially because JDG have been a team that have been so willing to flex this pick and pick it in early rotations. But still, again, I don't feel like the draft was too big of a problem for BLG. They were able to amount the goldie that they were looking for, but not able to execute. But Annie, definitely something you can look at. I found all the answers during the break. I went, looked into the future, otherwise known as Jamada's stream, which is actually where all the answers are. And, apparently what we're going to get is Zeri's going to be banned. Bin's going to get a triple kill this game. And you know what? They're still going to end up losing this game. JDG will take this game. But, I won't leak everything, but maybe they won't actually win the series. I'm just saying that's what I've heard on the streets.
Wow. Jamada must have all the answers, man. Because that's wild that he can tell the future. It's a shame he's not casting this because he'd probably give us a bit more insight, but still.
Bring him on.
You to check in with him. Well, we could. We're TriCast this puppy. Has anyone ever done a TriCast online before from 3 very different continents?
From 3 very... My God, it would be a mess. But it would be an amazing mess that everyone would definitely love to listen to. And a mess that, honestly, BLG and JDG deserve going into this game. BLG still wanting to make their way up. If they can win this, they'll guarantee the highest placement in a split they've ever had. Because, of course, if you move on, then the lowest you can finish is 3rd. Not luckily having to play out through that loser bracket semifinal that would go through. But for JDG, I guess it's also for them just wanting to look to win back-to-back splits. I think it's easy to forget that they were our champions in summer just because of all the power roster moves we had in the offseason. But JDG looking for the back-to-back title wins.
And again, for JDG, not only the back-to-back, but the representation at MSI. Ladies and gentlemen, if you didn't hear in that first game, all you have to do in the LPL is make finals. Now, when I say all you have to do, it is a big task, but 2 out of our 4 remaining teams will be up to it. And for BLG, not only winning this series gives them, their furthest placing ever, but Lyric, their best chance of making MSI, they have 2 spots, 2 BO5s, that gives them the opportunity to make internationals and their first ever finals as well. Remember that BLG as an organization have never ever been to the international stage. Before them was IMA, and of course IMA went to Worlds in 2016. But that was a hell of a long time ago, and for BLG to set the precedence here, they've got to at least start by winning a game. Now, Lyric, BLG on blue side here. They banned away the Gragas, the Scion this time, even the Lissandra from JDG, as the Zeri's actually taken off the board for JDG, who were on blue side in game 1.
Yeah, the Lissandra ban of first rotation is so strange. It would make you signal of like higher priority on something like a LeBlanc, which honestly I feel like LeBlanc has been an incredibly strong champion that is very much blind pickable. And again, Lissandra really being one of the only things that comes to mind when it comes to worries. I like the JDG this time around though. Take away the Zeri was something we thought that they'd take away in game 1 because Elk has leaned on it so heavily. Also taking away the Rakan from On. By far his best pick. They've also loved to go towards the Xayah Rakan. So I like the bans coming through, but it leaves the jungle pool wide open. So Vi, something that's typically taken in first rotation, still there. Things like the Aphelios going to be very high priority because I believe both teams are actually undefeated on it. Both 80 carries 6-0.
But never mind that, because they're just like, forget it. Ben needs to go back on the cannon. But I do notice something. If you're banning Lissandra, that means that a champion starting with A and ending with E, I don't know why that took so long. I'm sorry, guys. Learning to spell today. Just left open for 9. They're just willing to give away the Annie again.
Yeah, having no qualms, again, is a flex pick. I feel like if they lock in the Lucian, it kind of lowers the amount that we expect it to go down towards that support role. But now for BLG, Aphelios was something I was sitting on 6-0. Both 80 carries have looked incredible on it this split. And then it would be very easy to round out with something for On. If they did just want to go towards like a Lulu themselves and kind of enable Elk to be that hyper carry. But it would mean that Shun would very much have to get his hands on something with Engage so the team would actually be able to start up the fights that they want.
Okay, 2v2 getting set out for BLG in the meantime. Elk and On going to be the Aphelios and Lulu. Pretty standard. Lyric, what I've learned here today are 2 things. That BLG feel like they have an option going into this, and that spelling Annie without the A is very hard. I just sat there and thought, knee. I'm like, how am I going to spell the rest of this word? So instead, I look like an utter idiot as, hey, at least this time, Ruler are missing, going to show us that the Lucian Nami as well can be a threat from their angle. So we're kind of swapping around the tactics from JDG and BLG's bottom lanes.
Which is really interesting because even though BLG, we said like, hey, it's fallen off a little bit, but Elk and On still were a bot lane that played it. Rulers only pulled that the Lucian wants to split. They have much more heavily leaned on the Zeri, the Aphelios. Hell, they're one of the bot lanes gravitating towards the Caitlyn, Varus, very much in his wheelhouse. But now with this locked in, we have to see where they want to go for their next phase. I mean, junglers still left open, and it feels like there's so many available. That's why we don't see either team really looking to pinch out the jungle role. Again, I mean, Lee Sin, Wukong, Vi, Sejuani, just so many things available for either side to go with that unless they both use both bans on it, that it'd be really hard to take something away.
And historically, they've had even wilder picks. We're talking about Shaco from Kanavi that's come out, one of our only few Shakos in the league. Shun has picked Kindred, Nidalee. Like, Kanavi can play those champions too. It's just crazy going down the pack. So it feels like, for now, the smiles on Shun's face. We're just getting rid of the basic ones. Vi taken away. Does BLG go, okay, no monkey for you? Let's make it a little bit harder to get some of your engage, some of your setup with this great mid laner once again.
Yeah, Wukong, Lee Sin. Lee Sin being the other thing that comes to mind, especially if JDG did just want to lean heavily into trying to play out aggressive early game setups and then having things like the Dragon's Rage to potentially kick the Kennen away from any skirmish that does come on through. So now ball's in JDG's court. They can either look to take away whatever jungle they think is highest priority, if they do think it's something like that, Lee Sin, or, enemies already showing the Kennen, so it would also be very easy to just look to answer the top lane pick now.
Well, we're going to do this again, though, aren't we? I guess Kanavi wants to play it around. Not going to be the Viego, but Lee Sin taken away from Shun. As you said, the priority pick left, and jungle picked up with topside as the counter for JDG. Now, let's see what BLG do here, Lyric, because running into Lee Sin, does Shun want to go something a little bit more risque?
With him, you always have to wonder if something like the Kindred is going to come out right, because it is Shun. I think if they wanted to go more standard, they would bring out the Viego, but they do it. The Kindred comes out 3-0 on it this split. It's been banned every game against BLG so far in playoffs, and now Shun's going to have his chance to show us why.
Finally, again, this guy is a machine on Kindred, and it's constantly banned against him. Lyric, fun fact, in the regular season, 81% of games, and ladies and gentlemen, they play 16 series, that Kindred's banned away. 81% of the time is, hey, it's not the only big pick coming through. We got a feral monster for 369 versus Bin's Kennen. Top lane just got hell interesting as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be great to see Cho'Gath coming out from 369. I believe it's his first Cho'Gath of the split. Of course, we've had it come out a couple times, usually up into the Scion, but going to get to see what it can do here. Of course, having the sustain to be able to get through lane is going to be quite nice, and just giving them the front line that they needed. So now, I love it. Two very different compositions, right? BLG, it's about the protection that you bring, having something like the Kindred, but having the backline access come out in a Galio, but a ton of peel tools. They're going to open up for Elk to be the big carry, or Bin if he can find the flanks, to where JDG feels way more pick-oriented, right? The single target burst coming out, the single target CC, or I guess Annie, you could get multi-stun coming out with something like the Tibbers or the Cone, but still, very much going to be about separating members of BLG and just picking them apart one by one.
And Lyric, we know that this is just shifting gears then, isn't it? Because again, things have changed up. JDG were the team fighting team, the front line set out, or at least the massive wombos that came through. This time BLG are going to have a stab at it, and Lyric, I love circles. That's what BLG are telling us. Kindred has a circle. Kennen has a circle. Galio has a circle. Aphelios spins in a circle, and Lulu decides to spin alongside him. BLG, the team of circles here in our top 4, in our road to semifinals, in our road to MSI in the LPL, begins now, and it's going to start with a bot lane all-in to see if BLG can win a game back after JDG snatched it from their hands in game 1.
I also love how the roles reverse, even in terms of level 1, right? It was JDG going for this exact play in game 1, 5 members down towards bot lane. It didn't work out for them. It looks like it's going to be the same story for BLG in game 2. You
gotta love geometry. Have you ever seen those videos, Lyric, of like the professor drawing the perfect circle? If you stand horizontal to a whiteboard, or at least, I guess, parallel to it, you put your hand out at the bottom, and in a big circle shape, it's a test to see if you can draw a perfect circle. Now, BLG are going to show us exactly how to do that. As Missing runs in. The whole crew are here, though, with Night Stun, of course, up. Depends on what he started as BLG 3v3. This is not stopping. Okay. JDG are just playing with the idea, but they are eventually going to back away.
So nothing going to pan out from this level 1. And again, looking at the side of BLG, I want to keep our eyes on how Shun does, how many marks he's able to get, and if they're really able to get this Kindred going. Wanting a few levels under his belt. You don't really have a ton of great setup in terms of ganks, especially coming from bot side. Yagao will be able to do a lot. The knock up into the taunt, Bin bringing some CC, so those are some potential avenues for you to look. So for JDG, it really does feel like it's dealer's choice. Kanavi can go anywhere.
He really can. And again, Kanavi on this Lee Sin historically has been one of his best champs as well. Ladies and gentlemen, if you've watched the LPL for a couple of years, you know that Kanavi's Lee Sin is goated. But again, Shun's
undefeated
Kindred,
the split.
Is the same as well. And you're right, undefeated too. So one of these junglers is taking a loss from this split. 3-0 versus 6-0 in the jungle. And Lyric, I brought up some stats here. I looked at Kindred on Shun. 18, or rather the other way around, 18-8. Historically, 70% win rate up to 26 games in his career. Shun is a machine as now looking for Knight. I don't know if he's marked, but even at level 3s, he steps forward. Shun wants to come in. Shield of Duran gets the stun up. The Justice Punch already used to get the gap closed. 1, 2, 3, and not going to find the mark, or rather, the kill down. Shun comes through, but still gets a summoner from Knight.
We hit on it just a few minutes ago, right? Mid, really going to be the best place for Shun to look for ganks. Really the only, I'd say, consistent setup you have if you want to be able to look for kills. Able to get the summoner, so now going to be a potential repeat play, but look at the minimap. Actually, Kanavi's the one waiting in the wings to try and get something off the Yao.
Yeah, it's Justice Punch, Sonic Wave still going to connect. Taken, Shield of Duran under turret means Kanavi takes a turret shot, but Yagal's forced out. Teleports errors. Oh my god. The thing is, 369 picked this into the Kennen, Lyric, but Bin on Kennen is a monster of its own world.
Just great coming out from Bin, utilizing the range advantage that he has. And, I'm not super familiar with this matchup, but still, I think one of the selling points of Cho'Gath into Kennen is just the fact that you are able to survive. You do have the sustain coming out from your passive. You have abilities to try to contend with his poke, with things like your Q, even going the Comet to be able to go that route. So level 6, I think, is where it can become a little bit dicier depending on how it's played out, right? Having that ulti available, but Shun gonna keep punishing Kanavi here in spot
He's
side.
down. Dance of arrows. Mounting Dread is there. He flashes over. Kanavi ticking down with red buff. Yagao coming in for the flank. Wins the war with the flash justice punch. Shield of Duran. And Shun gets first blood, and it was a mark, Lyric. Kanavi's marked to death.
BLG setting up for Shun to have an impact on this game and show why every team has banned out this Kindred in playoffs so far. And again, just the most banned champion against BLG all split long. He's going to make his way up towards top scuttle to get another mark online and really start accelerating on this Kindred.
Again, you flip 50-50, but it looks like he's like, hang on, that's what they'd expect me to do. Shun now going to go for 369, but backs off and again goes back towards that mark. 2 marks in under 5 minutes, Lyric. Any Kindred would agree that is just the perfect start to this game. And again, Shun with his track record on this champion, things already looking good. Getting a bit more attack speed here in the early jungle clear. So 1k gold lead, 5 minutes in. And Kanavi on the back foot, Lyric, you were talking about how he can play this game, but we are getting close to that level 6 point already, and things do get a little bit more difficult when Yagao has his ulti too.
Going to be able to follow up on any targets or any fights that come out, especially when JDG are such a individualistic or isolated teams in terms of how they don't really link up much from lane to lane. It could always just set up or someone's over-aggressing out of nowhere. It's not a 1v1, it's a 1v2. Or it's not like it would be a 2v2 here, a 3v2 because Yagao can join up. So I think this pick can do a lot to counteract the type of aggression that JDG usually like to bring out.
And it'll be interesting to see what Kanavi does about it, right? We talked in game 1 extensively about Knight and Kanavi needing to link up. Should we be looking at that angle again? Should we be looking at all hails bot? Like, how did JDG kind of facilitate this early game and push themselves into a position of power?
Like I said earlier, I think Kanavi actually has a plethora of options. Really, you have setup and you have damage in every lane. Is Ruler now going to be forced to use that cleanse? But most of your eggs want to be in the spot lane basket. You want to be getting Ruler ahead. Is really the only one who's going to be able to put out consistent damage as the game goes on. It's going to be really hard now because look, Yagao, with constant pressure, can just look to move over. And I don't know how you're ever going to get a chance to really overload the spot lane unless BLG show on top side.
Well, again, for now, it looks like for Yagao, he's zoning off Knight. You can see the ward placed in, just killed away. Shun is going to be taking this dragon, though. This is not a mark, but Shun still getting the first dragon of the game. And again, bot going well for this team as BLG 10 CS lead, or at least close to. I'm not sure. The wave's being pushed up bot, but there might be even more. Because again, look at where Shun's going. Threatening, Ruler and missing, so they can't push out the lane. I mean, Lyric, it's early game of Shun again. That was right in game 1 on the Sejuani pick. That, again, it seems like he's everywhere on the map to start this game off.
And it just goes to show we were hitting on the difference between the junglers in the last game. That it felt like Shun has been working more with his laners. Is Knight now going to be pinched?
Oh, Ben is going to get the stun up. Flashes over the wall. The slicing Maelstrom gets a double stun on the Knight, wins the war. 2 connect for the damage. And Ben's roam down makes an angry bear out of Knight.
Great job. Has Prio on the top side. Knows he can move down. Now we're going to see if we get anything more than just slight trades in bot, but doesn't look like it. So winning out in bot lane in terms of the CS, already winning out in top side. We've got some kills on both Ben and Shun. And it feels like we're set up really nicely for Herald to spawn in 20 seconds.
Yep. Another kill means a 1k gold lead, means also Noon Quiver picked up by Shun. With that kill going down as well, Ben was able to get himself closer to what looks like a proto belt being picked up here. So BLG Lyric, as you said, the Herald is coming up soon. Shun's on the right side of the map.
You know, I'm wondering if the same thing's going to happen in this playoffs that happened last year. Oh, yeah. Because, oh wait, we're going to get a replay of his roam all the way down? Woo. Okay, we are. We are going to actually just watch him make his way all the way down. So we're going to see here how the setup comes on through. Knight is trying to get the wave pushed in, but both sides being pushed off, gets the stun, able to follow through. A little tag of the Q from Yagao to make sure he gets an assist as well. But I want to go back, assuming, are JDG going to contest? They're going to contest, Sterix. Your time to pop off.
We've got Feast here for 369. It only depends if it turns into a fight. Jun is backing away. I is exposed as well, and there's no hard reset here. So it looks like for 369, oh, give it to him. Oh, did he eat it? He did. Oh, yummy. As Ruler, meanwhile, oh, he's double tagged. Crescendum doesn't kill him though, and Elkanon feeling good in this 2v2 lane while JDG put their resources topside.
But still, BLG now, knowing those resources were topside, looking to angle around bot. Doesn't look like anything will come from it, as Ruler and Missing do get those resets off. So now, for BLG, we still know what we're looking for, right? It's going to be around Shun, it's going to be around Yagao. For JDG, though, the question is where they're going to be looking to drop this Herald. They haven't taken plates anywhere yet on the map, so usually you can kind of narrow it down like that if you just outright break open the turret and maybe generate map pressure that way. But again, I would want to see the gold given over to Ruler and make sure he's able to have an impact on this game.
Yeah, as you said, bot needs to come through. I like to use words consistent damage because, again, you look at Annie, Lee Sin, I mean, Cho'Gath, like, consistent damage on this team is only on one carry. So for Ruler, you know, big shoes again here in this game, and he's not on the Zeri. He's on something that eventually, Lyric, we look at a Felios versus Illusion. We know there's going to be outscaling. We know in that 2v2, one's going to be more relevant than another as this game goes on, especially with the team fighting you laid out by BLG. The fact that this early game is going this smoothly is a good sign, as Hibbers is exposed in the mid lane, but there are pings going down towards bot side. And again, this early game continues to be BLG focused down on this lane that JDG needs.
Oh, force of the flash because the knockup did not connect. That could have been the difference maker there for 369, but without it, Nosim has to play it safe. But I want to see what's going on down in the bot lane. We still have a lot of posturing. Both junglers are sticking around.
Nope, without the ulti though. Kanavi sitting with the Herald, as you said, so he's waiting. Shun, if he backs here, an opportunity, but he holds it. Okay, Kanavi gets the kick onto Ani. Flashes, gets the wild growth. He's alive. Tidal wave dodged as well. What a great polymorph for Shun. Goes in with the land. Respite. Kanavi's going to sit in it for now, but that's a 3-man as Kanavi comes out about to die. Oh, Shun's ulti was prime as JDG draw in Knight for the TP, but Yagal's moved in as well.
I mean, getting so much. They got a kill. They got summoners out of it. Heal down from Missing. Flash out from Kanavi. TP down from Knight to Yagao. Not having to utilize that one. Not having to use his ulti. Just walk straight down from River. And BLG are doing such a good job of containing JDG and not allowing them to make the plays they want. I mean, hell, if we can read that they're going to look for that play on bot lane, BLG sure as hell can read it too.
Oh, hell yeah. I mean, again, jungle lead here this time. Almost 20 CSs. I'll pause on that because Lyric, Kanavi went in for the kick. He didn't have it for Shun later on.
I mean, luckily for On, able to flash away. Wild Growth comes out, so a lot burned to try to take down the Lulu. And then Shun going forward, has a great ult for himself. And then we're going to see here, them kiting back, able to take down Kanavi is Knight.
Oh my God.
He's gone.
And it was another mark. Lyric, Shun is on 5 marks at 12 minutes in the game. Dude, if Forest Within was watching this, he'd be happy man right now because this Kindred is quickly taking over the game now with his second kill, opening up mid for Yagao. Dragons up, Lyric. BLG, I don't know what they've been doing at the start of playoffs, but it's just been getting better and better.
Great to see them coming in. Let's remember that this team did have a coaching change coming into playoffs, right? They were the team that ended up picking up Tabe.
Oh, yeah.
And we know what Tabe was able to do with RNG for all those years. Yeah, beat RNG. Took him down as... Oh, no.
Kick, blast cone, double shield as rank. Gravitum's there as well. The Wind will do so much damage. Dragon's taken in the meantime, but Yagao trying to get follow further up onto Missing. JDG will survive, but they got blast coned on. And now with double Dragon, BLG just looking for a little bit more in the enemy jungle.
Yeah, we see Rift Herald going down in bot. He's gonna pull him there. Nice.
Oh, there it is. Though. An opportunity here is JDG. Draw in Yagao. There's an ulti coming through. Only hits the scuttle in the end. As Elf gets the kill. I can't believe On didn't die.
I am surprised. Just so much burst coming through, but not enough to take him down. And honestly, looking at this game, we can be like, hey, very similar situation to game 1. Huge lead coming out from BLG. But I think it'd be much harder to lose out. We're going to get a replay of what happened in mid, but again, looking at how this game's going to play out holistically, I feel like it's much harder for JDG to do what they did last game and find their way back in. Because sure, you're going to go for these plays that Knight has on Annie like so, but you have tools like the Wild Growth is, ooh, the kick coming out from Kanavi, making it so that Shun is able to get away, and On, like you said, lucky not to go down. But again, Wild Growth, the Kindred ult able to come out. There's so many things that if Knight finds these great stuns like he did in Game 1, you're going to be able to survive past them, have more damage coming through on the opposite side of the fight, because you not only have an Aphelios, but also have a Kindred scaling up. And it really feels like JDG are going to need some massive oversteps from BLG, especially now that Elk has picked up his Gale Force.
Oh yeah, Gale Force, Kraken there for Shun in the jungle. He's onward to the Black Cleaver, it seems here. And
Rocket
now
Elk.
topside 369. Again, he's going to get bullied out. Shun just destroys him, man. That mounting dread is huge with Kraken.
There's also a question of how 369 ever intended of getting in range of Elk, like of a composition that's
again
playing double marksman, you know?
Yeah.
It's going to be rough.
Lyric, I like that you brought up the point of Knight. It feels like BLG have run into the second game with an answer, right? Not only the Galio in lane, but as you said, a lot of tools to stop Knight in his place from the successful game when he had. Finn's going to DC. Oh. Okay, so we do see that one live. There's a bit of a pause. So we're now going to sit back and wonder what happened. Your gal just, he's sipping, man. He's like, all right, no, we'll wait and see. But hey, BLG with a 4K gold lead. This game too is looking promising. I will say again.
Looking good. BLG wanting to keep their hopes alive of, again, their first ever international appearance. If they can win this, if they can win out their next match, make it into that final. Or hell, again, even just seeing incremental growth, seeing them make a third place finish even, you know, that would still be quite monumental. Taking down JDG would be huge. And for JDG, we're talking about the game and how they come back. And again, like, what tools do you have? You go in with the tippers, Kindred ult comes out, Lamster Spite's there, Wild Growth comes through, like Galio can follow up, Cho'Gath. You just gonna run down a Kindred who's gonna be able to kite you, and a Aphelios who's gonna outrange you. You just don't really have the same tools there. It's going to require, like, heroics from Kanavi, getting behind someone, kicking the Aphelios into your team. He gets taken down, maybe kiting out from a Kindred ultimate, re-engaging. Like, even explaining it feels silly.
Again, there's so many things that have to happen for JDG to get a solid fight off. And with such a big lead, with Shun on his champion, that's not only 3-0, but that's 70% win rate over 26 games of his career. There is a reason that during the regular season, 80% of games, that's not series but individual games, teams ban this against BLG. Shun, once he gets rolling with it, can really take over. And Lyric, it's a good sign for BLG because this organization, this team, the bunch of scraps put together, Elk On coming through, and we have Yagal kicked out of JDG for Knight. We have Shun, who was IG's carry, but you know, joining BLG alongside Bin, who was the mainstay. It's just all fitting together. They were off-season champions too with the Marcia Cup. It's amazing how it's come to this point, and whether this is a game win or not, the fact that it's looking pretty good, the fact that even game one, they held a pretty manageable gold lead. It's showing how BLG deserves to be here in the top four. Now, Lyric, we are back after the pause. Looks like Bin's issues were resolved, but that 4K gold lead still here at the 15-minute mark as turret plating falls down. And as BLG start playing these side lanes with Yagao and Bin.
Yeah, they're going to pick up Herald now. Should be another way to just accelerate and get their gold lead even further up, which now sitting at 5K, they're where they were last time at an even earlier break point. So they get the second Herald, they could eventually break down that bot tier 1, or, you know, if they get a chance to make a good push in mid, maybe potentially use that to draw away from a dragon, get themselves on soul point. Like, BLG are just flooded with options right now. You don't expect to see them too heavily, I feel like, commit to an outright 1-3-1. Galio definitely going to be wanting to link up with the team and utilize his ult, but for now going to be stuck catching waves against the Annie. Maybe Shun could look to make his way down, unless 369 over-aggresses in that top side.
Depends. 369's been caught out before in this series, not having the greatest of laning phases, let's be real. BLG have bullied him quite a bit. But Bin also, through that early lane, we saw 369 forced out. We saw where that gold lead and that CS lead came from. Bin is once again up almost 2,000 gold over 369. And Lyric, you already mentioned how BLG want to operate. This team fighting cannon is going to be huge with some of these ultimates coming through with almost 2 items this early on.
It's also just going to be like the cannon, you know, you're now going to have more agency to get into fights, find flanks, because you're going to have vision control. But the rest of your team, it's like, how are JDG going to walk in? Look at the map right now, just littered with BLG wards throughout River. They're going to be able to retake the vision towards spawn side of the top that JDG have been able to get. Is, you know, I told you, I'll tell the world, my goal today was not to call JDG top esports. We've already failed. not even into game 3 yet. We've already failed.
I really can. We'll just call Sybil. Dude, you have Knight and 369.
It's Knight and 369. It's Knight 369. What do you expect?
I've done it before. I did this split a couple of times. I mean, again, when Knight and 369 joined back up, you just thought, hang on a minute. This seems a little bit familiar. And speak of the devil, okay, here comes the chunky man from the top side. He's going to walk his way in as BLG. Shun's just engaged on stunned up. He can't land for a spike. JDG Lyric, the window was so small, but they found it through Knight again.
But you see the types of windows, the types of plays they have to look for to find ways into this game. Playing in Fog of War, waiting for someone from BLG to walk into them, and now going to hopefully take a dragon off of this. BLG, though, still want to contest. They're bringing in the Ken. Actually, it's the Galio coming in.
It is. Kennen does have Flash and the engage. Yagao wants to set him up. Been thinking about it, but Dragon's already down. Objective bounty goes through as well. And JDG, it's just like game 1, Lyric. If there's a will, there's a way.
JDG just, it's these small cheeky plays allowing them to get back in. Looks like BLG off this should be able to get a bottling turret. JDG on the opposing side don't feel comfortable in overstaying to push mid, knowing that Shun is back up. Just back off, try and get closer towards your next items, and come back out on the map. So, again, JDG might get Dragon at BLG at least trading with gold by taking this turret.
Okay, 369. How much jeopardy is he in? Elk does come through as well. Ambitious out of Elk, but maybe just forcing 369 back as the rest of the team are moving up here. Shun now joins in as well. Lyric, he's got that Herald. Inner turret on the menu while Bin's actually taking one of his own.
Gonna keep going with the siege. Herald gonna be dropped down, and with Knight up towards the top side, there's no way for JDG to even answer, but bringing the flank, wanting to find Bin.
Knight doesn't have flash available, used it before, but Ygal's ulti going to come through. Hero's entrance, Bin pops the slicing maelstrom, and Knight's just hit the counter punch. An ambulance for who you are. Shun now joins in a turret through mid. Was already getting pressured, but now BLG looking for more on the menu.
This is why we highlighted that the same types of plays won't be able to work. There's just too many defensive tools on the side of BLG to make sure that those picks can't be given in the same way. JDG's one reprieve, their one kill, was BLG blindly walking into them. So BLG, Elk.
Elk, okay, almost did land for a spike. What? Elk on 20 HP. Shun has the fingers of a masseuse.
Comes out with the save. Elk manages to get out alive, and that's going to be it. BLG going to be able to disengage, going to be able to back off. JDG going to try and find small wins off of this. We can see Kanavi taking away the blue buff right now. And with Baron coming up, it's going to be a battle for vision towards this top half of the map. Actually, I'm wrong. It's going to be a battle for the Baron outright, knowing that Elk went for the reset.
On spawn, on spawn, on spawn. Elk needs to come through fast. JDG are pulling off, though. It looks like not too confident with this one. Being 6,000 gold
I just wanted to say, like, are you really going to all get into that pit up against a Kennen, a Kindred, just so many ways of shutting you out, locking you up, and getting damage? As we're going to see here, Elk walking in, not expecting the damage to come through from Ruler, but those fast fingers from Shun, 20 HP on the Aphelios, and Elk manages to survive.
60 minutes, $80. It's worth it. They're precise. Your back has never been cracked like that before. Shun, now with a Black Cleaver, by the way, it feels like his prices should go up. And especially when you're a 2-item Kindred Lyric, this is just his game to continue taking over. You said it so well. It's a double marksman comp as well. And Shun now with 6 marks in total. His range is going to be, out of Elks, maybe even more at this point in the game as BLG look to hover around and utilize the strength and damage they currently have.
BLG just feel confident, just walking up as a group in mid lane. Even look at the minimap. You have been constantly hovering just in case he can find an angle to come off on a flank and lock people down. And they're going to use this push into top side like we can see now and just try and get more control over vision. Make sure that JDG don't have any information to work with. Pull them across the map by pushing inside and just doing a great job of playing things by the book.
And that's what we've known them through from playoffs. their grouping, their team fighting, how they sync up. I think your gal's been really good at that so far in playoffs as well. And, you know, we've been talking about Ben being the best top laner in playoffs, or at least one of. I think I would say best top laner, especially through his laning phases so far.
369 was first All-Pro, and we see what's happening in this series. Sure, he is opting into like tank matchups against carries, but still, Ben having a field day.
Okay, wrong button. Yeah, the cat sideways. I mean, wrong button from Shun. He knows. He's laughing. That was not the right one.
Bloodthirster now picked up by Alec. When we are saying that JDG are so indexed into just outright bursting an opponent out, having that shield online is going to do so much more to just make it so JDG have once again another target that's going to be hard to whittle down.
Yeah, I'm trying to set it up. As you said, whittling down a target before, it was based on Shun, based on when he didn't have his ulti. Now that is a reality once again, as Shun has a little bit to wait for that cooldown. But how did JDG just walk in? Been now spotted on the ward on the side as well, Lyric. And that Dragon, 5 seconds till it's up. JDG aren't even all here. They're going to have to teleport in if they want a piece of this. And, well, they do. But Knight, it's on a control ward. So BLG have a bit of an idea here. They're going to chase him down. They know. They see when you teleport on control wards. They go for the rest of the fighters. Knight now spotted out on the Shun. Remember, he has no ulti. Tidal Wave knocks him up. It might burn him. A double kill coming through. Ruler's now in the game as Lyric. That fake use of the ult from Shun.
The misclick.
Cost them everything.
It punished them. That is absolutely wild. The misclick from Shun being that it costs BLG. And if they end up losing this game, because they are going to lose the Baron right now, my God, my heart would be bleeding for BLG. They at very least will get themselves on Soul Point.
But it's the same again. They moved to Soul Point in game 1. JDG found a fight based around that 4th dragon. And even though BLG moved to Soul Point, it kept happening thanks to Knight. So, are we doing deja vu? We hitting the gas here? What is going on?
Knowing, having TP both members in, we're going to see it's actually Knight the one to come in on the flank, which I think makes sense because he's the one with the easy ability to lock people down on the end. So goes for it. Once again, Knight being the hero to bring them in. The stun comes through. 369 flashes in. And one thing that JDG have just shown they're very good at is even when they're behind, they know how to identify who the key target is. They know how to prioritize getting the kills off and like going in unison, going in sync. It's been such a pleasure to watch them take advantage of these small mistakes that BLG is giving over. Ooh.
I mean, speaking of mistakes, Ruler went forward on that, had to flash away, ambitious, but the whole of BLG just ran at him.
Now we're going to see Lamb's Smite back up, so BLG having that extra safety online to be able to play around with, and them taking advantage of Knight and Ruler both not having flash if a fight breaks out.
Elcom was caught out as well. You mentioned Knight, Ruler, also 369 if he wants to flash Q. That's something worth noting. Your Gal same with Shielded Durant. I remember the days you could flash Shielded Durant. Remember when Galio could W and then flash? Those were the days. Those were the good old days, especially when Galio, his ulti, I think you attacked him and he just spurted it back out at you in Season 3 or 4. Those were the good old days. I gotta pause. Culling comes out. Elk takes no damage. And 369 gets bullied out by Shun. Remember, 2-item Kindred. And even though JDG got the pick before Lyric, as you said earlier, it's just a very different composition that JDG have to run into this time.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was trying to remember what Old Galio was like. Old Galio was the one that had like the Nunu-like channel with his ult, but it was like a giant taunt and then damage, right? That's what it was?
It was.
Man, it's been so long. I can remember some things very easy, like, again, like Old Scion and how that interacted. But Old Galio, my God. I just remember it being a mess. Though it did look way more intimidating, which I liked.
The best, so best rework, probably Gangplank, because old Gangplank was hilariously rubbish. It was so OP. I'm talking Season 1.
Oh, I love Aatrox. I think the Aatrox rework has always been my favorite just because of the amount of...
That's good.
It's just so fun, the dashing around with your Qs, hitting the sweet spots.
Maybe Galio is the best one.
Yeah. I mean, Galio's is pretty solid. You know, I need a old Galio. We need to go back is on. You got to be careful.
Old Galio not as great as Knight's trying to get a pick. The back's already taken, though. That timing. little bit rough for Knight, but the intention was there, as I believe it was Ben who is backing in the brush. Now, Lyric, we've got a time up. 2 minutes 15 until Infernal Soul. BLG have lost a bit of their gold lead. They still remain in control, but JDG are turtling this out a bit, just pulling back, waiting for picks. Na'Vi spotted out.
Look at Ruler.
BLG, they're just kind of expecting it.
Infinity Edge, now online. Like you said, turtling it out, getting the gold that they've needed. 369 also finishing off the Jack show, as he did start off with the Abyssal Mask. So we're going to see what Ruler can do, as he's playing very far forward.
But he can't do that much damage. Lyric, he's a 3.5 item Lucian who's culling. Won't hurt your gal with his Zhonya's, and also 10 stacks of Rod of Ages. He's looking for Elk, but Elk has a Lulu, and Kindred's never in rage, so now it's culling down. Let's see what else JDG can do. Knight is waiting for that influential ult again. Chun running forward into Ruler. Better AD wins, apparently. Has been now channeling forward. He gets Tibbers out because he was running at Knight head first. Almost dies because of it, but that is Tibbers down and out. As positioning here for Elk, a little bit dangerous. 3 members for JDG. Try him, but he will not be caught out.
So ideally as BLG, you would want to be able to find a fight before that Tibbers comes back up. The good thing about Ben getting chunked out in any circumstances, he has TP online, but JDG back off, so you're not going to be able to force a fight off of that cooldown being used, and there's no neutral up. Dragon, still about a minute away. So definitely doesn't feel like it was all too bad for Knight to, again, just gamble throughout the Tibbers and see what you're able to come away with.
Observers highlighting the TP ward there on our screens as well. So maybe an opportunity, Lyric, for Knight to get a really good flank. And I will say, so far in the series, JDG have been really good at setting up some of those wards for team fights, right? Despite their comp, whether it's game 1 or game 2, some of the teleport positions have been pretty threatening for BLG so far.
I feel like we've just seen BLG struggle at when it comes to like retaking vision. You can even see now not clearing some of the wards towards that bottom side jungle. Now going for their resets, they do have sweepers back online, a lot of control wards and inventory. Because you can see that's the play that JDG are banking on, right? It's walking into Knight from Fog of War. The Tibbers comes out, multiple members, immediate burst out. Don't give time for things like the Lamb's Respite to be able to come through and save the day. So Vision going to be the most pivotal thing for BLG to get to not let that play happen.
For JDG too, I mean, Ben is spotted out by 369. Meanwhile, though, Knight's caught out. Dragon goes down, but BLG have a bit of a pinch here. Ben thinking about it. He's got a blast cone to take. There's good Aqua Prison from JDG, but Lyric, they're on the wrong side of the map. They've got to run away. Ruler tried backing away, but BLG, this pinch massive. Ben has flash. He's got Slicing Maelstrom waiting for his time to go in. 369 zones him away, and maybe it gives help to the other members of JDG, but as he flashes, as Cullen comes through, Jing Dong, this is not where you want to be. Kanavi goes in for the kick. Ain't it, as Elk goes in and takes down a world champion. He was known as Joe Among, but now we ride him like a stallion as Elk.
Elk going massive, going forward in the team fight, believing in his team, knowing things like the wild growth are going to come through and make sure he can play as aggressively as he wants. And now that's going to open up the Baron for BLG.
The man who's developed over 5 great years of gameplay, who just went in full legendary mode. That's Elk. Lyric, the reliable carry is there, and JDG, as you said, now have to defer off of this Baron. Like, it's going to go down pretty quick. Knight needs a miracle.
Yeah, still going to wait around and look for Piagao. Going to flash over. They're from the same city. And you know, once you take him down, Ben going to be the one to come through and get it done.
The rivalry massive. Yagao showboating here. And ladies and gentlemen, with Baron going down, BLG reascertain their control. 5,000 back up in the lead. This game is looking good to take us to a 1-all.
So BLG, again, wanting to try to take back Vision. They can't just finally walk in. Luckily, they do spot Knight on a ward, so they don't have to worry about the Annie. And it's what leads Yagao to TPing in into making sure that they're able to bring him down. So I like that BLG realized, hey, let's use this opportunity to keep forcing a fight so we can take that Baron that's going to be up incredibly soon. It's just about how do they want to start it. And funnily enough, it's Elk, the one with the agency to go in. We see him Gale Force and then flash away from Kanavi and then just run Ruler down, knowing the Wild Growth's there, knowing the ult from Yagao is going to be able to follow up, and just runs away with the team fight for Billy.
That's just legendary. Ball of Steel and Elk relying on his team. Again, BLG have synced so well together, not only in the split, but in playoffs so far. You can see this synergy. And against JDG, our #1 team, game one, they looked poised to take it. They were up 5,000, but this time around, as Lyric said, different conditions with a more team fighting prospects here for BLG in game number 2. And Lyric, they've got that Soul coming up yet again. They're 5,000 gold ahead. They've got the Baron. They're sieging through mid. And for JDG on the defensive here, as they just watch minions start taking away and chipping at their inner turret.
And gonna have to worry about 2 lanes. We can see the Kennen right now pushing in bot. So BLG, again, if they were able to start taking away some of this vision, they do have some control wards in pocket. Would be nice. Like then they could use that flag of war, rotate back and forth, and JDG really not have any idea of what is going on. Still gonna be able to do that with the Baron, even if JDG do have some information. What does the information matter if you can't do anything about it?
That's right. Again, it doesn't matter because the face BLG and find an angle just seems so difficult. We've got 3 items in the top lane, 3 items through mid, with a potential Magi's that could come through from Yagao, who's doing pretty well in this Galio. 3 item Aphelios, folks. You know exactly what that means. And with the QSS as well, it just gets so much harder. You can see in the meanwhile, though, Yagao hitting down the side lane. Lyric, Bin's going top. ELG putting a bit of a stamp through mid as well. All lanes adding pressure.
Again, just playing by the book. They get bot lane inner turret. Now move your Kennen up towards top side, rotate between mid and top, and take this one. Also means because JDG were fighting down towards bot side, that's where all their vision was concentrated. So now you're going to have first move. And now once again, going to be on JDG to try and find an overstep. But when you have this little amount of the map to work with, you can't even set up the same cheeky plays with the Annie that you were trying to do before.
True. Only one of them's worked so far. I mean, Knight is 0-5-3, and Lyric, to be fair, I feel like BLG had a really good response in draft. They were willing to leave this Annie open again, but they learned from their mistakes in game 1. They adjusted their draft, and it feels like there's a lot of options you were talking about that could deal with this Annie ulti, that can deal with how JDG wanted to play out this game. Their damage source as well, let's be real, not enough at this point. It's 4-item Lucian, yes, but will Ruler be alive to output all of his DPS, especially when Elk is close to matching, has so much shielding, and Knight, oh my god!
No.
Slicing Maelstrom used on a single target, but it doesn't matter. Yagao teleports in. They're just like, whatever, we won't need it for the fight anyway.
Right now, I mean, we just see BLG running JDG down. Great job of making this series competitive. Great job by Elk this game to show up against his former support that he played so many years with and showing, hey, you think you're happy with our divorce? I'm also happy working with On down in the spot lane. And then Shun, I mean, right, JDG gambled on giving away this Kindred. I actually don't think the plan is bad. It's a best of 5. It's been banned every game so far against BLG, and they've still won anyway. Leave it open, see what happens. But you've learned you are not going to do that again.
No way. Again, Shun's control the early game. Sublime as BLG's control this late game even more massive. The Mountain Dread broke out as Kanavi has to back away. He's been targeted. And BLG opened the base. Inhibitor turret on the bottom side down, and Inhibitor follows through. The Ruler, was that just Bin's damage? I mean, this cannon is a bit of an electric eel right now.
And it just goes to show the draft in the next game. You know, assuming no huge mistakes come out from BLG and they're able to close this out, going to be all the more interesting. Going back to worrying about things like the cannon, going back to now as JDG having to put respect on that Kindred, just a lot of things they're going to have to go through your mind going into game 3 of BLG with, I'm not even going to say if, BLG have Soul, BLG have the Aphelios, the Kindred, BLG are going to be able to close this out. And if I curse it, I welcome it because I want to see how JDG would win this game.
I mean, it would be crazy. And again, like BLG with a very different style of this game, you'd have to think as, oh, the mark is left. What a throw from Yagao. 8th mark, by the way, if you want to keep track, as we look at Knight again, who just tried to back, and then Bin decided to press 3 buttons.
Yeah, comes in, throws out the Q, ulti's there, like everything. Just dishing out the damage, like you said, with Shun. You said sitting on 8 marks, so going to be at the 100 bonus range. So going to be at a pretty nice point. Wait for a few more to come online and see if he makes his way up to 125.
Look, he's got GA too. So not only does it become harder to kill, he's got a backup plan. So for Shun, I mean, what more could you want? Especially when you're seeing Kanavi versus, for a lot of global fans, maybe an unnamed jungler. people don't remember, but this is the guy that covered for IG, you know, for when the whole team kind of fell apart there. Remember, they lost their prime, and they was he with the rookie in the Shy Squad? I believe he was for a couple of splits.
He was the first, and then you know they left, and he was the one that got built around. Had the roster with like Mole, on and Wing still in the bot lane. Yeah, didn't work out. But we did see on that roster, a lot of times Shun going 2 carry performance wasn't enough for the team to win. This time on BLG, having the players around him to enable that. Everything's up on the side of BLG as well. All summoners are there.
Oh god, Shun's just chasing them down. Look at this with the Infernal Soul. This Kindred going to be popped here with a Force Evasion, but you're like, what even? Excuse me, Stone Plate is Shun just hovers around, threatens here. This Kindred has no fear, as with a Lulu behind him as well, and Bin's ulti flashes in, doesn't get too much off, but again, someone deal with Shun! He's flashing forward, sets up the Yagal, there's the Lamb's Respite, but he's still auto-attacking that mounting Dread. It's a 1-2-3 Mike Tyson knockout.
And now for BLG, they can just keep pushing down this space. They're going to break open an inhibitor. They have supers down in bot. They're going to be able to push through top.
Oh my god.
And Elk might just start killing everyone.
That Cho'Gath's got 3 items to be a tanky man. Elk! Oh, the flash forward, man. Remember my name.
BLG now, I mean, they have everything here. Supers are in the base. Everyone's alive. And they just keep looking to end the game.
They're going to do it here. I mean, JDG need to stand up. They need to fight with what's left, but they're just getting poked down to death. Bin come through. Yagal flashing on top. Elk again into Ruler. The world champion means nothing, and BLG first to them means absolutely diddly, evening up the series.
Great to see, especially from Yagal. His first playoffs on a team that isn't JDG. Spent, I believe, 5 years on JD Gaming, coming up against him again in this playoffs, and now picking up a win set up by Shun, how well he works with his jungle. Elk being that huge carry threat for the team, and it just goes to show that, I mean, this is going to be a competitive one. 2 out of 2 games, BLG has had the lead early. This very much could have been a 2-0 start for BLG had, you know, something's not gone sideways in that game 1, but great bounce back to make this a competitive series.
I mean, again, BLG, like, it was the same early game lyric, but it was how it transitioned through. JDG found a couple of picks, couple of fights, but from that point, BLG kind of found their composure. And I think it's important to note that it was a very different style of composition, as you were telling us throughout. But I feel like it's just BLG learning from their mistakes too, kind of dotting the I's, crossing the T's better with how they wanted to take their fights.
Yeah, I feel like a couple of things changed for them. One, their composition answered much better into what JDG I did it again. What JDG put together this time, right? We said, like, how's this Annie and Lee Sin setup really going to come through? Like, the burst, it just doesn't feel like enough up against, like, Galliot coming through, the Lamb's Despite being there, just so many things you have to contend with. Cho'Gath, which I was excited for and thought, cool, we get to see how 369 is going to handle this pick and utilize this. It's like, all right, you know, did fine, I guess, in lane. Did have to flash a few times, but still didn't necessarily go down or get solo killed. But it's like, how are you ever going to be able to find an impact in team fights? How are you going to walk forward on this Kindred who's going to be able to cut you out? On this Aphelios who's going to outrange you? You don't have anything to really enable your movement either. You know, having the Nami down in bot lane, so you know you're not going to get like a Shirelia's who's going to go towards the mandate. Just, it felt in terms of draft, BLG set themselves up for success way better. And also, we're way more conscious in terms of what JDG's win condition was after the one time that Knight did manage to make a play on the Annie.
Yeah, rough otherwise outside of that, but as you were saying again, maybe it's just banning the Kindred here is step 1 for JDG. Or maybe getting themselves a hyper carry for Ruler again, because on this Lucian, Lyric, he did a bit of damage, but what Elk was able to do in that game on the Aphelios, how On was able to set him up, it was just beautiful all around. I mean, even the setup from Yagal, you can't go talking about BLG's success in Game 2 without going through every member. Bin's solo kills, Bin's ability to smash on 369 again, who did less damage than a Lee Sin, almost less than a Nami. And everyone just throughout just had this stellar performance where, I don't know, this team's such a surprise. I can't believe we're at this state where they've now just taken a game off JDG and they're in a position to, you know, potentially win this series, right? It's a long way to go. We're only into game number 3 coming up, but it's just nuts.
I think coming into the split, BLG ranked 5th or 6th in terms of how they finished the split, so already outdoing expectations and maybe even able to go further, giving, the first Lee Sin loss to Kanavi this split, giving the first Annie loss tonight this split, while they stay undefeated on picks like the Kindred and the Aphelios.
Oh, man. Look, what's going to change in Game 3? I think we have to highlight Game 3 draft should be a lot of fun, but hey, BLG even up. We're one apiece here. Game 3 coming up right after this to see who can electrify that third and maybe game-leading game for whoever.
도란도 계속 봐요. 도란도 계속 봐요. 도란이 제일 컸는데 이거 잡아야 되는데 근데 저기가 안 되면 도란이 없어지는데요. 아페리 프리딜이에요. 아페리가 되는데 한번 나가리까지 이러면 달려들어가 누굴 때려요. 때릴 사람이 없습니다. 젠지에게 힘이 조금씩 빠지고 있습니다. 와 그런데 페이지가 내려서 남아있으니까 구마이스가 너무 세요. 그리고 남아있는 선수가 없습니다. 이렇게 에이스 마요시를 해줍니다. 이렇게 넥서스가 파괴가 됩니다. 시대.
Tell me what I gotta be to make you believe everything that's inside of me. Inside of me is the side of me you don't wanna meet. And I can promise I'm a pride on my enemies.
先找这个了，大招已经被打出来的情况下，你撒出来撒的效果还不错。猴子直接一波反进场找佩佩高，但是自己身上立刻被掏了一手虚弱。小天二刀天宫，见找下佩佩高的离仓装，2度进场嘛，但是被打到太难。万雷天老爷，天雷杀机再次站了出来 ，Rookie 要被2段踢给踢死，爆炸了，正面已经成溃败之。虽然说猴子换掉了一个，但是又是个回旋踢，再加上稳稳的垂直钩子和恶影钟摆，有狐狸收获 triple kill，
这波完美的一个开团，直接。
Okay, folks, I'm back and reloaded. If this one doesn't blow, well, I'm coming back with explosives.
Boogie ready, River ultimate on the Maokai.
He's looking for the angle.
They know he has no vision.
River.
They know they have no vision. He wants to go.
Multiple control. There he goes. Hui with the play and the jump in to follow. It's burned HP bars for AG. They ain't got no FBI to hold up the mantle for them. Licorice getting the kill onto Vulcan and Jojo zoned out. Golden Guardians clean, clean, clean.
Every amp on the planet still isn't matching my voltage. Yo, this cat is the coldest. I need a plaque that was golden. I really have to be goaded. You getting left in this showing.
아니면서 상대방이 못 참게끔 벌을 하는 소리예요. 스킬 하나 뺐죠. 이런 스킬 하나 뺀 거고. 안 빼요. 들어왔죠. 페퍼가. 대답이요. 그다음 선수 돼요. 아펠이 때립니다. 구마유 씨가. 그런데 구마유 씨가 미치만 도달했는데요. 그리고 살았어요. 구마유 씨가. 와. 그래서 이거는. 이건 구마유 씨.
Seriously, no, I'm kidding. Practically joking. It's totally random. Like this man doesn't have any motive.
这边骚扰，那就像刚讲的，他不能被飞爱锁到头，而且这波是被锁到头之后呢，旁边是完全没有队友。
来看一下勾到一个救急电话，给到的是塞恩，一个举到，但是侧面的位置均加直接绕后把艾特给秒杀，再一个巨幅毁灭，double Q给到他，再举到一个 triple Q 给到均加，再一棒，大家夸张 ，Panda 就在眼前，均加，均加还在追，
帮忙缓一下，
过来想缓到 Penta Q。
And I really have to be goaded. You getting left in this showing. I need you to prepare yourself for what's about to happen.
Não vai ter como, não tem flash, não tem ult, não tem nada. É dragão na mão do time da Red. FNB! Pega que é ladrão!
Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. On the lock, on the key, and I'm doing time. Someone to save me, turn on the light. I don't know what is wrong, but it just feels right. Won't you break me out? Won't you break me out? Like a bad dream, but I can't sleep. Seems like I just can't get past me. Oh, 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 oh. Won't you break me out? You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain. break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. You're the chain, you're the lock, won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door, won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock, won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door, won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Oh, won't you break me out? Wanna wake up in my bedroom with you right next to me, holding my hand. Something I could get used to, 'cause you're by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. There's nothing like this feeling. Could look at you for hours, don't mind me. Didn't know how much I needed to have you by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever.
下场就要对阵京东的中单选手奈特嘛，然后跟他其实也是老朋友、老对手，都互相比较了解吧。然后我觉得他常规赛发挥都挺好的吧，就应对他的话，就希望不要被标记上菜的那个标记吧。就我们既然走到了这里了，我们目标肯定是我们目标从上到下都是想去 MSI 的，所以说我觉得还是很有信心去的。就想问一下京东，跟我在一起打爽，还是跟奈特在一起打爽？
Okay, well, I hope JDG have a response for that, because after that game number 2, maybe he's making a bit of a statement as he goes up against his old bro in the mid lane. Lyric, good to have you here for what has just become a bit of a turn of events with BLG taking game 2.
Yeah, it's been great to see. We had Bin pop off. He's going to be our MVP, but the whole squad popped off. Like, it's really hard to pinpoint and highlight one member when it's like, okay, Bin heavily winning top side, great impact in these team fights. I mean, Shun was just getting ahead on this Kindred. You highlighted it was like 2 marks in the first 5 minutes of the game. Bot lane was doing fine. Yagao doing a great job to enable the rest of his team and join up on these team fights. And that's where, to me, BLG have looked the best, looked the most successful, is again, working as this 5-man unit, kind of looking for these fights, looking for these brawls, and being able to come out ahead because of both games so far, again, great early games from Billy to make sure that they're able to take this win.
His lanes have been insane. Lyric, he's been the better laner than 369. And even though there's been, let's say, a bit more jungle attention from Shun up in that top side than Kanavi, we've seen individually Bin has just been styling on whatever the matchup may be. And it's been really nice to see, considering that he just destroyed the Shy. Like, if anyone missed Weibo Gaming Series, he top-gapped the Shy from here to, I don't know, Pluto. It was massive. And now, again, he's just taken over the game and going up against some other top players in the league, like players who have won domestic titles. And let's be real, you know, Bin still looking for his own. Lyric may have gone to the finals of Worlds, but Bin in a position to really style again as we go to Game 3.
Yeah, looking to see what he's able to do. And going to Game 3, we're going to have a change of sides. JDG going to be back on blue, so that could make all the difference, right? We're not still in those first couple rounds where, like, the team gets to pick the 3 games. They get to be on which side now. Now we are in loser ends up choosing. So JDG maybe going to be able to go back to some bands that are more comfortable, you know, not have to worry about something since they will have that first pick available, you know, if they wanted to go towards something like a Kennen themselves. And I just want to see them clean up the early game because you know, we have a 7-minute break. I've already been scouring the depths of the world online. See a lot of people saying, JDG's early game just is not good enough. And it's like, again, in this series, I wholeheartedly agree. Throughout the regular season, they were by far the most dominant early game team we had in the league. Like, again, high average goal difference of 15. It was like 2.5K. Highest kills at the 5-minute mark. Highest kills at the 15-minute mark. Highest gold leads. Just everything. Highest CS differentials. Like, seriously, statistically, they were our most dominant early game team. But when they go up against a team who can put up such good showings, especially around their jungler, I feel like since JDG are so disconnected in terms of how their lanes play with each other, it just sets up well for them to be exploited when you have someone like Shun, someone like Yagao, who are so willing to move around the map and really disrupt it and set someone like Kanavi behind.
And for lack of a better word, you know, cleaner macro, it seems like as well. You know, better grouping, better teammanship, whatever you want to call it. I need to correct myself, just Lyric, before we go on. Bin, of course, does have a domestic title already with RNG. I kind of forgot that one because he was, you know, only on RNG for what? One split before he went to BLG in 2022 summer after winning MSI. And remember, Breathe and Bin swap.
Yeah, we were moving so quick. I was like, I'm not gonna let him know. I'm not gonna remind him of that because you're right. Yeah, Bin not spending much time on RNG whatsoever before coming back to. I even believe it was like initially a trade. Like BLG did sign Bin, and then they traded him for Breathe, and now making his way back, doing incredibly well here. But I still want to see how bans change because I think looking into this game, I think draft in Game 2 was the most kind of pivotal thing in terms of what set up BLG to have such an easy time, because I still think we saw BLG in the mid game, like things like their vision control could have been a little bit better. Again, how they're using control wards and sweepers to deny JDG any opportunity to even look for those plays. So if they don't get such an overwhelming lead, there could be that area where, again, JDG have shown a bit more, I'd say, cleverness in terms of being able to figure out how to win even when they're behind. So if they can at least be in a neutral game state, right? I mean, that's going to translate over way better. But Kennen, Kindred, these now going to go into this game as question marks. Annie, another pick that after Game 1, we're like, hey, this is going to be huge for Knight. Are BLG going to respond now? After looking at Game 2, they're probably like, hey, this isn't as big of a deal. So I think this will be the game that makes or breaks how teams are viewing some of the priorities in the series so far.
I think this game shows chess, right? As JDG, okay, the first piece to move. Again, that Bishop goes out to G7, and it seems like the Kindred is going to be taken away. So interesting already as Vi from BLG. Lyric, my biggest question is, now that JDG on blue side, do they go like, well, we take Aphelios away, we get Zeri. Oh my God, I should be a coach.
Yeah, it looks like they're angling for the Zeri first pick once again. So in Game 1, BLG took away the Gragas as their third ban. We'll see if they decide to change it up. Be like, hey, 369 actually hasn't been that big of a deal. And it's one of those things, again, when you're in a series, you have liberties to take these gambles, like how JDG weren't banning the Kindred. And now BLG opted to not banning the Gragas and taking out that Zeri instead. So Ruler can't look to take over the game, and that's
Oh,
what
okay.
they're going to do. So now for JDG, I mean, I'm curious to see what their first pick is going to be. Even things like the Rakan now left through. I don't know if they're worried about maybe On getting his hands on that, Elk and On being able to play out through that bot lane, or if they just go back to old reliable comfort in something like a Gragas.
Well, as you said, 369, we're talking about this pick quite a lot in the series, but it never came through. This time around, 369 is going to flaunt it. First pick Gragas. Lyric, we can also say that this is a flex. It's not only 369 on the team that's played it, Kanavi's played it as well, and Knight has played it. So triple flex for JDG to open.
You know, the best part is 369 is also the only one on this roster who's lost with it this split. He only lost once. Yeah? He's 4 out of 5, but both Kanavi and Knight undefeated on Gragas so far. 3 games for Kanavi, 2 games for Knight, but there it is, right? Not banning away the Rakan. Now sets up for BLG to potentially go towards this duo. Looks like they might instead prioritize jungle first before looking towards that support option on 3. So might give JDG the ability to look to take that away if they so choose. But we'll see where they want to head. Because again, Wukong really being the highest priority jungle left open. They do lock it in. And now for JDG, where they respond, you really expect them to go towards something bot here. Honestly, even if they went full bot lane and just saved that Gragas as a flex going into the second rotation.
It's worth taking away the Rakan, right, Lyric. Like, if we're talking about one part of bot, worth taking away from BLG, surely.
Yeah, again, I think just seeing them outright pick their bot lane here would be good, but instead, no. They're just going to show that this Gragas is going to go towards the soul lane. You would expect it to be top, in my opinion, because I don't know what damage profile they can really fill this out with if they sent this into the mid lane and gave something over to 369. So, Yone already shown, Jace already shown. I think both would work incredibly well with this Sejuani.
Yeah. Okay, so you get melee coming through here from JDG, but their bot side, Lyric, has been foregone. Now, BLG, are they going to do the same thing? And they're just going to say, well, we don't really put that much value in the Rakan, which is On's best champion, and set up something mid to counter Knight here, to counter the team play, Lyric. I guess BLG put more faith in that. Again, they muck around. They use their time wisely here in the LPL.
They're mucking around too much. I don't like this. Lock it in. I was going to say, if they do, it would just show how much more they are respecting Knight than saying, hey, we need to carry through bot lane, because you hit on it. It's On's best champion. If you've been watching On throughout all these years, it's been his comfort even when it is not in the meta. BLG have just first rotation Rakan numerous times throughout this split, and it looks like they're just going to end up defaulting with that one. So we're going to see for JDG angling to play heavily around mid-jungle, in my opinion. Like, you want to see Kanavi linking up with Knight and making sure that they can get stuff done. So now it's going to be about how BLG can really work around this. If they're going to just opt into maybe taking some things that can look to outrange and try to dissuade some of these engages coming through, but I don't know. Yagao has played a lot of champions himself this split, things like the Talia, which again can potentially look to play out through that, or if he even wanted to go into something more aggressive, like a Syndra coming online for him. But just so much engage threat already built up by JDG.
He's got things like the Veigar as well, Lyric. Just to mention that.
True.
Both Yigao and Knight have played a little bit of it this split, so it's nice to see that as a potential option. I need to correct myself. Knight, of course, hasn't, but I know in the past he has. I guess he's more of the Ahri, the Jace, the Syndra player. But Yigao might have that as an option unless JDG take it away. Now, Gwen already taken. There's the Annie in reverse. But now do they just go mid, counter top pick, Lyric? Like, what is the flavor?
You know, since they're already, they're already showing both soul lanes, right? So it really doesn't matter which way you go too much. But I don't know what Bin even has that he can pick into the Gragas, considering that, you know, the Nar's taken away. Jack's typically not a champion you pick into the Gragas with the lane matchup that it has. Kennen being banned by themselves. Looks like they are going to go with the Veigar here, so that's a great call out by you. Again, wanting to play out, being able to zone them away, being able to try to outrange them a little bit, buy space for Elk to be able to take over and really dissuade the engages coming through for JDG.
I tell you what, if we ever retire from casting, you know, one of us open up an organization, the other can be a coach, or we can both be coaches. Call it Team Monkey, right? Any player on our team would be privileged.
Look,
to be part
I'm
of our
retired, so
organization.
you're the coach, and I'll be the manager. I'll go get the food and the waters.
Okay, well, that's cool. I kind of wanted that job. I don't want the pressure of being a coach, getting blamed. having to apologize to an audience. No way. However, as we're going back into pick ban before I get fired from another job, we get Tom Kench for the first time in a little while. And for BLG, now my biggest question is, what does Bin take up topside? Because Lyric, you said for the Jax, it's a hard matchup with the Gragas. But Bin's Fiora, the only person ever to get a pentakill in a Worlds final? Okay, no, he goes,
No,
I'll just take the Jax anyway.
Yeah, he just defaults back to comfort. And like we said, I mean, for Gragas, a lot of easy ways to play around this matchup with the belly bump, being able to get in there if the counter-strike comes out, be able to get away, having the range to be able to play out with that Q, and even just the W in terms of how annoying that could be to play out with in terms of the resist, and then like the passive coming on through with your healing. So we're going to see what Bin's able to do, because Bin has just been the better top laner in this series so far. But JDG opting into playing full-on poke with the Jace and the Varus. You have the peel coming out from the Gragas and top side. You have the safety with the Tahm Kench being there right next to both of them. So it seems like that was what their pivot was off of the Veigar pick coming out. So now it's actually going to be up to BLG to be the ones to find these engages, maybe get some side pressure going out with the Jax, bring him on a flank, and then having your Rakan Wukong find access onto Knight and Ruler.
Those angles, and they find them before they get poked down. Lyric, my biggest question is, this is a different look for both teams, right? A different angle overall. No Annie, no Galio, the Kindred was banned away, top laners are away from the cannon, even bottom lane, no Aphelios or Zeri. It's just interesting how now we're into a game 3 of this top 4 in round 4, and teams are hitting a different perspective. We can talk more about these drafts and how they operate going into game, but for now, ladies and gentlemen, aren't you glad we're here? One apiece with JDG versus BLG, fighting for a spot in semi-finals. Semis, as Lyric said earlier in the broadcast, is a guarantee of top 3. It's also one step closer to going to MSI, and Bin just said before, one of the blokes said, they think they're going to get to MSI. They believe they are. That belief got them a Game 2 win, got them a Game 1 lead. That was fought back by JDG, but gave them hope running into this game as the 5th seed versus JDG out number 1.
It was Yao who said that right after saying he hopes not to be a noob today. Funnily enough, is
true. Knight
gonna actually flash his former friend.
Yao gonna get a couple of stacks of the evil and gets himself a little bit of damage followed up as well. So nice little start here. Knight doesn't burn any summoners, but he is just gonna have to back and walk the lane with a big old question mark, because Missing might be caught out as well here. On an Elk, running them down at level 1. Ruler doesn't flash away. But remember, what CC do you have here? Ignite goes down. They just want the damage. Elk has the flash, and will he burn it? I guess the answer is no, as it is simply an Ignite that gives them a bit of lane pressure here with a good start for BLG.
Exactly. You hit the nail on the head. Lane pressure going to be able to come out from this. Having the HP advantage, also having Ruler burn his potion.
Again.
So they're going to play very defensively.
Missing has to flash. Missing has to flash. Missing has to flash. Missing has to flash. It's match. Oh, the heal out. Really good tongue lash, it seems, as Elk survives as well. He's poked on the back end. On, not able to heal up thanks to the healing stop of Ruler's Hail of Arrows. But Lyric already, bot is flavorful.
And BLG, I mean, just going a little bit too hot in terms of following the flash with Elk's own, because had you gotten that, I mean, your HP's looking good. That's a huge win for you, but they've been able to equalize.
Okay, again, good Hail of Arrows from Ruler. Elk now in a dangerous position. He's got Cleanse available, on has Flash, but Flash and Ignite available. Lyric. Ignite is a scary prospect, especially with the damage from Tahm Kench.
Yeah, again, I really feel like BLG just over-aggressing just a little bit threw away the huge advantage that they had in this lane. Still going to be fine, right? Both bot lanes chunked low, but no flash on your AD carry is going to be a lot more scary than no flash on Missing. Assuming that you could end up trading if both jungles make their way down here, which we can see on the minimap. Both Shun and Kanavi are on this side of the rift.
Just a quick nod to the win rates there. Gal's 5-0 on this champion as well. So,
but my question is, what outweighs 5-0 on Veigar or 3-7 on Wukong?
Oh, that's rough, because everyone plays Wukong, but not everyone plays Veigar. Well, maybe that makes it worse. I don't know. Actually, maybe that makes it a little bit worse. It's a good question, though. And as you said, Shun hasn't had the most success with this champion so far. Found him.
Oh, recalls end up getting canceled. So now, Ruler missing and be able to take advantage of the fact that they have those nice health bars to be able to punish. At least get this wave pushed out as Elkin on. Just look like they're going to back off for now. And for JDG, we can see them hanging around bots where it's actually BLG looking to get the head start on the scuttle.
I'm going to get tagged out a bit here by Kanavi. Knight's coming in as well onto Shun. Smite goes down, and I believe Shun does pick up the scuttle crab. Oh, no, excuse me. That was Kanavi that picked it up in the end as well. So nice little steal from under the hands of Shun.
Great job by him making sure his bot lane safe. Now we're going to see who heads up towards top side. Looks like Shun going to have the first track on that one to make sure that he's able to at least get one of the scuttle crabs that's on the rift. And not seeing too much action out of this one in an early game this time around, right? For BLG, I think it makes sense. I mean, you have a Veigar in the mid lane. You have Jax up in top side who's getting neutralized by the Gragas coming out from JDG. Maybe BLG, you want to try and put a stop to that now.
He's going invisible. 369. He's got a body slam. He has to flash away, though. Counter-Strike doesn't connect. Just a little bit too early, but the damage should still be there. 369 has no way of getting out of this. Bin won't get the kill, but Shun will. But Lyric, it's a familiar feeling for 369.
And the wave was pushing into Bin. Looks like just trying to help that one out, get the trades off. But sadly, Shun was here first because Kanavi, hanging around towards that bot side a little bit longer, going for his reset, gave Shun the window after getting scuttled to just find the gank opportunity.
Again, 369 is just not having a great time in the laning phase, whether it's Bin solo or Shun, as you said, getting there first. But, I mean, let's be real. Kanavi pays more attention to camps, as it seems, as he's once again invading and getting the edge on Shun's top side while he does Krugs. Actually, Knight's going to come through as well.
369 actually going to get some love. Like you said, we haven't been seeing it from Kanavi in this series, but with even Knight here, we'll see if they can find something.
Shun in a bit of danger. Bin's back gets cancelled. 369 with a barrel roll, and all it takes is one more bit of poke under turret. Shun now in a bit of trouble as well. Bin going to deal with the wave, but Yagal's coming through. Gets a nice little stun here, but that Veigar doesn't have the explosion of an ulti. 369 ready for a body slam. It's barreled out, rather with a roll that comes through. 369 ain't able to hit his target. Yagal has just saved the day. Knight doesn't hit the poke. Bin's still backing. He's going to get away. Lyric, that's what friends are for.
I'm just happy that JDG didn't over-aggress. Because I thought in this thing, I'm like, JDG's going to go for it. JDG going to go for the dive. Maybe that, you know, they get the kill on Bin probably, but many of them would have gone down for it. So in the end, actually not backing off. Look at the mini-map. They're still there.
Said, over-aggress Lyric. I'm in a bit of danger here. Primal Burst is available. 369 running in. He's new. Explosive cast though before he died was legendary, but Yagal gets the flush. Permafrost available onto Bin. The poke good. Knight needs to finish off the blow, but again, under turret, they stay safe and clearing out the wave. Knight just can't go any further. Lyric, what were you just saying? As, hang on.
They just couldn't resist.
I gotta hold on there. Bot almost evolving as well, but you're right, they couldn't.
No, JDG, I mean, they invested so much time into looking for the play. They felt like they had to commit to try and get something on top side. Instead, end up giving over a kill to BLG. But bot lane, still very tense. Knockup comes on through.
Not going to get too much from
Not
the
going to turn
feathers
into
flying
anything,
back in.
Look at the junglers. Both are on the side of the map right now. Still, not really close to ultis coming online for them. Kanavi just hitting 5 a little bit ago. Shun now just hitting it as well. But I feel like that's really going to be the point where bot lane could explode. But we're going to see here what happens. I mean, waiting around, waiting for someone to come in, getting the knockback into the Veigar, but the cage from Yagal just preventing the Sejuani from getting involved, really being the difference maker in what leads to a kill not coming out. And sure, flashes have to be blown, but they still escape.
They do indeed, and Yagal picks up a kill from the top side skirmish. Knight spends all that time, Lyric, so that it's not like he got anything mid. The wave, I believe maybe one crashed against Yagal, but that's it. BLG are ahead again by 1,000 gold in the early game. Great ward, by the way, that was just placed by On, it looks like. Or at least some other member of the community that is BLG, but Lyric, they start the game off the same way they have in the previous two, which has ultimately led them to these really powerful 20 minutes of opening onto Summoner's Rift.
Yeah, I gotta be honest. Right now, it is stuck on Bin standing outside of Rift Herald, so you're gonna have to keep me informed with what's going on.
Okay, so Kanavi's doing red buff right now. There's a ward, you know, on the brush. It's like doing League of Legends radio. You know, on the brush that is the left side of red, on you know, blue side. You know what I'm talking about? right? That ward there that spots out. You don't normally go through that brush unless you're looking for it. There's a ward there. It's spotting out Kanavi. He gets red buff. He's then backing. He's pathing to top side. There were trades on bot. Mid is hitting minions. Yagao presses W. It comes from the sky. You know, nice little particle. Good dodge. Yagao dodges away from Knight. What else would you like to know? Explosive cast was used top.
Well, I'll let you know what I see right now. I see 3 feathers on the ground from Xayah just sitting there. Both bot lanes. Oh, we're back. I see.
Okay.
369. We're gone again.
Nice. Okay, you're gone again. Yagal's hitting a ward. Control ward, in fact, as well, Lyric. So you know how much gold that is. And Kanavi's trying to come mid, but Shun's already there. Are you still frozen?
No, so we've moved past the slideshow. We're gonna see how long it lasts because now I want to see what happens around this Herald, the bot lane.
Oh, you are definitely up to date, aren't you? There's the quickness coming through from On. He's hit level 6 and onto Ruler. The feathers do fly. The root comes down. Elk is going to pop the ulti, but saved away by missing. Ruler comes out with a massive shield, but BLG's 2v2 Lyric continues in yet another game to trump Ruler and missing.
Yeah, doing great. Going to force him out of lane, deny gold, deny experience, get complete vision control of the side of the map. So it's going to be up to JDG to try to find something on top side. But you can see BLG, they want to look for something as well. Shun and Yagao making their way over first. JDG theoretically could bring their bot lane first, but they just want to fight right away.
Burnfrost's going to come through onto Yagao. He's in a bit of damage, but Primordial Burst does them return onto Kanavi, who's burning down. Yagao's out of mana, though. He's got no flash either. He is in the middle of no man's land. Ben, help me, brother. Knight not going to get the shock blast down as Kanavi wants to stay out of the fight. The 369 ready to go in, but Ben ready to take on the world. Grandmasters might come through, but maybe over ambitious. 369 to clear it up. Yagao just not going to die. It's only a serrated Dirk from Knight, so they survive, but they will look to be given over the Herald over to JDG.
No, JDG, they have to back off. And ultimately, that was a 1-for-1. Missing died at the same time in the bot lane to Elk and On.
Oh, wow, they do.
So JDG not even walking away with too much more. It looks like more summoners burned by the side of BLG, but that'll be it. Is missing. Just hovering around and looking like wanting to walk up, see what's going on. Ends up getting knocked out. Knocked up, and then Elk, I guess, is going to end up knocking him out, making sure that they find something for themselves. We're going to see the replay of what happened here in topside. Just the value you're getting out of the Sejuani and the Jace. Great ult by Kanavi is really the difference maker in what leads to Knight being able to find his kill.
As you said, I mean, I thought JDG would just stick on the Herald, but they didn't. They backed away. Kanavi was too low. It was a good find from you, but Herald's starting again. So we can do this again, and Primordial Burst is almost available for Yagao again. So, wondering if BLG Lyric decide to opt into this fight, because it's looking a little bit frisky here as, hang on, Ruler, Chains Corruption comes through in the bottom lane. Meanwhile, with damage here onto Shun, his poke will connect as well, and Shun unable to pull off anything. He didn't even have Cyclone, so I guess he just wanted the flash.
Kanavi is ult. BLG need to be careful.
Gets it onto Yagao. He has flash as well. Missing there. Quickness saves his life. Yagao has to flash away anyway. Under the turret, he won't be able to do too much more as BLG playing it fine in the mid lane. Meanwhile, Elk versus Ruler continues to be Elk's favored.
Yeah, going to see a lot of trading up in topside as well as 369. After not connecting with the E, realizes he has to throw the ult and make sure that Bin doesn't just run him down.
But Bin has ulti himself. I mean, onto 369. A belly pop is all he can do at the moment with no explosive cast. Lyric, this has gone a lot better for 369 in the past with his Gragas, but Bin is trailing on CS by about 10, right? It's not the worst matchup in the world for him at the moment.
Yeah, I will say, I mean, it's not like the Jax loses out too heavily. It's really just you don't have that same kill pressure there. Gragas has a lot of ways to just disengage, dissuade any plays coming out from topside than what he's able to give to a team fight with both engage and disengage options. But what we need to look at now is for this Dragon. Because one thing that's big for JDG is Knight. Knight already being on the Eclipse, so being the first one on the map to make his way towards that Mythic and start trying to put out some damage. But it might not matter. BLG might just finesse this Dragon out right from under them.
It is on a ward, though, and Yagao is looking for them to come in. Kanavi caught on the event horizon. There's the engage, the quickness use in the backline. Bin gonna get his Counter-Strike off as Dragon goes down. BLG pick it up. They don't lose anyone, and JDG unable to find anything in. Lyric, double Dragon start here. BLG still in the lead.
The value of the Veigar pick that you highlighted as to what we
I
should
did.
expect to come out from Yagao.
Thank you.
Again, just putting down the cage. They can't walk forward, and just makes it incredibly hard for JDG to look for any contests. Especially when you consider the fact that, right, Elk and On have been the ones getting ahead in the bot lane. They've been the ones taking plates, and that Ruler isn't getting accelerated at the same pace that Elk is on the opposite side.
That ward's still there. Just to pause, that ward is still there. Whoever put that down, it's either Shun or On. The value that control ward is getting is immense as BLG try to make a play off mid Lyric, trying to utilize this timing. Again, Hanabi is on a ward. BLG have eyes in the back of their head just because of this smart little pathing that they've pulled into the bottom side jungle for the whole entirety of this game.
Yeah. I mean, BLG right now, they got the first edition print of the Magic card, and they're just vibing, waiting to sell it years down the line.
True. Worth a lot of money. Like the LPL player cards. I got the Shy. Wait, did I? Yes, I did. I think I got the Shy. Or I got Wookie. I got one.
You know, funnily enough, I have Yagao.
Oh. That might be worth a little bit more.
Yeah.
Imagine if they got MSI, that'd be worth a lot.
So what you're saying now is I'm committed. I'm biased. I need BLG not only to win LPL playoffs, but to win MSI, Summer, and Worlds. And then I profit big money. Don't care if anyone else profits big money. It's about me profiting big money.
Yeah, you sell that on eBay. We'll sell it to our audience. Who knows? Whoever wants it. There's a great market for you. Apart from you getting sent for, I don't know if that violates anything.
Here, get me to 100,000 followers right now, and the card is yours.
Oh
Easy
my God.
deal, audience. Easy deal.
Okay, well, no offense, but you are a long way off, as am I, so it's going to be a while before you sell that card, maybe the year 2060. Again, no offense. When I say no offense, it doesn't mean any honors.
That was pretty offensive.
I had to. I just had to. You set me up to spike you down. I just had no other choice. BLG.
It's a nice change in dynamic as Kanavi.
Might be caught out, actually. Here's BLG. Finn comes through. Ulti doesn't connect, though, as Shun now looking for Knight. Double Cyclone comes through. 369 over the wall. He's got a flash. He's got a barrel, and Explosive Cast comes through a little bit late, but they've already picked up Shun, so the trade for that bottom lane turret is Shun's life. Another kill going over tonight on this Jace, who is getting pretty strong pretty fast.
And now he's going to need to be the difference maker, right? He's the one getting a lot of the gold injected him on the side of JDG. And BLG, I mean, they're slightly ahead, but they're up 2 Drakes as well. They're getting the scaling on their side for later on. We can see Elk now already on his Mythic, even close to making it towards that second item. Is we're going to see a replay of how all this went down, because Kanavi wanting to counter jungle. Look at the minimap. Both 369 and Knight are already on their way over, so Kanavi feels confident looking for this. But Bin committing the flash is what made it look a little bit dicey. But the exchange happens for so long with Shun over committing a little bit that it buys time for 369 to make his way to the fight. Even a nice guy, you know, gets another round of drinks for BLG.
Hey, for the boys. Yeah, look, it's good to see 369 have impact in this game. Again, it's been pretty quiet. He's been farming topside quite well while Bin's been moving around the map, but it's his first interaction with enemy team where got a kill, or rather an assist. Interesting to say that JDG are now back up to even gold and Lyric. I want to talk team win cons again, because range seems to be very valuable for JDG, who are now with the 2-item Jace, 1-item Varus, who isn't going poke Varus, but still has a lot of damage in his kit. I want to talk about how JDG approach this dragon, because it is going to be sole point again that BLG is going to try and force.
Shun now going to look for the angle. But yeah, I mean, kind of hitting on win cons and what we're looking at, right? Ruler going that on hit build, which is something we didn't really talk about coming into the game, because we theorized that they were going to play out from a range and fight. So maybe just feeling like, hey, BLG have such solid engage tools. We're going to have to play it a bit closer. We're going to have some DPS online to be able to take this in the long haul. So I think right now what JDG are doing are pretty good, playing around this top side where 369 is pressure, linking up as a group, and start making your way over to that Herald. The question will be if BLG look to contest, because they do have all their ultis online. Flash is also burned by 369, and Kanavi means that, you know, not as much potential threat coming out that you have to worry about. Oof.
Well, the poke still lands, still hurts at the very least. As you mentioned, those summoners down on as he goes on in. That's ambitious. He's got his flash, but no one's there. 369 even getting the first move. Shun is going to be explosive cast. Cyclone helps him out for a little bit, but he has to re-engage. He has no way out. A big mistake by BLG, and JDG are there to punish.
And it's really tragic, right? Because we've been highlighting On. On is at a stellar split. Probably the best split like in On's career so far. I'm still a very new player, but he used to just be known for moments like this, where we'll just kind of randomly go in, give over a kill to the enemy team. And seeing that once again, I think thinking you just get out easily with the Z, but not going to be able to do so is Yugao. Can he steal
Very
it?
ambitious here. Oh, close, okay, at the very least. Kanavi does smite and gets away the dragon. Third one taken. And Lyric, it's not so much deja vu this time. This time it's a new experience, which is that BLG, they don't have full control in the early game. The gold lead never grew above about 1,000. This time around, as you were saying, what can BLG do from a deficit this early on? Because both Game 1 and Game 2 have been so far in their control early that have given them a big chance.
Yeah, it's going to be rough. We're going to see here. This is definitely not what you do. Send the Rakan in by himself and then give room to engage. It's one of the reasons why typically when you do have a Rakan going in, right, you're kind of syncing up. Like you're playing a different angle from the fight than whatever your other engage option would be, because Rakan, usually not a solo engager. It's like, you know, Wukong will be going in from the front and Rakan jumps in from the side, kind of covering these multiple angles. It's also one of the reasons why Rakan is one of the only supports you typically see come off on flanks. Very squishy champion. As we see right there, right? You go in by yourself, you do just get blown up. 369, though. Could potentially get blown up himself.
This thing trying to predict this. On goes over the wall, the grand entrance now. Bin waiting here. They're going to try and make this play happen. Teleport's coming through as well. 3 members to commit. Quickness being utilized. 369 goes golden. Quickness is about to time out, but they get the edge of it as Event Horizon and the Primordial burst. One more auto. Bin gets it. And even Shun comes down in the nick of time. But as you said, Lyric, JDG say, well, we can just pull the Baron.
And they've no TPs. Yugao TP the bot. Bin doesn't have a TP. He's showing bot. This looks like it'll just be JDG's. We're going to see if Shun can get here in time.
Missing trying to zone out control.
Oh, they got it.
2K, 1K, it's gone. BLG committing everything in the kitchen sink, as you said. And Shun can't get there in time. That's just a big power play by JDG.
Great read by them to realize, hey, so much committed down towards that bot side. We have enough damage to take this Baron quickly. And now JDG at a point where they can really start utilizing this comp, right? Baroned up minions, you're going to have pushing power. You're going to get all the control of vision, which means you're going to be able to play forward and start laying down these accelerated shock blasts and really just sieging down these turrets.
Yeah, and that Baron's going to do so much. Such a smart move from JDG as BLG now try to find an angle. Kanavi's walking into dead air as Cyclone's there. The ulti immediately cleansed by Elk, but they've got nothing left. The chain corruption hits on the back end as well. 369! He loses the lane, but wait, no, never mind. He's dead again. BLG with 3 members left in this choke. Bin now on the outer fold as Event Horizon zones off. Ruler's already used the chains of corruption. He's got Ghost popping. 369, I thought that was legendary, Lyric, but he got absolutely juiced.
Remember, he's an AP Gragas. If he goes in like that by himself, he is just as susceptible as On is to just getting blown up. Still, JDG going to be able to use this Baron to find some pressure, but Bin going to try and counteract it, realizing that they really can't stop JDG's push, so Bin going to try and answer with turret and mid.
Well, at the very least, there's something. Teleport going to be used, though, and that's 369 coming back, or rather, Knight, excuse me. He's the one who teleported back to mid lane to save that mid turret. So, in the end, JDG still make it a trade, but able to open up the map a little bit more. Lyric, that was a close encounter. I'm kind of just surprised with how hilariously 369 went down. This looks so good.
I mean, it looks a bit rough to start, right? Because, again, ideally you want Kanavi there to take that damage and to really be able to complete that pincer movement. But with Kanavi so far back, 369 goes in. Knight's far away trying to put up that poke. It just allows, once those feathers come flying back, Elf having the damage just to lead him. But now Dragon, 1 minute away. This would be soul point for BLG, which they found themselves in time and time again in this series. JDG, though, maybe going to look to find kills before that can happen.
They got 5 members down here, and the rest of BLG aren't here yet. Explosive cast onto Shun. That's the clone. That's the clone. They're under turret. Bin has survived long enough. He flashed away. He gets out. JDG have overextended here. Cyclone comes through. They get the turret, but now your Gal's Event Horizon sends them up. On quickness is massive. And look at Elf go. The feathers fly out. He picks up a double onto 369. Call an ambulance, but not for BLG. Kanavi running after On. He'll get him, but Bin assassinates Knight while Kanavi's last to go. This team, this underdog team, can never be underestimated.
And what is going on in this LPL playoffs? BLG coming in and just taking out big names left and right, taking down a team like RNG in round 2, 3-1, easy fashion, 3-0ing Weibo with people like Xiaohu, the Emperor of Spring, someone who consistently gets to MSI and wins titles, and now potentially gonna, make their way up over JDG. No one could have predicted this.
Soul and the Dragon after the fact. Lyric, they use so much, and props to Bin
on the
here.
clone.
Unfortunate, really. But Bin surviving
Everything
here, Lyric.
used. Yeah, everything used on the clone, being able to survive with a counter-strike, dash away just in time, and it allows for the pinch to come from On. You can see here, gets the knock up, Elk already feeling safe and putting down the damage because the cage was there to dissuade them from being able to run in. And great discipline by Elk to hold on to his ult for a while, making sure it doesn't go down, getting the maximum amount of damage there. And I mean, once Gragas, once Varus are there just isn't a whole lot of damage to contend with the rest of this fight.
Our fifth seed continues to surprise us. Gold is even. They've got Soul Point now. Elk is 5-0-2. The late game insurance, folks. This is how BLG played. He's got the most damage out of any AD carry at 32%. And now they're looking for another pick. On ulti, good again, missing. Absorbs Knight. Ace like metal. But at least he gets the mouthful as JDG now looking for a re-engage. BLG are trying to walk out this top lane. Elk even going back to mid, as it looks like the play is short-lived.
I want to highlight that Elk is a full item up above Ruler right now, sitting on 3 in the very quick blades and Bloodthirster in pocket. Ruler only sitting on the Ginsu's in the Immortal Shield Bow. So we're going to get to see how it all started. It was actually Kanavi trying to find his way onto the Rakan, but luckily having that he available did manage to escape. I'm surprised BLG weren't more willing to try to find something there with the power spike that they have on their Xayah, but it seems like realizing, hey, especially without Shun's ultimate and a lot of flashes being down, they're not comfortable at putting themselves at risk.
Ooh, 369, what's happening here? Body Slam doesn't connect, Kanavi coming through, but again, even though he's feeling confident, doesn't want to commit that ulti over the wall. We're continuing to posture here, Lyric. It's just non-stop aggression from the countless engages on both sides.
Yeah, JDG still the ones with map control, trying to maintain control of top side vision right now with all the wards they have down, because Baron is coming up at 30 seconds. They like that they have Knight getting control of bot wave now, can recall, to start bringing your forces up towards that top half of the map. BLG in a bit of a rough place because still Bin and Yagao missing out on teleports. Really means that Bin has to be careful about overcommitting to pushing in that side, or JDG can once again look for some kind of swift Baron play.
A Baron play that put JDG into the lead. Well, Baron's now up for round number 2 here, but BLG have regained some control in River. Throwing out the wards now, JDG's next job, as 369 moving in very aggressively. And Lyric, as you said, Bin, TP's not up and available for about 30 seconds. JDG are pulling the trigger right now.
They're going to go for it. We're going to see if BLG can find it in. Shun does have his ulti online.
They need to slow it down. There's the Event Horizon. They've just found missing. Oh my god, the explosive cast comes in late as well. Elk pulls the ulti. They're still on Baron though. They're still on Baron though. JDG pull off the Baron. 4 members sit with it for the time being, but Bin's come in for a flank body slam. Going to be ignored. Event Horizon flashed out of Bin. Pops the ulti, but he can't follow under the turret. As Shun looks for a little bit more, but JDG again from out under BLG's nose will pull off the Baroners. Knight's going to back in time. Elk won't find him, and 4 members still hella worth.
Yeah, great win by JDG to be able to get that, but I'm scared we're quickly getting into a point where BLG just looks so terrifying. If any fights break out, the amount of damage that's going to be coming out from Elk and Yagao is monstrous. And soon we're going to be getting to a point where Bin can really just start hammering away at these side lane turrets. 4-3-6-9 is going to be a lot more about grouping up with the team. And remember, he is AP Gragas.
Yep.
He's trying to be a big damage threat, potentially burst out someone like Yagao if a fight does break out. It's weird to think. Yagao is 369's former mid laner.
Yep.
That's crazy.
I know, again, even though 369, you keep getting confused with top esports. They did share some time together, you're right, as just pause quickly because Missing gets nuked, but then they have to back off.
And like you said, just the timing not there by JDG. Both ults from Ruler and 369 coming out late. Luckily, though, BLG not recommitting fast enough to try to dissuade the play from coming out. I think it would have been great because Shun Stewart still had his Cyclone up. No more Chains of Corruption, no more Explosive Cask. Could have been a great way to find something, but respecting the threat from 369 there.
Now double Baron. They're moving towards Dragon Lurk. They've got pressure in these waves as JDG group up as a 4-man unit. Event Horizon does a bit of damage here to 369. Good Dark Matter here as well from Yagao. But now the fight begins. Already you can see Yagao's pumped up close to a K damage. But there's going to be Soul. Needs to do a little bit more than that as Event Horizon continues to zone out. Knight now angles himself on the edge of this river. At 9K Lyric, we face down.
I also want to say Yagao has stopwatch, even if 369 does find a nice cast.
Quickness, Event Horizon. Oh my god, it's a 3-man on comes in as well. Down with the quickness has been jumped onto Ruler. Look at this 80 carry trying to fire away, but you notice one thing, that Elk is still alive and dancing. He may be a world champion, but this series, the bottom lane is sniping down JDG.
BLG now get themselves Soul. Surprisingly, gold is still just about even with BLG having double the kills over JDG. But with that, we've seen time and time again in the last 3 fights.
Whoa,
369.
no way, no way. He's just gonna solo out the Gragas. Freaking Elk, man. This 80 carry's driving me nuts.
This guy got second on All-Pro team for a reason, actually being placed only under Ruler himself. And BLG, it's why we came saying their roster, a lot of people who were the best player on middling or low tier teams in the past brought together on this BLG roster, and now making such a great run in this playoff, showing they're a top team. You got to consider them when you're thinking about representatives who are going to get sent to MSI. Really cannot disrespect them. Upgrading their coaching staff recently, bringing in Tabe, and it really feels like everyone firing on all cylinders for this team.
It's such an improvement, and again, Lyric, well, look at this, because team fighting, BLG just so good. Your gals, that was sick.
Yeah, great cage coming through, and then look at how much CC they have, right? Immediately into the quickness, we see Shun able to stay on top of Ruler as well, even if Elk is the one who finishes him off. And for the other members of JDG, very cooldown reliant, right? Gragas and Jace. We're going to see 369 go down here and just really get taken down by the amount of DPS and sustain that he has. But Gragas, I mean, you're waiting on things like your Q and E to come back up before you're out putting more damage. Jace, I mean, like, you can get into melee range, you know, utilize the W, put off some autos, but it's quite risky. You're opening yourself up to those engages, which is why we saw Knight, after getting, like, the hammer combo off, backing up, playing out with the accelerated shock blasts.
Be caught out there on your screen. 12 out of 15 kill participation, by the way. I know you're talking about JDG's conditions and how they can actually find a recovery in this game, Lyric. And look, gold is still even, pretty much practically about as teleport comes through. I need to hold the thought. Elko's already ulted out. He's looking for Kanavi, though. And while that TP from 369 looked great, BLG just pulled the trigger on the fight. No jungler now for JDG. Our 5th seed annihilating our number 1 as 369 runs in to die. Billy Gaming, they're going to move to match point.
Yeah, BLG now having everyone alive to just push through the base, and heroics once again from people like Elk going the distance.
The miracle run at main was started from round number 1, but round 2 they beat RNG, they beat Weibo Gaming. Now against Jing Dong, who's the one ringing the doorbell for match point?
I'm telling you, this playoffs has been the craziest since I have been in the LPL. And it's not like any of these were huge, glaring upsets that are coming through, right? All of our teams coming in the playoffs, I'd say we're relatively close, barring, you know, some of those first-round matchups. But, like, you didn't expect BLG to just dumpster RNG like that. You could have expected them to win. That, for sure. But I think a lot of people expected RNG to power up a little bit when it came to playoffs. Weibo, you know, a team that was hot or cold, like, sure, they were a team who really could get smashed by anyone still. You thought coming into playoffs, people like Xiao, people like Crisp, were going to be able to deliver, and BLG just shutting them out as well. And now, I mean, this very realistically could have been a 3-0. You think back to game 1 when BLG had the 5K gold lead on JD Gaming. It's like, what is going on? What is this playoffs?
I don't understand how BLG have just come out of the woodwork and been this good. Again, this is preseason BLG where it all just kind of clicked together. They found themselves in the league, and all I can say, Lyric, is they're one step away from not only getting to semifinals, but their furthest placing ever in the LPL. Their best split ever in the LPL. Like, this is BLG's year, apparently, or at least their split. Because regardless, even if this goes to a game 5 and let's say JDG win it out, BLG have shown us here today that they're a team that aren't worth trifling with, and they have another chance in the double elimination bracket as well. So whoever loses out of OG and EDG, still, you look at this and go, oh, crap, this seems good.
I really want to like double down on what you just said, right? They're like, whoever loses this, they're not out of playoffs, because I want to remind people that sometimes, I mean, things just happen, right? Not to discredit BLG, especially they end up going on to win, because again, their run, they've just been dominant. Like, they really can just end up taking this out of nowhere. But you think back to, like, I think it was summer of last year, maybe the year before, where WE took down EDG, and then EDG came back from the lower bracket. They were able to beat WE the second time. Like, again, if JDG lose or BLG lose, we go to the distance. Like, both of these teams will have a chance to bounce back in that loser's bracket. But today, JDG, they need to change something. They need to find something to be able to come out ahead. Their early game, like, they didn't fall as far behind in gold. Actually, they had a gold lead, I believe, for most of that early game. Nope, looks like they actually brought it back in the mid game, but still, right? They weren't falling like massively behind like they did in those first 2 games. 369 was going even in lane. Knight was up in lane. It was really only Ruler missing who were the ones falling behind. But once things started to go awry, and Yagao's cages especially were really hindering them in setting up Elk to just put out such tremendous damage in these fights.
I just cannot believe. I mean, Elk's damage speaks for itself. I cannot believe it keeps coming down to team fights. And for BLG, their team fighting Lyric is just on point. Like, they have quickly become one of my favorites to watch as a team fighting team, because the way they play 5v5s, the setups, whether it's a comp like this or game 2 or even game 1 in some of the fights we saw, it's just incredible to watch the coordination between a bunch of players that, yeah, some of them have played together before, but not through extended periods like Knight and 369, for example. Or even Kanavi in 369 at this point. Or hell, right? Kanavi missing, who have stuck around on the team. So it is really interesting to see JDG crumble in some of these 5v5s when they're getting out-drafted, out-coordinated, rather, by BLG in the most crucial moments.
It's even more impressive when you consider that BLG are one of the teams who, again, typically don't run a tank in top lane. I mean, the closest that Bin gets to a tank is playing Nard, and being Mega Nard, being kind of tanky when he's in that form. So, utilizing it even with things like the Jax, which, again, still solid team fights. We saw numerous counter-strikes that really did have impact in that game, but BLG really are just impressing. And it's nice to see, thinking back to, you know, the likes of 2020 when WE were playing Protect and all in on Jomung, how far he has come now as Elk, and putting a team, you know, like bringing them to the finish line, bringing them the distance against someone like Ruler.
Well, match point now for BLG. It's come this far, a 2-1 start, and we'll have to find out if JDG can take us to the Silver Scrape or if BLG are just a force that should not be reckoned with right after this.
It does not matter whether you clone or not. Qingtian looking for an all-in onto Cream at the top side. Spirit Rush is available. Can't push the ulti though, and he just autos him down.
Hey, both coming in.
TPs from both solo laners as they know they need to be here. Wayward's Mega Nard.
Oh!
Out of the play. Rookie's on the back line. What? Instant triple for Rookie. The man of the century in this fight. Has to go huge, still surviving, has a shield over the wall looking for Jaguar. He gets one for himself. Wayward chasing down the Kassadin. They've done enough to get themselves the Drake.
And that's a lot of Magic Pen as well. Just look at his angle. Level 18, they're hitting the Baron, but they're turning to fight the all-ins there. A good all-in stun, but now IG have to be wary of Yagao. They haven't killed anyone yet. IG, as you said, Lyric, got to be scared of the damages. Arn jumps forward, but he's chasing. The Event Horizon saves his life. It's on to Shun. Hang on, a Belios moment. No way. It's happening again. On, run for your life. Yagao there as well as Elk is the only hope of taking him down. Gravitum is there with Calibrum too, but Arn's going to heal us back up with the BT. On needs a beautiful hick onto Arn through the gap close. Hook, 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 hook. Event Horizon saves his day. Elk's going to be rooted up. There's a double with Renan. Han's still alive as Bluebuff is saving his life. Han's going to die onto Elk. The range is there. They kill each other. That's my LPL.
He is having a hell of a game for himself, and now Death Count in pocket. They've maybe found a big Shallow who pulls Wayward back. The bubble lands though. It's Shallow who's gone too deep. LWX turning it around. LWX hammered into the floor by Wayward, who turns out to be the hero in the end. So crucial. Azaki, the target, knocked up, taken down. No smites when you've got no jungler. As Rookie. Oh,
Jackie's dead.
Shanji turns it around. Abel still alive as Rookie finishes him off, flashing forwards to make the hero play. Dodges the knockup, uses his clone, somehow dashes back out of the play, blocking, and Mark saves his mid laner. Absolute heroics from Rookie.
Different energies I bring, only sickness I fling. Bad like Gustavo Fring, can't try not a ting. Flyboy, I got the wings, and they can't keep up with me, dog. That's why all that I bring is wins. And they wanna hold me back, never doubt I'm a king. When they grab my killer chap on the ting, I don't wanna hear no talk from jokers. Say you got waves, I'll split that like Moses. The way that I catch it is flawless, it's awkward, cause they can't do it when they talk up. I don't wanna hear that ever. Stay on the ground like Cellar, they know man shell off. Feel man trying to get ahead of me. They should've known they ain't really got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energies. I got the energies. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. They ain't even got no energy. They don't wanna be my enemy. I got a different energy. I got a different energy.
Surfing on a wave and playing by my own rules. Come on, let's take this downtown. Wake me up to the soul sound. Hit me with the Cali sun and give me good vibration. Now I'm dancing in my new kicks, getting down to all my old tricks. Gotta get my fix. Now do you think I'm cool? It's all I wanna do. You don't wanna kill my vibe with the wrong beat. If you wanna feel alive, you gotta move your feet. Come on, let's take this downtown. Wake me up to the soul sound. Hit me with a little surprise and give into temptation. Do you feel what I feel? 'Cause I'm feeling alive.
下一场对阵京东战队，然后 Rula 也是常规赛入选了1阵嘛，然后我觉得他也是一个非常强的选手，因为也是唯一一个 ADM、FMVP 选手吧。我觉得季后赛和常规赛就还是有很大的区别吧，因为季后赛可能更多考验整个队伍的英雄储备，还有就是教练的 BP 还有心态吧。因为常规赛我们输了嘛，然后所以说就是在季后赛的时候是希望能复仇吧，然后和峰峰说，就希望我们能在这里展示每个人最好的状况吧，然后以更好的面貌来展示这个精彩的对决吧。
Elk is very like, I am proper, I am friendly, no trash talk. Like your gal's like, hey JDG, who do you miss more? You know, who do you like more than me? And Elk is like, I hope we both do well in this participation.
Hey, I also think it's fair, right? I mean, you're going up against Ruler, going up against an absolute legend of the game, so you're going to be respectful. But this time around in this series, so far, Elk has been getting the better of him. He picks up MVP, which I feel like is not surprising. And it's so nice to see, right? For Elk, someone who has been around for a little bit now, has typically been a standout and been the standout player on the teams he's been on. You know, if they can pull ahead, make it to that upper bracket semifinal, it would be huge. He has finished third once before. Again, it was that WE run I was citing earlier in 2021 where they took down EDG first and ended up losing in their rematch. So hopefully if they do win here today, it could be a little bit better than that, because I think seeing some of the players on this team make their way to that finals, making their way to a first finals would be huge. But I'm going to get a bit ahead of myself. Because it's exciting.
Are you though? I mean, this is now BLG match point, as you said. Winning here in the upper bracket, that would be new territory. That'd be the furthest BLG have ever gone as a unit as well. And as we were stating, I mean, Elk just carried this game not only through the laning phase, but these team fights were glorious. He is firing, and he's a very different Elk than he was on WE. You know, on WE, Lyric, he was a carry, he had the high damage percentage as well. But on BLG, he's more consistent, he's deadlier. He is outperforming Ruler, out of all people, in this game. And hell, even the 2v2 has been reliable for BLG so far in this series.
I remember talking to WE's coach back in 2020 when Elk was there playing as Xiaomeng. Because if you remember, their strategy back in the day around Elk was just overload the bot side of the map. You'd have like Morgan TPing down, Tishamon the Ace will make his way down. And what their coach said was, we play like this because this guy just plays so aggressive. It's not necessarily like, hey, enable like this guy who's already a superstar, but we know he's going to go forward, so we need to make sure we go forward with him. And I feel like throughout the years, we've seen Elk temper down while still keeping that killer instinct, which has made him much more consistent than he was back in, you know, those days, while also just being an absolute stud who's going to go in and find all the kills, even being the first man in a lot of these fights, right? We see him flashing forward and Gale forcing in and starting things off for Billy.
I mean, again, it's been on 3 different champions too, so I'm excited what we see in game number 4, because BLG now match point, Lyric. We've talked a lot about draft in this series, and I think it's really important to highlight yet again that draft has actually dictated quite a lot of these setups. We've had 3 very different games, 3 different compositions, and overall, I want to kind of mention that, you know, JDG are forced to ban away things like the Kennen now. You know, the Kindred was there as well. Like, do they have to start banning away Zaya or Rakan after that game? There's so much more to add on.
I feel like for JDG, right, they went with like a very different formula than teams typically do, you know, like in these metas, because usually you see like bot and jungle come out in like your first 3 picks. Maybe if you have a flex pick, something like the Annie, you know, that could be thrown in there, or, you know, on 3rd pick red side, like you can see a soul lane ban out some, but JDG going with their complete top side in that first phase and not able to make it work. I mean, 369 on his Gragas. 369 just really having an off day in my mind, like not good performances whatsoever, when I think he was rightfully voted, you know, the first all-pro top laner. Great split, just great time ever since he moved to JDG last year. We saw what Knight was able to do in game 1, but not finding that same impact. And Kanavi, in my mind, has actually been the least consistent player on this team. Funnily enough, it's been between like him and Ruler in my mind, which still is pretty consistent. Like, right, they finished first in the regular season for a reason, but again, people like Kanavi, we've seen not able to find the impact that they found on good days, to where BLG, I don't know, man. They are literally mowing through everyone they play in playoffs so far. Yagao, he is technically reigning champion, right? Him and JDG won it last split, and right now looks like he's going to go further than the rest of the squad.
BLG just need to win one game, one more game. They sit in the semifinals. They sit in their strongest placing ever, and they get one step away and 2 chances of making MSI for the first ever time in their history. Now, Lyric, I'm trying to think around this team. We know that Bin went to MSI last year. They were the winners of it. So the funny thing is that Bin would technically be able to defend his title, but on a different team. And then I'm going through, like, Shun has never been to MSI. Yagao, I don't think did JDG go to MSI?
I don't think so. JDG were supposed to in 2020, right? But then we didn't have an MSI, sadly enough.
We didn't. And I'm going through here. Yeah, it was only the mid-season. They didn't win that either. It was Top Esports that won that.
Top Esports, yeah.
And we know that, you know, in the World's Finals on Suning, that was Sword Art. So On hasn't had the experience. Elk hasn't had the experience. This would be 4 members who have never graced the presence on stage at the mid-season invitational. Now, again, maybe I'm getting ahead of myself. Like, it is quite a journey to get there. But again, if they win this game,
we're sold on the story.
If they win this game, the story gets closer to becoming reality. Match point. JDG, our first seeded team, what was meant to be our best team. Let's see what they've got because they're blue side here again. And Lyric, straight away, it needs to be those cornered bands. The Shun, Kindred getting taken away. Nah from Bin. Then do you just go, well, Zeria Felios again? No, this time it's the Rakan.
In my mind, like, I've actually been surprised that JDG have not just been prioritized with Netafelios pick for themselves. Now you'd expect BLG to potentially pivot their ban and not ban the Zeri anymore, and then you have like a trade come through where one of you can get the Zeri and one of you can get the Aphelios. I think a lot of people would prefer the Zeri coming through, just again with how prevalent that is. But that might be what's on BLG's mind right now is inch closer, we're going to see, yep. So they are going to do that, leave both AD carries open, and now for JDG, just going to lock in the Zeri.
Well, reliable for Ruler. Let's be real. That's what won them game number 1, and Ruler really cleaned house with it. So that's a good start here for JDG as it's left open, but BLG might go back to what made Elk pretty valuable in the second game as well. And Lyric, do you then prioritize jungler? Do you go for the Lulu to take it away from missing? Like, I guess BLG have some options here.
Yeah, I think you definitely could if you want to look for support, especially with the pool of jungles that's still left open. I wouldn't be surprised if they once again just want to go back to the Wukong because of how consistent it has been for Shun so far. Even if, like we said, it was 3-10 going into that game, looking very comfortable. So those are kind of the 2 options we're looking at in my mind. If they want to look to take away something like that Lulu right now, they could, or you just go towards jungle yourself with the Wukong.
Or the Lee Sin. Okay, we get to see it. Kanavi played it this series, but outside of that, it's either been banned or just left ajar. But what does Kanavi do in response?
It's not something we really know Shun for either, right? Like, he's a good Lee Sin, but not something he really gravitates towards. Only playing it 4 times a split, but all of them were wins. With the Lulu left open and not taken away, you know that's going to be what comes through for JDG. And now I'm curious to see what they want to go for here. Like I said, typically it would be jungle coming out in this rotation, both Wukong and I guess Viego, if maybe Kanavi felt like he had a good game on it earlier, if he did want to go back to that, but I feel like it would be a little bit weird to just pick that up here in terms of the picks that we do have coming through.
Wukong going to get picked up. Okay, well, they left the Lulu and JDG just snagged it away. That's one concern here from BLG, but hey, they get the jungler they wanted, and maybe now they just put themselves towards Yagal's LeBlanc. A lot of people won't identify, you know, Yagal's LeBlanc as something that's a bit OG, but it is something, again, that has been really strong in the past. So they're not even going to look at it right now. On goes Thresh, and On has just been really great on these hook champions, to say the least.
It's another OG, right? We didn't get the Yagal LeBlanc going back to, again, his days carrying on that, his battles with Knight back in 2020 on that pick, but on his best champion's Rakan, guess what his second best champion is? It is the Thresh. So now going to have the Lantern to provide the safety for Elk down in that bot lane, and already BLG looking to take away some of the strong mid lane options from JDG coming through. I like that JDG this time around are at least going to get another counter pick in one of those soul lanes, and hopefully we get a strong showing from Knight in particular. LeBlanc
okay.
taken away. So realizing, hey, with the Lee Sin, they're going to want to play something that can be a little bit more proactive in that mid-jungle 2v2. Also set up really nicely now to go something a bit more pick-oriented, like that style of champion, right? Whether maybe we do see something like an Ari as well, because Thresh, Lee Sin, great point-and-click CC, point-and-click burst. I guess single target CC, single target burst, what I meant coming on through.
Well, Thresh with an Ari, you're right. There's a really good setup there through mid. So maybe for Yigao, if it doesn't get banned away, we already saw it hovered. BLG might pick that away, but depends on what JDG are willing to let through. We've got a Gragas ban to finish off the BLG. And now for JDG to show us what you're going to do. What's that flavor? I think the biggest thing so far, Lyric, is that as Gwen gets taken away, that Knight versus Yigao has felt pretty Yigao favored. Outside of that game one of the Annie that really turned the tides, I feel like BLG's mid lane has been really reliable. So kind of excited to see what he picks out. But for now, BLG, they're going to show us some flavor on the top side. You said Bin's not really a tank player.
They don't do it.
Really
they will not do it. If they do it, no way. I actually can't even come up with something that I would do, because it would just never happen. Does end up locking in the Jax. Seems like them just showing that, knowing that JDG were going to want to go with the frontline tank for themselves, probably signaling why they ban out that Gwen with how much of a nuisance it was in that first game. But it looks like JDG are being like, hey, we've been really struggling in terms of how our early games have been going. Let's try to default back to game one, where we build a composition that has some like comeback mechanisms built in, and they can look to just try and out team fight you later on with the amount of damage and the huge front line they have so far. So now it's going to be up to Knight. The Ari is what we were highlighting potentially for BLG to go to, but it would be a nice takeaway and also give them some agency in the mid lane.
Is he just going to take a Yigao pick? I mean, I think Missing's flexing it around for Knight, but there we go. The Ari comes through in the end. Lyric, what do you take into this? Is it a Lissandra angle? Is it what? What do you run into Ari? Oh, no.
Ooh, that would actually be something that can work once again, buying them a lot of space with that cage like it did in the last game. And look at the smile on Yigao's face. You said it. He asked the question, hey, you know how do you feel playing with Knight? And now going to try and show up again with another huge performance on the Veigar and just being annoyance with those cages, set up for Elk to be that huge carry like he was in game 3.
Okay, so spit it for me. I mean, BLG, it looks like, again, there are some similarities, but I see JDG with an Enchanter, Lyric. I see a front to back again. That really worked for them in finding that comeback in game 1.
Yeah, I definitely feel like JDG will be favored, the longer this goes in terms of just a straight-up 5v5. They should be able to brute force. They have tons of engage. They have a great front line. BLG looking a little bit more pick-centric. We need to see Shun do what he's been doing all series long, which is really just linking it well with his laners. I mostly want to see it happen around bot lane where you do have that Thresh, or at least on getting out of lane, moving into that bot side jungle, making your way towards mid lane, and really just having, again, strong presence around that bottom half of the map with the Lee Sin and the Thresh.
Otherwise, if they don't, we're going to a game 5, it feels like. For JDG, backs up against the wall. They were the favorites. They were the chosen ones. But much like Anakin, their legs have been chopped off. And at the moment, they're stretching out. They're crawling. I guess BLG in this analogy are Obi-Wan for some reason. But BLG aren't going to be the one to help them up. And then maybe, just maybe, for a game 5, it turns to the dark side. I don't know where I'm going with this, folks. But look, it's been a long night. Game 4, anime in the sky. We are ready to jump into Summoner's Rift for what has just been a tournament of surprises so far that Lyric alluded to. BLG, it was against RNG where it started, then Weibo, and then JDG is what they'll say if they can win this game, or even game 5 if it goes that far. Now that we're on the Summoner's Rift, let's find out, because Veigar returns again, Elks, Aphelios again, On's OG in the Thresh, and Lyric, Shun on Lee Sin, I guess, going to be the biggest question, how it all syncs up for that 3-stack of BLG.
We already know Shun likes to play a lot with Yigao. I think it's one of the reasons why Yigao has looked better in this series than Knight, is just how well BLG have been working together as a unit. So wouldn't be surprised to see them try to look for the cage mid, try and force Flash out from Knight, then really link up towards that bottom half of the map. I also want to say, even though we've kind of been enthralled by the BLG story and really hyping them up, JDG are not down and out just yet. I know how it goes in LPL, that if JDG lose this series, a lot of people are going to overreact, rewrite history, say JDG was never good to begin with because, you know, not a lot of people keep track of LPL the whole time because there are a lot of games. But let's remember that this team, again, was #1 for a reason.
Yeah.
All of their players have shown up time and time again.
This is the best LPL team. I can hear it already. I think, again, you know, we have double elimination for a reason. It's a really good format where team might strike out a bit, but then they can verse each other again. Lyric, I think we've had that where, was it EDG who went to Worlds and won Worlds that year? Yeah. Didn't they? They had the 5-game series, all these people in the lower bracket.
Remember, they fell down, swapped in Junja, who really hadn't been playing, lost, and then, yeah, to make their way back up, win out, and then go on to have that Worlds win. Now
again
on.
My God. I mean, this is what won them game number 1. I guess it was Knight, but still, Ruler was a big driving force. So
I gotta say,
giving him Zeri again.
No, you just hit it. Sorry to interrupt you, but I wanted to go back to the streets for a second. The streets being, again, Jamada's stream, where he said BLG need to take away the Zeri, not give that over. Ruler gets his hands on it. Could be the difference maker is Knight.
Good dodge away.
Great
Fancy beat here from the Sonic Wave. Yeah. The Event Horizon not connecting. That was like a pixel away from Knight getting his pinky toe caught on it.
I believe he was spotted making his way over. So
he was. Pings.
Yep. Shun knowing that the Wukong can be here.
Got it out. Might go through it. He's actually Shun that gets it. Sonic Wave does connect onto the real one, but Knight moves away and immediately its threat of a 2v1 is missing. Even roams up for JDG. Not able to get much of this in play, but as the death sentence lands, I'm looking at Kanavi top of my screen, trying for the blue here, Lyric. He's just going to pull it away for the time being. Won't be able to commit to the play for now.
Yeah, he had to back off because Shun and Nigao actually had started to make their way down. Will end up backing off once they see that JDG stopped committing. Should probably just going to go for this scuttle on top side, and things going to go back to normal at least for the moment.
Again. Oh, here we go again. 369 flashes away. Bin matches it. Solo kills. Puts him in the trash again.
And Bin is just having a tremendous playoff. Solo kills. First All-Pro top laner once again. And this has just been a constant pain point for JDG in this series. And another win condition that BLG are just going to be able to lean on throughout this game.
Every game feels like something to talk about as Knight just runs away from the Event Horizon again. Shun, second time he's tried to move through mid and has found nothing. Good charm dodge, but still spotted out while Kanavi just steals his blue while he was walking around the map.
So Kanavi going to end up getting something from his time invested in bot side earlier on. And a lot of it coming from the fact that Ruler and Missing have been able to keep up pressure in the 2v2 this time around, right? Has been a little bit back and forth. Elk and On typically coming out ahead as the game prolongs. We're going to get a replay of what happened in top side here. A lot of heavy trading already coming out, and then Bin just waiting in the wings. Looks like 369 just not reading it, already going out with the Q, so doesn't have that to try to like buy space or buy time. Committing the flash, and then just waiting for the W to come back up as Tame is ecstatic. And Tommy's an incredibly emotional guy. You know, I've been in arenas when he's there and heard his yelling, his screaming, his excitement, his anger, his sadness. Really is the full spectrum of emotions and shows it hard on the sleeve.
Love as well seeing Lumao in there. People kind of forget that Lumao did actually join this squad late into the split, was teamless for the remainder, or at least the rest of it, the start of it, is what I'm trying to say. But alongside Tabe there, you think about how well On's performing. For someone like Lumao, who I think has got so much experience behind him and has got quite a reputation in the LPL, the fact that On is still starting there is just a quick reminder as to how well this bottom lane is doing in the LPL. As Lyric, that first blood over to BLG, that solo kill, nets a bit of a lead, and look at the lane state for Bin right now. 369 has to walk in, and okay, he's so upset. He wants to reset the wave, doesn't he? Is that what he wants? Yeah. He's like, forget it. Forget it. Ulti's going to come through the trade. What is this outplay? Your gal's coming up.
I don't know.
369, I guess he... Is this what is happening? Blast Cone. Ghost going to be taken. Ulti. The bomb. 369 is wasting time trying to proxy. This Scion is just upset with life. I am not surprised. Goodbye, 369. He'll get a couple of minions.
But now the important thing for JDG is doing something with all that time. That 369 just bought by being like, I guess he accepted that he was already so far forward up in the lane that, you know, he just had to do something. I was on the same page as you. I thought he'd maybe just try to get the wave cleared out and just accept death, but did end up wasting a lot of time. Does end up giving over Dragon to JDG, but Bin getting a plate down, getting more gold in his pocket, and setting 369 only further and further away from being that big frontliner that JDG want.
It opens up topside jungle for Shun while Dragon's going down. And as you said, like JDG, their response is going to be Dragon. And they were able to continue building their lead in bot and even mid, right? You've got CS leads there, but Bin is now 2-0 as 369. We look at this replay again. After 369's like, yeah, I guess instead of walking back, he says, I need to clear the wave.
I think he walks up because he's still level 5, banking on getting the experience to level 6. I don't know if his initial plan was going to be to try to turn around and like ult towards his turret and just realizing, hey, he's staying behind me, I'm not able to do that. But does just end up, again, buying a lot of time. I guess wasting the time of BLG, but is it really a waste when BLG know they're going to get this guaranteed kill onto the side? And again, Jax is only going to get further and further ahead.
Yeah.
Having alone time in this lane.
Let me correct myself. 1 kill for Yigao, not 2-0 Bin, but still Bin with a 20 CS lead here is into the enemy jungle. Kanavi's been spotted out by, again, some great warding by BLG, but some good warding from JDG as well that's got a cheeky little piece of vision right there on the side of your screen. Seems like Kanavi continues to invade here, Lyric. Again, playing for himself to really envelop the enemy jungle. He's built up a bit of a CS lead for himself, and it seems like that pressure has given room not only to bot, but to mid to find an advantage where JDG even aren't that far behind in gold because of it.
And JDG now, I'm going to try and contest this Herald. We do have a lot of key ults online, and again, they should feel very comfortable going in, and like, if they can hit multi-man knockups with the Cyclone, combo that into 369, they should be able to find the picks that are necessary, which is why BLG ultimately end up backing off, despite them being the team with pressure in top lane.
Yeah. Okay, so JDG started off. On is looking for something bot. In the meanwhile, excuse me, is missing and Ruler getting ganked. But a glitter land slows down Shoot. He doesn't land the Sonic Wave either. At least for Elk, how close is he to getting Crescendum here, Lyric? Because he's going to be able to start off some plating. And meanwhile, Bin taking on the army. 369 ulti's in, flash away to avoid. Knight ready to come in the event horizon. Corners in for the time being, but a great charm. Brings back Yagao. Knight with the Spirit Rush almost up and available. Bin starts spinning, but no winning. Knight needs another charm here to bring off the ulti. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, we are just action-packing, aren't we? Shun is ready for the dive, but the wave's already cleared away. Dark Passage saves away Elk in this instance. But
look at the wave, top side, that Bin's missing out on from all these shenanigans in mid. Again, he's built up an advantage, so it's not like he's going to lose out in terms of against Sion, but still missing out on a lot of valuable farm that he would have liked to keep going, getting ahead on the Shax to keep up the pressure that he's going to have in sides later on. It's going to be a huge part of BLG's win condition.
He's just walking back down. He wants the scuttle now. He hasn't walked back to that wave yet. He's been stopped on the way. 369 is going back to the scuttle crab because he's got nothing better to do apparently. And look at where the wave is, Lyric. Once again, it looks like a slow push this time for BLG, but 369 is going to get the scuttle because he needs some love.
He really does. 369 trying to find any scraps he can get. BLG not giving him much to work with. And again, kind of similar to game one in terms of we've seen BLG finding success towards the top side. JDG, it's been all about bot lane. But this time around, I feel like BLG been having less in terms of 5v5 to work with. You know, not having the Gwen, which really can do so much, and just separating a team, building space, and also just deleting a carry of her own. Bin will have a role, finding flanks, trying to just find a counter-strike on a Ruler. But with the amount of mobility that Zeri has, with the wild growth right alongside him and tanks in front, it's going to be rough. So BLG trying to set up the picks that we were hitting on in draft. But yeah, JDG reading it, spotting them out when they walk too far forward.
At least bots change around for BLG because Lyric, I mean, it was almost a 20 CS lead for Ruler. But with that zoning out, with the plate going over to Elk, he's able to catch back up. It looks like gold might actually be in his favor in this lane too. And for JDG, things have shifted a little bit. Mid now the only lane with a CS lead. Jungle's even caught up as well for BLG. It just depends on this Herald, right? Because Kanavi's just trying to set himself up to give Ruler the gold once again. But there ain't an angle here. Shun also down in the bottom lane, so it seems hard for JDG to pull the trigger right now.
Not going to be able to go for anything in the end. Still, we're going to see Kanavi and Missing making their way back down here with Dragon coming up. They're going to need to. And I feel like for BLG, what they're trying to do first is again try and like take advantage of someone walking into River first, seeing if they can find a pick, and then using that to convert that kill into numbers advantage and take Drake off that. But JDG not going to give it over to them. Going to be patient, wait it out, walk into River together, and now they might even catch out Shun.
Maybe hard on the Lee Sin with Flash as well. As Knight going to walk into the event horizon. Yagao runs up, Primordial Burst, use Charm. Disconnected as even the Orb of Deception doesn't connect. Knight now at half HP. Yagao done a bit of burst damage here in this lane as Dragon starts up in the meantime. BLG are walking into a 2K, 1K. A Sonic Wave not connecting from Shun. Goes in, doesn't get the steal. It's Kanavi and the kick afterwards onto him. Ain't that great as now Elf runs into a bit of a trap, but he gets out. Ruler flashes though and matches. And now this series unchained. A Sonic Wave won't do you much good as JDG clean out 3. And the Dragon goes to them as well. Look at Ruler unhinged.
Both top laners have been making their way down, but not able to get involved in the action. Bin was still trying to see if he can find something, but isn't going to be able to in the end. So huge win for JDG. Not only winning the fight, but getting themselves their second Drake. It's always been JDG this series with their backs against the wall, feeling the pressure of BLG's soul point. This time around, not going to come to that. We're going to need to see Kanavi use his Herald, though. This is about the timeout.
Yep. You're very right. I mean, he's been holding on to it for a while. It's probably just going to be popped down to the bottom lane where Yagao's sitting right now. But we look at the replay in the meantime, Lyric. On Flash for this, tried to get the hook. But unfortunately, a couple of things missed here from BLG.
Yeah, it doesn't connect. And a big difference is just the target selection, right? JDG running straight onto Elk. And look at Shun running past Ruler, Yagao already being out of mana. Just a lot of small things contributing to them not being able to take the extended fight win. I get it from Shun though, like targeting like those low health bar members, but you need to be protecting Elk. They also even had an advantage going into that fight. He was already on his Gale Force. Ruler still hadn't backed and didn't have his Mythic in pocket just yet.
Does now though. Damage on him as well is huge. Ruler 6,000 versus 5,700. From that last fight, he just inched back ahead yet again. We're looking at the gold of all members, and it's kind of funny to see 369 below Kanavi at this point. And I'm trying to compare 700 gold
Luckily,
down. Not as bad.
It's about the same. It's about the same like between mid laners and that it is two top laners. So luckily, that's why JDG aren't really feeling like they're in too much of a hole, and why gold is actually exactly even.
Ruler flashing for the ulti, or rather just pops forward for it instead. On's caught out in River. A third kill to this series. JDG are inching ever so closely towards the game 5, Lyric, and now their win condition is just set up for success.
Good to see JDG actually coming back and challenging BLG. Where if you're just coming into the series this game, despite BLG losing game 1, they were 5K gold up. We could be in a different universe where it is just a 3-0 to the side of BLG, but JDG now coming back strong. All the eggs in the Ruler basket, all the eggs, I guess, in the Zeri basket. Goodbye, JDG, to realize, what do we need to win this game? Oh, we need to get our hands on Zeri.
Oh, yeah. And Zeri, again, just set up to do Zeri things. I mean, look, there's an Aphelios in the same game, but still, we know how this one goes with Ruler's favorite champion in the LPL so far. We know how Knight goes as well on his Ahri. Lyric, this is a very strong mid laner too. And there's a lot of setup for Zeri to just free fire in these fights. You were talking about not only the front to back, but I mean, I think his hook goes a little bit wide. The amount of CC protection, I think, is important to note from JDG's side too.
Yeah, I mean, again, they have a really solid front line. They have things like the wild growth. They have polymorph as well to try and buy space. Ruler having all the mobility in this kit. And for BLG, we said it in draft that a lot of it, like, single target coming out from the hook. I mean, Shun with the kick. I guess Counter-Strike and Cage can be a bit more liberal in terms of finding multiple people, but even then, Bin having to put himself in harm's way, Yagao actually having to get in the right place to use that to deny Ruler any mobility. It's just very conditional. Not like if you had something like a Maokai ult to just throw out and really deny a huge space to really shut down something like a Zeri, or I guess even just point and click coming out from something like a Vi. You know, the typical answer that BLG did ban out themselves.
Well, as Herald starts here, though, I think we're going to see some of those engage tools used. Ben is angling, but Never mind. I guess BLG Lyric are looking towards mid and bot at the same time. They're going to look for the gold trade instead, but I'm not sure what they're going to be able to get as Ruler's just here to cover.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Looks like they're getting some Raptors, so
okay.
they get something. They get something.
But is bot achievable? Knight has ult. It is an Ari, but I guess he's scared enough of Elk because the whole team is in fog of war. Everfrost is used.
Respecting the fact that the other members were in that bot side jungle, so not wanting to walk up and get collapsed on, but at the same time, JDG able to just instantly respond with Herald in mid. So still not really breaking up a huge gold lead, but breaking the map open, right? Giving them multiple angles they can enter either side of the jungle through from that mid lane and give them an easier time in terms of controlling vision. But Dragon can get 5 seconds. This is where BLG have been, so they're the ones with vision down to the side. But with the fact they need to reset, it will give JDG a potential avenue to try and reclaim some of this.
They fortunately didn't see it. Control wards in that tri-brush and bottom side means that JDG is still wondering where they are. They're moving in, trying to cleanse out, and they've done a good job here in the early parts of River, but now they're like, hey, forget Dragon. They're trying to get the inside track on inner Lyric, but Elk's here. So for JDG now, it has to be a reposition back towards that neutral.
Cage down now. Huge tool for BLG that really can get a fight going their way when they really don't have a huge front line that they can lean on like JDG does. We'll see if Shin can find a steal.
On needs to come through, looking for that hook. They're pulled off at 5k. The poke decent enough from Yagal here, using his phenomenal evil power as Shun jumps in onto the Dragon, but it's a little bit early. They're trying to burst it down. Kanavi steals it. A big deal to move to Salt Point. Has been to the flank, as you mentioned. This Jack, a two-man, an ulti onto Ruler. He's not targeting. Somebody hit Ruler, he says. As Elk has now got so many crescendos, but Ruler on Zeri. Tell me something I don't know. As he chases down Yagal. This man looking mighty fine for yet another kill. Darts over the wall, gets stunned up anyway. But Yagal's on the wrong side of the map, and for Jing Dong, guess what's at the door? It feels like a game number 5 is looming ever so close.
Yagal does go down in the end, but JDG, like you said, they take it. They get everything they want. Even end up with the Drake themselves from that skirmish. Not going to be able to convert too much off the back of this with how much time Yagal did manage to waste by running through base. But ooh. Oh, it's actually BLG wanting to make a tempo play with how much time they just wasted from JDG.
Ruler gets out, but the wave's just cleared away. So that's teleport used from Bin. And Lyric, Knight's the one who's going to get the turret. I mean, JDG are running them around the map.
We're going to see if he gets punished now with so many members of BLG making their way up. Spirit Rush.
Charm. It is up and available. There's 1, there's 2, there's 3. The Flay comes out as well. Knight's going to be hit away. Yagal just needs to put the Event Horizon. The flash. Hook land. Nice chain of CC from Billy Gaming. They might even get top lane turret as well. Lyric. Baron spawning in 20 seconds. I wonder what their call is.
It will give them a small window if they wanted to look for it, but I think it would be a little bit too dicey. You already have a bit of like low health bars. Probably gonna need some resets to come out before that. Make sure you get some like more wards in pocket and you can start controlling vision up towards the start of the map. We'll see what BLG want to do. I don't know how much pressure they're feeling like they're under.
On a ward. On a ward. He's going to play. He's going to get nested. Zokanov. He's going to be kicked away. Sonic Wave. The ultimate used. Elk hits everyone as well. But the style ulti. 369 getting pummeled in lane, but not in game. Quadra goes over to Ruler as Bin won't give him the Penta. Whose idea of Billy's was it to give Ruler Zeri?
Quadra kill comes through and he is still just demolishing BLG in these team fights, and now going to turn, be able to potentially pick up this Baron. They do look a little bit scared on it with the low health bar of missing, but the fact that they see Bin walking away, it looks like they're going to have nothing to worry about, and huge from JD Gaming.
I'll wait for this champion to get nerfed, but more importantly, can't wait to find out if BLG, with the way this is going in a potential Game 5, as Kanavi even gets it after the respawn, are given Zeri again. Lyric, watch this because on a ward, On turns it into a bait, but it's more than that.
And then we see, again, like, BLG targeting or trying to take down the low health bars, which just opens up for Ruler to, unaffected, just run them down on the side of that fight with all the buffs coming out from missing. And like you said, if there's one thing we know that's going to change next game, it's going to be the lack of Ruler Zeri. But I guess assuming
Yep.
JDG do end up taking this, I mean, we can expect BLG to move over to that blue side. So, I mean, just a ton of different priorities going to change.
A game 5 on the horizon. It's feeling like it. It's a 4K gold lead. It's Soul Point. In a minute 30, JDG will have a Hex Tech Soul on a Zeri. And Lyric, things are looking real good. He's 8-0. And this guy absolutely carrying. I mean, he's had a pretty rough series, let's be real. But game 1 now, game 4 on this Zeri have been his best performances. I'll even say that I think Kanavi on this Wukong has had some pretty incredible moments. But I'll be real with you. 369 outside of the lane has been decent enough. It's just the lane, Lyric, that he's been struggling in this series.
Yeah, has not been able to do well in that 1v1, but luckily playing champions that doesn't need to, is fine if he ends up getting smashed. He still will be a tank later on. As we see Gal going for the split push, realizing that they can't contend with JDG in a 5v5.
Lyric, he does so much. I mean, it's a Vega. Event Horizon finds the lockdown on tonight as well. AP scaling to auto on turrets is huge on a Vega as on. Now looks for a bit of a pick to Blaze there, but Kanavi just takes it on to Elk instead. He's caught out and he's taken down in his own base. BLG wanted to make it a miracle play, but instead, Kanavi just turns it right back around.
And now for JDG, they can just keep pushing, taking these inhibitors, and look at Knight TPing in. JDG might just go for the end.
Yakal's not back here yet for a game number 5, our first seed. Want to make it close. The Event Horizon zones off. Ruler has to cleanse away. But meanwhile, on the back end, Knight is taking care of business in Sean, who just gets taken down. One Nexus turret to boot as JDG are so close they can feel it their way back into the series. Out of the Event Horizon is good. Onto Ruler though, Yagal can't get the ulti. He runs away, but Ben! A 3-man. He gets the shutdown, but Ben is getting nuked to smithereens. Yagal will find himself an Event Horizon that zones out yet again, but Billy Gaming, they may have zoned them out. But JDG having the last laugh on the kills that come. Nice.
Oh, Charm was so close to landing. But Dragon, I mean, this could potentially mean Dragon going over. Shun's going to be up soon. JDG, we'll see how quickly they're able to do this, or if they're able to find a pick first.
It's a Hextech Rift. Lee Sin can come in. Lyric, he's got a method of transport.
Yeah. Gonna be nice public transport, unlike what we never mind. Is Kanavi gonna go through?
Elk can, but he flushes away from the charm onto Kanavi. He can survive this one. There's no Zeri there yet. Severum heals up at Night. Cleans him out. JDG still in the lead here. Still feels like they're fight at 369. Zoned out while Knight is getting chased down, but BLG a solo on dive. Knight's got a reset as well. It's all up to Ben, but JDG have got them in the palm of their hands. Ulti from Yagal's beautiful. Ben needs the range. He won't get it though. He's stopped by 369. BLG are going to lose the game by proxy by this 80 carry. He may have died once, but he ain't letting the series be over now. Ding dong. They'll take down Yagal, but Ruler will take down the base. We are going to a game 5. This chaotic series has got to end. Wait, no way. I think Ruler 1v2, 1v2. Oh no, he can't. Hook lands, box down. Elk goes in and dies. Zeri, baby. Ruler 10-1 and 4. Do not give this man, this champion, ever again.
I love how Ruler was like, you guys have fun with those shenanigans. I'm peacing out. I'm ending this game. Thought he was going to go down once the hook landed, but still the damage was just too much coming from him. A game 5 finally coming. BLG being put to the test up against JDG. It's funny to phrase it in that way because like we said, JDG coming in heavy favorites. So our first place team, but BLG pushed them the distance. JDG managed to bring it back after falling 1-2 down. And now, like we said, the pivots in draft we know are going to come through. Seeing who can step up to the pressure. Can 369 bounce back after having such a shaky series? Are BLG maybe going to look to reinvest in their bot lane? Because when they win, it's off the shoulders of Elk. Just so many things these teams have to think about going into the next game.
Oh, man. Again, so chaotic, but JDG, well played to I guess, revisit their points of strength. You know, the individual lanes for Ruler, even though it went even, we saw the individuality from this player really strive true and missing on the Lulu, having a great performance as well. I think overall, Lyric, we just know that No Zeri should be given over. And even though top lane ran it a bit, even though 369 got bullied out, I don't know. The Silent was impactful again. It was something we saw in game 1 that even though it struggled, was able to impact team fights quite well.
I think what we're seeing that if JDG can realize it, it's going to be all about the bot lane. I feel like BLG need to realize it too, that it doesn't really matter how far Bin gets accelerated. Maybe he's on something like the Kennen, where you are having a massive impact in these 5v5s with Slicing Maelstrom, I get it. But anything else, like, you could still have those impacts, but you really need to be enabling Elk. Elk does like 34% of the team's damage for a reason, is the one picking up a significant amount of these MVPs. Like, it's just where the meta's at, right? It's where the meta's at, enabling these AD carries, especially if they're going to play hyper carries like the Aphelios and the Zeri to make sure they're able to do well. BLG, like we said, did kind of index more into playing through pick with, again, just like very single target coming out. Like hard ways to lock people down, no real front line, which made it so that, you know, if the game goes the distance, JDG just able to play out through those massive 5v5s. Didn't matter if 369 got set behind. And now again, it's going towards game 5. I really feel like both teams have things that they need to address and need to look at to be differently going forward.
Draft is just, it feels like it's dictated a lot of the pacing, a lot of the styles for this series, and normally it does, but just that extra little bit between these two little teams. BLG and JDG, winner moves to semifinals. It is now a BO1. And so far in this series, I've just loved observing the banaways, especially from people like Shun, even Elk in parts of this series. Hey, you can say the same about Ruler, Kanavi, Knight 2. We are now to a game 5 where you've only got 5 bans. Even though League of Legends has 150 champions, 5 bans to use on each team. The direction is going to be interesting to watch. Knight, bit of a shout out there, had insane damage. Even though Ruler was getting the kills, Lyric, Knight's damage profile is pretty intense, and I feel like it's to be expected when he's on a playmaking champion like the Ahri.
Yeah, and it's what you want to see, right? You want to see Knight on a playmaker. I think also moving over to the other side, Shun on Lee Sin. We didn't think it'd come through. He isn't a huge Lee Sin player. Even the Wukong, that could be something you're looking at like, hey, you know, if we had that, another tool of engage. So these are the questions both teams going to have to answer going into game 5.
No Zeri game 5. Ladies and gentlemen, say it with me. No Zeri game 5. I'm okay with no Aphelios as well. We're going to have a break and hope that the draft is spicy enough for a big reaction. For our final game, our Silver Scrapes game of BLG versus JDG.
도란도 계속 봐요. 도란도 계속 봐요. 도란이 제일 컸는데 이거 잡아야 되는데 근데 저기가 안 되면 도란이 없어지는데요. 아페리 프리딜이에요. 아페리 계속 되는데 한번 나가리까지 이러면 달려들어가 누굴 때려요. 때릴 사람이 없습니다. 젠지에게 힘이 조금씩 빠지고 있습니다. 그런데 페이지가 내려서 남아있으니까 구마이스가 더 없어요. 그리고 남아있는 선수가 없습니다. 이렇게 에이스 시를 해줍니다. 이렇게 넥서스가 파괴가 됩니다.
Tell me what I gotta be to make you believe everything that's inside of me. Inside of me is the side of me you don't wanna meet. And I can promise I'm a pride on my enemies.
先找这个了，大招已经被打出来的情况下，你撒出来撒的效果还不错。后者直接一波反进场找佩佩高，但是自己身上立刻被掏了一手虚弱。小天二闹天宫，见找下佩佩高的离仓装，2度进场嘛，但是被打到太难。万雷天老爷，天雷杀机再次站了出来 ，Rookie 要被2段踢给踢死，爆炸了，正面已经成溃败之。虽然说猴子换掉了一个，但是又是个回旋踢，再加上稳稳的垂直钩子和恶意钟摆，由狐狸收获 triple kill。
这波完美的一个开团，直接。
Okay, folks, I'm back and reloaded. If this one doesn't blow, well, I'm coming back with it.
Buki ready, River ultimate on the Maokai.
He's looking for the angle.
They know he has no vision.
River.
They know they have no vision. He wants to go.
Multiple control. There he goes. Hui with the play and the jump in to follow. It's burned HP bars for AG. They ain't got no FBI to hold up the mantle for them. Licorice getting the kill onto Vulcan and JoJo zoned out. Golden Guardians clean.
Every amp on the planet still isn't matching my voltage. Yo, this cat is the coldest. I need a plaque that was golden. I really have to be golded. You getting left in this show.
아니면서 상대방이 못 참게끔 거르라는 소리예요. 스킬 하나 뺐죠. 이렇게 스킬 하나 뺀 거고. 안 빼요. 들어왔죠. 뺀거가. 대답이요. 대답 번도 돼요. 아펠이 때립니다. 구마유 씨가. 그런데 my god!
Seriously, no, I'm kidding. Practically joking. It's totally random. Like this man doesn't have any motive.
这边骚扰，那就像刚讲的，他不能被飞爱锁到头，而且这波是被锁到头之后呢，旁边是完全没有队友
来看一下勾到一个救急电话给到的是塞恩，一个举到，但是侧面的位置均加直接绕后把艾特给秒杀，再一个巨幅毁灭 double Q 给到他，再举到一个 triple Q 给到均加，再一棒，大家夸奖 ，Panda 就在眼前，均加，均加还在追，
帮忙缓一下，
再过来想缓到 Penta Q。
And I really have to be goaded. You getting left in this show. I need you to prepare yourself for what's about to happen.
Vai dar não. Não vai ter como. Não tem ult, não tem flash, não tem ult, não tem nada. É dragão na mão do time da Red. FNB! Pega que é ladrão!
我觉得这版辅助的话，就是看你选择到什么样的英雄，然后去好好的发挥他的英雄特性就可以了。常规赛打那么久的话，就相对我们说就是辛苦，然后接下来好好休息，然后好好准备就是季后赛。想和对手说，希望你们别被我们打太惨吧。
Well, game 4 was overwhelming. Let's be real. JDG took over control and really let it go. We're now to a game 5 after listening to Silver Scrapes to lead us in. My name's Hysterics, joined by Lyric by my side, and we've just been told, Lyric, that Ruler's MVP. Surprise, surprise. Don't give him bloody Zeri. Just stop.
Yeah, there's a whole ton of footage of Ruler being an absolute menace on this pick last year. We've seen time and time again what he can do on this split as well. And I feel like it's a pick that we really just shouldn't see go through on either side. Ruler, insane game, right? Positioning so well. I feel like a lot of the time we saw BLG weren't even putting focus on him. We see here just able to run right past Yagao. Shun wanting to finish off missing because he's low HP, just goes past him and just able to just run house, clean house on the members of BLG.
BLG, never really a chance. I mean, we saw a couple of fights where Elk was able to do what he did in other games, Lyric, but again, then there's the engagement 369, Ruler untouched. You were saying in game, no one hit Ruler. Like, he was freestanding pretty much the whole time, and this was just the perfect way to end, wasn't it? A 1v2 versus Elk and On, where Ruler getting a bit of revenge for how this series has gone, because this series has predominantly been Elk and On favored. Even in game 1, Lyric, it felt like they were in control, at least some regard.
Yeah, and it really feels like bot lane is going to be pivotal to which either team comes out ahead, right? BLG realizing they need to invest more in trying to keep their bot lane afloat or get them ahead, right? Put Elk in a position where he's the one winning out and he can carry because he's shown time and time again for this BLG roster that he can do it. And if there's anything to go by these past 2 games, like sure, we know 369 ceiling, like he can be the best. He's been super consistent in the regular season, even all last year. But this series, Bin has just been outdoing him. You can leave Bin in that 1v1. He'll probably get advantages just fine. It seems like they really don't have answers to his champion pool with a lot of these fighters you know he's going to gravitate towards. And again, you could potentially just look to keep playing out Shun with Yagao, because even in the last game, we saw a lot of emphasis put to trying to gank mid and then bringing that down to bot lane, not allowing these heavy invades to come out from Kanavi like we saw in game 1 and last game.
Yeah, I mean, the invades are consistently... I put Kanavi at somewhat of an edge, depending on whether it leads to a game win or not. For BLG, you know, these guys are the underdogs coming through, and I feel like Shun has been, as we've put it, a lot more gank heavy. He's been kind of everywhere on the map. You know, you and I were coming in saying that Shun is a much heavier ganking jungler than Kanavi, who does look out for himself, but also just, I mean, again, takes leads, takes enemy jungle, works on his own path. And it's interesting to see that contrast today has been very correct with how the junglers have been playing.
Yeah, and for Shun, right? I mean, this being the highest placement he's made in his career, would love to only bring that further, make it to at least top 3 if they do push to that winner semifinal. Both teams, I mean, expectations, right? BLG, in my mind, has already blown expectations out of the park with how well they've been doing, and the fact that here we are 5 games against JDG, the first seed. JDG, though, their expectations were a lot higher. We even just saw Missing saying in that pregame interview, I hope our opponent isn't overwhelmed by us, because BLG have not. JDG, I mean, with this roster, it's championship or bust. Really, anything else should be considered a failure.
JDG need to win this then. Game 5, here we go. Draft, everyone knows what to say. Sion taken away by BLG. They are blue side though, Lyric, so they have control if they want to give Elk that very big pick, starting with Zed, as JDG banded away. Thank the Lords of League.
Again, we've had JDG on red side once already, and they did ban it away, so they respect the power of this pick. Yeah. BLG changing their blue side bans from last time around, which was game 2. They took away Sion, Gragas, and surprisingly Lissandra in that game. This time around, the Vi ban coming on through, and wow, really different reads, right? Taking away the Kennen, not wanting the first pick at this time around. So I wonder if we're going to get priority coming through for AD carry, if they're going to go Wukong or if they're going to go Aphelios here, because in my mind, those are the 2 first pickable champions. With Vi ban, I think Wukong's stock does raise quite a bit, but Aphelios as well, it really feels like the team that has the superior edge with the better late game AD carry will be able to pull it through.
Yeah, better team fighting AD carry as well, right? It feels like team fights have really dictated the game. Kind of surprising to see that, you know, we get the Aphelios here, but JDG in response just pull out the Jinx. So, as you were talking about, Wukong is a priority too, but 2 big LPL picks at the moment I feel like really show the strength of JDG.
Yeah, a lot of people leaning back towards that Jinx in recent times to go up against things like the Zeri and especially the Aphelios, wanting to match punch for punch. And now for BLG, it's where they want to go on. Once again, I mean, you could look to go towards that Enchanter support route, but Kindred, something we didn't highlight with the fact that the sides have swapped, that being left open. JDG made the gamble once, they left it open. Shun had a tremendous early game, was able to take over, and BLG just wanting to keep with the duo. Yeah, go exactly with the same picks you had in that game.
I mean, Shun's Kindred was legendary in the first game, but Knight Syndra that's been banned away in the second phase consistently. Lyric now picked early. It's not like something before where it was the Annie. It's Knight Syndra that has won him game 5s on top esports against JDG at the time, against Yagao. He is all too familiar with this Syndra winning series.
A lot of things are going to be different too, because in BLG's win, when they had this composition, they were leaning heavily on that Kennen. Bin was the one who picked up the MVP of that game. It wasn't Shun's Kindred, though we did highlight pretty much everyone performed well in that BLG win, but I'm curious where they're going to look now, because, I mean, right, having double marksman, having Galio in the mid lane, they probably would have theoretically liked to have more AP up in that top side, which is why JDG do take away that Gwen.
Gwen, Gragas, okay, topping, looked at quite severely here. Bin versus 369 has been Bin favored so far in the series, if you're just joining us. That Gwen is something that did pummel against JDG, as we even get the ban away of the Fiora, just in case. Lyric, maybe something like a Cassante angle here for 369.
Yeah, and one thing my mind's leaning towards for the opposite side, for BLG, you need to remember. We need to remember who we have. We have Mr. Love Camille himself over there.
Oh,
for anyone wondering, that was his longtime Korean solo QID. Always love the pick, and you do have the Galio if you did want to opt into something like that. But JDG going to be up first. They could just look to take support here and try and save for 369. But I guess if bot lane's the priority, could also look to do that. Sion's still open if they did just want to put 369 on the... Oh, actually, no. It was banned in first rotation. So, a lot of the generic tank picks taken off the table. So I feel like with that, it is going to have to be pick support here. And it looks like the Leona being the thing we're leaning towards now.
Engage. Okay. But that means 369 for the counter pick. And so far in the series, again, what we got out of a counter pick was something like the Cho'Gath. So maybe it's going to be something a bit more direct this time for the game 5. 369's had a rough time of it. I just want to see what he's going up into as well. We get Leona on thinking about Nautilus or Thresh. Either, it's Hawk City, baby. And on for a game 5. What's it going to be in this comp? It's a Nautilus
I
coming
do like
through,
this a little bit more, considering that they already do have a lot of things to protect the Aphelios. So this is giving them a bit more, reliable engage with that ultimate, also having the passive as well. Lock people down longer, try and get that damage just out. But now it's about what Bin wants to go towards. We highlighted something like a Camille Renekton if they just want a strong blind, because it would be pretty rough to just blind pick that. Or just, I guess, go towards what's been working. Didn't work last time.
Gotta fix the mic. Little bit of issues on my end. Walk me through this as Camille gets picked.
Oh, we did get it. I thought maybe they would opt out of it and wouldn't look for the blind pick, but the fact that they have the Galio, they do just want to go back to Bin's OG signature pick. And now for JDG, they're hovering the Renekton. I would expect this to be locked in because with things like Sion and Cassante banned out, like I feel like 369's pool, even though he's very willing to bring out many different champions, not too much he would confidently bring out into Bin's Camille. So we'll be able to do fine up in this top side. But yeah, a lot of early aggression on for JDG. Syndra and Renekton, both very strong champions with very early power spikes that they can play around and utilize Kanavi. To where for BLG, again, a lot of peel, a lot of protection going to be down there for the Aphelios. And now with having to worry about like Camille getting onto the back line, Hextech Ultimatum on top of Ruler, Galio following through, there's a lot of threat going to be put on Ruler, who really doesn't have any peel in this composition from JDG.
True, it's a very good point. With all that dive in, Ruler's going to be on watch here. Game 4, the Zeri MVP. Game 5, he's on the Jinx with no other choice. It is a fitting way to end this series regardless. 369 on a favorite. Bin on a favorite here. Knight on a favorite. Shun on a favorite. I could keep going with Yagal, with Elk on Aphelios. It continues. But at the very least, with our previous champions, Jing Dong, our first seed, versus these upstarts in Billy Gaming, we got our game 5, but now we're going to find out who moves into the top 3 and into the semifinals. BLG won with this comp before. Shun on Kindred was a massive factor. Can they do it again? Can they create the upset and start yet another miracle run here in the LPL from round 2 to semifinals? That's what's on the line as JDG look to maintain their pride and their expectations here as the best team. Either way, it's come down to this, and we're so glad it has. As we enter Summoner's Rift, the sky is falling. Chicken Little would lose his marbles over that, as that beautiful scenery takes us perfectly into Summoner's Rift as 369. Not the way you want to start. Dredge line forces the flash. Oh, he's already had such a rough series, Lyric.
I love the game plan. I love the game plan from BLG, recognizing that he's had a rough series, recognizing the 369. I mean, your mental's got to be a little bit at least sideways, right? If you're not completely down in the dumps. But now, Flash Burnt, you're going up against Bin, who's signaling he wants to play incredibly aggressive by the fact that he is going for the TP Ignite. So BLG might just look to punish this top side. My question would then be if JDG can find anything in return, either by looking to counter gank, as we can see now, Kanavi starting down towards that bottom half of the map, or if he's going to look to do what he's done consistently, which is just play around his bot lane and try and set Elkin on behind and enable Ruler to be the big carry for their side.
As he's done in some of the games so far before. Ward going to split out the start here, though, for Shun. Red buff warded by BLG in the top side, Lyric, so they know that JDG are starting bot. Jungler's going to be on the same side here, transitioning up that very volatile top lane.
And then the early game, we've already highlighted to kind of expect aggression from BLG on that top side. From JDG, we need to see a lot of aggression in mid.
Ooh.
Having the Syndra up against the Galio really is one of the areas you need to at least be able to maintain priority, and then see Knight link up more with Kanavi. We said, JDG, it's not really much about linking up together or like playing around jungle or Kanavi ganking overly much. Shun is the complete opposite story, though, as we see here.
He is indeed. Not going to be spotted out for now. Missing moving into brush, but doesn't put the ward down. Here comes on Dredge line onto Missing. Shun going to make himself known. That mounting Dread up and available as Missing's flash gets burnt straight away. Advantage here, BLG.
You've already made it so 2 lanes gonna have to play differently than they would have wanted, right? 369 gonna have to be very conscious without flash. Now missing gonna do the same. At least being on the Leona, he has the Hex Flash. Potentially still look for engages if he does get rush control, but not gonna be as easy as it was before.
I mean, doesn't this just tell the story of junglers though? Shun ganks at level 2, while Kanavi then invades, gets blue buff on the other side of the map.
Yeah, just really showing the stark differences that we've had in our junglers so far. You can even see now Knight kind of like leaning up towards that top side of the map. JDG realizing that's where they're strong. Should be able to get the Scuttle Crown up there as well when that one does spawn.
We're getting some good trades down here in the meantime. Missing a mana bar, but still able to clear out the wave. Gonna watch those scuttles, Luke, because as Kindred players know, it's about 50-50ing that mark. It could be in either one, and it's topside. Okay, unlucky for Shun. He is up here, but it's just going to be an easy take for Kanavi.
Yeah, we see now Knight was doing a nice job in that mid lane, forces Yagao back. He's going to recall and come in with a bit of power. Null Magic Mantle in pocket. But our observers are enamored by the trading that's happening in bot side. We highlighted that it's probably going to be the most important lane in terms of deciding this series. Observers do agree.
Of course. Shun going to get the response to Scuttle in the meantime, though. Derek, I wanted to ask you a little bit about the setup here. What happens as the game goes on? You know, we do have 2 scaling ADs. Now's not the time, though, is it? No, of course it's not. Knight going to get through the wave. The Dredge line flashed away from, though. That is the 3rd flash that On has gotten from simply pressing Q.
And that was close, too. I mean, hell, I almost thought that Knight might have flashed into that, but just barely dodging out, making sure it doesn't go down. But JDG, in the meantime, trying to bait and bin.
Oh, he's gonna fall trap, is he? Hookshot, wall shot is up and available. If he uses it aggressively, Bin's gonna die. 369 draws him in. There we go. Hookshot, wall shot now. Is it gonna come through Bin? But he's matching the flash. It's blocked here. Trying to survive. He gets the slow down, gets the heal out.
Oh,
Bin
Yagao's coming.
running to his mid laner. Help me, brother. Help me, brother. Gets whacked on the head. Yagao now there. 369 stops the chase. And just like that, Bin is safe for another day.
That is such a tragedy for JDG, investing so much and finally trying to set Bin behind in the series. But Yagao moving over. Knight was actually on a reset, just TP back to lane. Allows him to get out safely. And in the meantime, BLG looks like they should be able to get this dragon contested because look where Kanavi is. He's still making his way from base.
I mean, that's huge for Shun especially. First dragon here to open things up in a game 5. It just tells another story, doesn't it? That Bin has been heads and tails over 369, and even with jungle intervention, in fact, he's able to get out, Lyric. I mean, this lane already going pretty well, it seems. And it's been now massively stacked wave. True.
Just, you know,
I mean, he's had a rough time of it.
Bin still having a CS lead as well. Like, sure, some of it's going to be equaled out by this way, but not enough. Have you watched Archer?
That's not the green arrow. No, I have not. No. It's
no.
not.
Well, then you know what? The reference. How have you not seen Archer? Absolute
I've seen
cinematic
I've seen
gold.
it. I don't think it's funny. It's the animated one, isn't it?
Yeah.
No.
You know the same guy that voices Bob in Bob's Burgers.
Yeah. But dude, I don't find Archer funny at all. Rick and Morty, that's a banger, right? That's a real banger. But Archer to me is just, I don't know. But look, you can hit it up anyway, Lyric.
You know what?
I won't stop
I
you,
gotta
Ben.
say, you guys came up with the comedic genius that was Wilfred. So, you know what? I'll accept it. Though I don't think you've seen Wilfred either, even though it's Australian, which is pretty disappointing. But now that we can't make references, we need to highlight Shun is getting a mark.
He is indeed. Well, mark means success. This time around, it's not going to be as quick as it was in game number 2 or 3, wherever the Kindred came out, but it's going to be quite nice as On is making the move. Lyric, this is nice and early. Hey, you know what time it is? It's fully 369. Yagao's coming in as well. The Mark of Dread layers down. The Shield of Durant lands. Kill 369. The robots have risen again.
They just keep going for this plan. We knew it was going to come when they locked into Camille. with the Galio, the setup is just so easy and they're able to follow through. So not only is he built the CS advantage, now going to get some plates in topside. And look at JDG, not able to find anything anywhere on the map because BLG pushed out bot, it looks like moved over to mid and we're covering that lane and not leaving themselves vulnerable to like what could have been a potential dive on bot lane had they stayed there the way pushed in and, you know, so on and so forth. So good heads up play by BLG.
2 plates taken as well. I mean, that's the power of Shun early, right? A 10 CS lead. 369 denied these minions in front of him too. Kanavi's getting red in the meantime, Lyric, so at least there's something there. But honestly, it's looking good here for BLG with a small gold lead. Yagaldo, as I say that, might not be looking good here. Missing's converging as well. Scout of the week lands in his place, follows over. Riot Games, hello. Well, Missing still going to be happy as Kanavi picks up their first kill.
Oh no, but 369, he just doesn't get a break.
He has no flash.
Don't walk down. Don't walk down.
He's thinking about it. He's like, where could they be? Well, they were hiding. Bin is going to catch the wave at the end anyway.
I guess just to bring it back to you said Rick and Morty. I feel like right now 369 is Jerry energy. We don't need Jerry energy. We need him to have Rick energy. He needs to be insane. He needs to go in, have some confidence, let him a little bit loose. Dominance almost up as well.
That's true. No Jerry energy.
No Jerry. We don't know.
We put Jerry in daycare. That's it. Jerry's going to daycare, man. They don't belong in a match for semi-finals. As Shun's going to restart this one on a ward he was. 369 walked down to pressure. He might be behind Lyric, but he is still a Renekton. We got to remember that even though things are looking good, as why are we... Okay, does the Observer know? Okay, the Observer was just obviously ambitious and thought, hey, maybe, as Ruler hits that one.
I do got to say, at least this time around, we're not seeing a huge gold swing in either way in the first 10 minutes. That's even with all the attention we've seen kind of given the top side by both teams. Because we need to remember, even though BLG 3-man ganking top is what stands out in our minds, Kanavi has tried to impact this lane earlier on. And looks like Missing might do the same now.
Ruler just taking Gromp in the meantime. Our Observer loves Ruler. Just got to show, again, obsessed with the bot matchup. As I will say, he's doing pretty well. Looks like he's going to be up about 4 CS here over the wave, over Elk. So there is advantage there somewhat for JDG, even through mid. Lyric. Dude, that's a 20 CS lead through mid. That, once again, Knight is showboating. Like, he's done really well in this series in terms of the individual lane leads.
Yeah, I mean, even having the first strike, right? So that's even going further in terms of the value he's getting from it. But that's what you need from the Syndra versus Galio matchup. Be able to use that rage advantage, be able to use the fact you can pretty much keep him at arm's length at all times with Scout of the Week and not let anything come through as Shun is going to be spotted. So we're going to see how JDG react, if they're going to actually play up into this. But no, looks like instead they're just going to pivot down towards the bottom side and get this drag in. And once again, it's going to be on 369 shoulders to try to survive this.
Okay, depth charge is available. The wave is getting taken away and BLG pull off. But Lyric, as you said, Dragon taken. JDG should just have this one in the bag. Considering that BLG, they won't make that dive happen, but they've shown 3 members up in that top side.
Great response by JDG to actually get something this time out of resources being dedicated towards that top lane for BLG. Also want to hit some key item spikes. We had Knight on his last reset actually pick up the Luden, so at a pretty strong point of power for him. Again, we've already been seeing what he's been able to do against Yagao in this mid lane matchup in general. Just him having the mythic advantage is going to be able to go even further of a distance to where for BLG, no mythics just yet, but still Rift Herald in pocket for Shun.
Danger. 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 Elk is in danger. Ruler has the ulti available. Rather, not Ruler, but Missing. Expecting something to happen there, but on... I guess was too close nearby. And crisis averted. At the very least, Lyric. Bot continues to be farming. Mid continues to be a CS lead. And top continues to be Bin favored. Should now with the Herald waiting. Gets spotted out by a ward here through mid. And as he takes it away, he starts syncing up with On. Knight just doesn't care, walks up, and feels confident enough to stay in this lane, as aggressive as he is.
And remember, as the game goes on, like you think traditionally, right, to where Jinx is always thought of being a little bit better later on, especially because of the range that you're able to play with against an Aphelios. But BLG having that double marksman, having the scaling in the Kindred, also Bin just gives them such easy access to the back line. I feel like BLG are a little bit fine in terms of it being a little bit slower. They also do have the Galley ult if they ever do want to just try and outright force a play. To where JDG are the ones who I feel a little bit more pressured to look for plays, considering that Renekton being set behind, he's not going to really have a massive impact later on. Still have the stun to try and get on top of Elk, but even Knight going to be very reliant on burst coming through.
Cancel. The Jinx rockets, the intelligent rockets in the LPL. Happens quite a lot. Just to cancel the back there, worth the cooldown, as now the wave could be pushed in. Lose a bit of plating as Shun is his decision lyric. Guess what? 369 has got another visitor. Oh,
yeah, he's locked in already.
Ah, the dread, the mounting dread, not even just the ability, the dread! Oh my god, leave Brittany alone!
And now for BLG, it's gonna pick up the plates. They're gonna push down the turret. They're gonna elongate the side lane, give more threat for Bin to abuse 369, or even just create more question marks. Roam into this top side jungle, hover around mid, maybe lock down the Syndra as a squishy champion that Camille can take advantage of. So many things to worry about, but for JDG, it's all about bot.
Okay, they go for a soul flare, doesn't connect, though. Depth charge return. Elk is going to get the root under turret. Oh no, Kanavi! He's going to die down, and Elk stays standing. On picks up the kill. Lyric, top works out. Bot doesn't for JDG. Big advantage as Yagao, you absolute statue to block that one.
Just JDG not able to find what they're looking for. Yagao, I like it, utilizing the ult defensively to make sure a dive doesn't come through, realizing that they can make their aggressive plays on top with the Camille while having the Galio cover for the opposite side of the map when we said, hey, they kind of are fine with the pace that the game has been going at. And now another mark in pocket for Shun. We're going to replay how this goes down topside, but Hextech Ultimatum comes out. He's locked in. Where does he Shun putting damage down early on? It's the final of that third hit to get the big damage coming through, and sadly goes forward with the stun. I don't even know if him using the Q and healing there would have kept him alive any longer, but here, no wave. So the other members of JDG can't really walk forward. Missing was locked down, so he couldn't really walk in and tank that turn, and Ruler, not wanting to go in and tank the damage himself, meant that no one can actually follow through on Kanavi diving turret that far.
In game 5, it's a 2k gold lead now for BLG. Bot surviving that. I mean, it stops the play in its tracks, stops the kill that probably would have gone to Ruler as well. And Lyric, we have to remember that even though Knight has a lead, topside has a bit of a lead too. Bin is already starting to split push out of his mind with Divine Thunderer. That's a Gale Force forward from Elk. Going in, full house onto Ruler. Cleanse away, hang on, he's regretting his decision, but both miss. Ruler now on a low health bar as well. 80 carry staring off, I love it. Redline on.
Incredibly close, but we see right now Herald going over the side of BLG, so they're the ones picking up an objective, able to create the question marks with the Camille that we talked about, of him like hovering around towards mid lane. Does open up for Knight to have a lot of pressure towards the spot side of the map, and JDG will have first look at Dragon in terms of that they have deep vision in BLG's jungle. With BLG already hovering around mid, they should actually be the team allowed to walk towards River first.
Open up mid lane. Teleport's going to be used. Herald so close to charging. TP, yeah, it will be there in time. It's double, actually, as Bin gets out in the nick. You can see as mid drops down, opens up the map a little bit. Bin just goes up towards the top side, and BLG continue to hover around mid. Lyric Gold back to 2,000 in the lead, but Dragon's up. Everyone wants a piece of that pie. And this third Dragon, this start of the Cloud Soul, one of the best in the game. A fitting way to end this series.
Yeah, JDG really want that. That's why I think they went with the double TP in to not just get free access. Missing. Not going to be able to find anything.
It's only onto on. Elk uses a range as well. Lyric, it's a bit of poke damage before the Dragon, and BLG now get to stay towards mid to clear this wave before the fact.
And I think BLG have been a little bit patient in terms of just walking straight into this objective, because look at Elk. No cleanse, no flash. Does still have like the safety that something like a Kindred provides, but he needs to be careful to where JDG do have all their summoners up, but looks like they won't even get a track into contesting in bot side River.
Not pulling the trigger. Kanavi's backing away. Second Dragon over to BLG. And during that process as well, Shun got to say, oh, hi, Mark, towards the Scuttle Crab. Third mark actually picked up as well. So for Shun, feels pretty good to be one away from getting that big amplification. As BLG, again, move closer towards that Cloud Soul. If they're able to win this series, Luke, again, we've talked a lot about JDG being firm favorites coming into today. It's changed a lot during the series, but BLG, if they can... Bin is really on fire. If they can change the expectations, who knows where they stop. They go to semifinals, they have 2 spots, or at least 2 series to try and make MSI, to try and make the grand finals. BLG have never been in the grand finals, guys. And 4 of these players, sorry, 3 of these players, wait, no, Bin. Yes, no, he's been in RNG. 3 of these players, Lyric, to correct myself a third time, have never been in an LPL grand finals, let alone taking the title.
Yeah, it's been a long journey for some of these guys being now, especially people like, you know, Elk now being around for a little bit, trying to work his way up. Actually, Elk, Shun on, a lot of these guys coming into prominence around the same time. You know, 2019, 2020, 2021. These 2 years of LPL, I'd say like rebuilding a lot of legends, you know, kind of backing off. People like Uzi, people like Fearlove, and these guys coming in, following in their footsteps.
Isn't it crazy that this team is better than the team that had Uzi and Crisp? Bin, hook shot, wall shot. Okay, that's ambitious. Ulti, solar flare there. Bin, ran in, almost killed Nightwings and Walker to do that, though. Hang on, they're turning it around. BLG have no business winning this fight, but they've got numbers. BLG have got the numbers advantage. And just like that, Yagao pounces in with a teleport, and everything's all right.
And you just see the freedom they're given by Bin's pressure in top lane. Because a lot of people might be like, wait, but Bin went down. No, but Bin able to push out top lane so far, makes his way down to mid. They get Prio in mid, and then this whole group can just make their way down towards this bot lane, giving them this numbers advantage. So the early pressure they got top lane, I really feel like it's paying them dividends. And with Jackula, I keep thinking top esports. With Ruler not there, with 369 not there, not able to contend. It'll be out of my mind one day, but we're going to see here Knight making this play in the brush towards bottom side. They're trying to bait Bin in. Bin goes straight into him, but again, the 3 members are here locked down right away. But look at the minimap. Jinx nowhere close. Renekton not able to make it down here, and it just allows for BLG to run them down. Great knockup onto Kanavi to make sure that he goes down. The Syndra had already been taken, and it just lets them push forward and get this bot lane turret.
Bit of a pause to come through, though, in a Game 5. Let's hope this one's resolved quickly. But BLG with another massive play, a 3K gold lead. And Shun got double marks. 2 marks were taken from Wolves, from a kill. Shun is once again on this Kindred that has been banned against him 80% of the regular season. I said it before. It has to be a pick kind of like the Zeri for JDG, right? A pick that maybe shouldn't have been let through considering how comfortable he is on it.
I mean, just one of those things that's hard, right? Like, what bans do you really change looking at their last game? And yeah, it's a little bit tough. I mean, maybe the Rakan is something you could have let through and kind of see how that went, especially considering that maybe you get the Aphelios trade once again and you're fine taking that angle. But a big thing is not only the Kindred, but even the Aphelios, because both Elk and Shun undefeated the split. Again, keeping up with that in game 2 where they were able to win out on these champions and might be able to pull through once again. Does seem like the problem that we're having was reported by On. So BLG needing that pause to make sure that everything is A-okay.
Mm-hmm. Well, as soon as that's solved, we'll let you know.
Also,
then
you should watch
get
Archer.
Back in, which is now. Yeah, okay. Apparently, you should watch Archer. You know what?
No, you.
Me? No, I'm not going to watch Archer. I just watched Shadow and Flame, which I think my partner tells me is a teen flick. But it had magical powers in it, and it was cool. It was cool. It's like the 100. She said that's a teenager show, and I said, is it? It's about a bunch of teenagers jumping onto Earth when it's like kind of scuffed. So, I don't know. Apparently, I watch teen flicks. But hey, It's about what I like. I like magical powers. Also, Vikings, absolute banger. If people haven't seen Vikings by now, I'm getting to the last season. Is on, walking into a trap. Never mind. Ward's going to be placed over. JDG went against it because it was the Nautilus, not the 80 carry. And Lyric, BLG are grouping up towards this Baron.
You know what? You know what's crazy? A game where a support has a bounty and no one else does. Because on right now,
Wait,
the one
what?
supporting that for BLG side, having his mythic online, 2-on-1, 2 items also on key carries, right? We've seen, I feel like Bin is a player I'm really looking at for BLG just because he has so many ways to get on the Knight or Ruler, and it's going to be very hard for them to shut that engage down. You always have to follow up with the Yao, and sure, Elk might be the primary damage dealer, but it's about the space that combination is able to set up for Elk to really be able to take over. For JDG, it's going to be about kiting out that initial engage and making sure that Knight and Ruler are able to stay safe with things like the Scatter of the Week. But it's very easy to say and very hard to do.
Knight is a legend on the Syndra, though. If anyone can do it, I believe in him. I mean, CS is great, and even on Ruler side, CS above the clock. So these players are scaling up, Lyric. They're getting to this point where they can section off members and find some of the miracle plays, especially onto Elky, who's hovering around midnight, running into him. Scout of the Week connects as well. Zap doesn't, though. They can't follow up, as you said. Looks hard, especially with Yagao hovering over. Bin's angled, now finding 369. Over the wall goes Kanavi, but this is not good. JDG is sectioned off. Bin still not going to put the ulti down, and Shun's not going to follow up either, so BLG pull away, not willing to pull the trigger themselves. Lyric, it all changes in Game 5. Game 5 is where people become a little bit more scared, a little bit more anxious. It's all for that semi-finals. It's such a big deal, especially for BLG, where they're one step away from making their history as an organization. And for a lot of these players as well, moving to one of their first semi-finals.
And it just feels like they're right on the cusp, holding control over this game. Just above a 3K gold lead for their side. And we saw in the last formation, right? You're going to constantly just have to have 369 marking the flanks for Bin and just making sure he isn't able to come through. And I guess potentially just win out the 4v4 on the opposite side of the fight. Like 369 can't contend in the 1v1. He probably will go down if he opts into an elongated skirmish. But really, his only value being the fact that he is a bit of a beefy boy who could stand in front of the Camille and the rest of his team.
True. Want to note, bottom left, Shun picking up the dragon. That's sole point. Easy as that. JDG was spending the time getting wards around this Baron pit. While BLG, on top of that, I mean, Shun's just going to be taking the bottom side jungle in its entirety. That was also a mark. I'll let you know once the observers hover over to him, because he's really taken over at this point, Lyric. 50 CS jungle lead. Shun's Kindred getting to that hyperscaling point. You got to remember, even if Elk dies here, Lyric, there is another major damage source that we have to be aware of in Shun.
Oh, scouted. Okay, nope. Not going to be able to find anything, but you're right. My guess is he's on 5 now. I guess regardless, he wouldn't be on 7, so we should only have, you know, the initial buffs coming through. 75 bonus range going to be there, but we'll see what his exact number is. But like you said, the observers really do like just staying on the 80 carries, knowing, especially as we're gearing towards that 3-item point, that they are going to be the pivotal members in these fights. But like I said before, Knight having stopwatch, I feel like, is very massive, making sure that even if a Camille or someone finds an engage on him, he can try and stay alive.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Sick.
I guess Baron
Gnarly.
displaced him. You're right. 6 is the mark pick up here for Shun. So still, again, not bad. I mean, this is still a 25-minute game. Like, 6 marks, a solid amount. The range increase you already talked about. And Shun
He'll
now
get
with
another
2
one.
items.
And he'll get, again, another like buff with just 1 more mark coming through.
That's right, every 3 after the 4.
Kanavi.
Another good vision tool is Wolf being put down, as Shun sees that. Gives a little bit of amplification towards Yagao up in that top side. And Bin, meanwhile, is just pushing bot. So, Lyric, you look at this, they're enveloping the map. BLG are just consistently now drowning out JDG from their own side of the jungle here with some pretty good vision.
And I feel like it's so tough as JDG because at some point you're going to have to concede that 369 isn't going to be able to hold that side lane. And I feel like just try and overload mid, try and overload the rest of BLG and hope you get a pick in time before the Camille's going to be able to join up. Now that does provide a lot of risk that then if you don't find a pick, Bin's just going to be unloading on a side lane. But there really isn't any other option for JDG.
Well, maybe turn towards the Baron that's being started by BLG at 9k. Okay, drawn back here. And doing the dance. Bin gets to attack turret and JDG getting drawn across the map. This first place team is getting toyed with, Lyric. Like, they are getting played around with, like, I don't know, like a Bob the Builder playset when you're 3 years old. It's just a tool. JDG, they're being mucked around.
I feel like a lot of it coming down to just BLG exploiting topside and creating so much pressure. We can see now Bin still just able to hold 369 here, and BLG trying to be a little bit cheeky with the Baron, but still not wanting to full-on commit. I'm a little bit surprised that they aren't more willing to get something going and, again, use the tools they have to try to find access to the backline, but it seems for now they're still just content trying to get more gold onto their key carries. I think especially getting Elk towards that next item would be quite huge, and their Baron has to be so fast, right? Aphelios plus Kindred, they're going to burn that thing.
You'd be surprised at any Camille damage that comes through as well, if that's ever involved as well. All right, so let's be real. This one's a little bit slower, guys, but BLG, they are chilling. By the way, you know what just popped up on the right-hand side of our screens? That's the Splinters, the new passive of Syndrop. I believe the ability power has just come through, from what I could see. Either 100 stacks or we're now at the 15% mark. But something worth noting is that Knight has a little bit more to play with here. And 2 items as well, so it will be quite influential as he's hit level 15, close to 16. Even though JDG are behind 5,000 gold, just remember, in Game 1, Game 4 as well, even get parts of Game 2, there were points where JDG would always find a comeback with people like Knight, even being this far behind in gold, especially towards the Soul Point. Pressure's up for BLG as JDG start enveloping in, but Lyric is trying to find an angle himself as Bin's there too.
I want to highlight, though, that Ruler did finish off his Infinity Edge, so he is sitting on that strong threat and power spike compared to Elk, who only is sitting on BF Sword and the pickaxe for it. So might be a little bit more to play with for JDG in terms of the damage that Ruler is able to dish out. But again, the difference maker will be this Camille.
Wait, Elk went melee, but it's with Severin Crescendo. 369 will find Shun in the meantime, but Bin's angle can annihilate them. JDG, it hangs on this cusp, but Bin is flashed on this exit ultimatum. The hero's entrance, Galio with a 2-man knockup. They get one. BLG, these underdogs, now firing onto 369. This Croc has been bullied all game long, has just brought it back. All it took was one moment, and JDG found it again, but 369, Dredgeline brought on in, but he's so tanky, Lyric. They can't kill him. Dredgeline, wait, you go! Dredgeline saves the day, Elk is going to be nuked out. There's Knight's execute coming through as Yagao saves the day. What a close call. It's a game 5, and we are firing.
I can't believe how all of that went from Elk being the one to start it off to what we just witnessed. JDG going to technically walk out the victors, pick up a mid lane turret off of their efforts, but we still need to pay attention to Dragon. This would be Soul for BLG. I don't know if we have time for a replays we're going to see here. Keep your eyes on Elk. Goes in, throws out the moonlight vision, flashes forward, hoping to just burst out Knight, and then having to run away from missing. On the opposite side, they are able to get out Shun before he's able to find an impact, but I knew it wasn't time for a replay.
On goes in for a Dredgeline, it's only onto a clone. As you said, it's Soul Point. Shun has had to burn the Lamb's Respite, though. Lyric, Rocket, it's blocked by Yagao, who is MVP of this game right now.
They can't contest.
For BLG, you're right, they can't. Lyric, they're going to Baron, but this time, it ain't deja vu. We ain't been in this place before. JDG would get the Baron when it was third Dragon for BLG. This time, that permanent soul in a game 5 is going down to Billy.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be quite nice for this side. But JDG immediately going to try and rush this bear and look at the minimap. Aphelios and Kindred still are not close.
Here comes Toothpaste running in. Minty clean. Bin jumps in. The all-in. The wombo's there. It's Kanavi who gets Bin, though, before he can do anything. Yagao with a one-man shield. Durant is big, but now he's front-lining. No one there. Wins the war. Kanavi's just a cone. Helk is free-firing away. Look at Aphelios. 369. Jumps on him, but JDG are winning the fight. Shouldn't out there in the back as Elp drops down. JDG stand true. Our first seed are somehow holding on.
Yeah, JDG also a Baron minion, so now they can really start this push. I don't know if they'd be able to end the game with how low death timers are, but at least should be able to make a significant dent to BLG's base.
Lyric is not getting ults off. Finn is not getting that ult off. The combination that we talked about. BLG maybe firing a little bit early here as Shun tries to defend. He's got a GA. It's a 3-item Kindred trying to buy time. He's kiting away the Ignites
They
down.
might be able to do
they're
it.
on the Nexus turret. BLG, they were winning the underdog story, but JDG comes through. Nexus exposed. Our first seed hold on. They'll move to the semifinals and deny the Cinderella story from Billy.
BLG were so close. What an incredible run they've made to get to this point. Game 5 in top 4. They will not be eliminated. They will move on to the lower bracket. And JDG, it was dicey, maybe closer than it should have been in terms of expectations that were presented. But they still managed to pull through. And let's be honest, they managed to pull through on what has been 369's worst day of the split. If they can shore that up, I mean, I really feel like this team is still going to show why they are, again, coming in as that first seed. Ruler really coming out, able to perform on the Zeri and the Jinx. I feel like Kanavi, this last game, was probably the best game he played in the series so far. And then Knight showing some good stuff. And for BLG, again, it feels like they were in a point where, similar to Game 1, I'd say even more so than Game 1, that they probably should have been able to bring this to the finish line. They had really nice, setup coming out with things like Camille and the Galio. But we saw that, what was it, 3 to 4 minute pinch of them, baiting Baron, walking to the enemy jungle, Camille split pushing, to where I feel like they could have been a little bit more proactive, been a little bit more aggressive, and try and really force this Renekton to come out, you get his TP, something. And that in my mind came in the end to bite BLG and really lean JDG into the strengths of their solid 5v5 and eventually pulling BLG across the map and making them late on rotations.
I mean, again, I'm surprised because BLG felt like they held the cards, not only having the soul, but, they could pace that game out, Lyric. We talked about the all-in, the execution. Bin jumps in early, the player that has been gapping 369 in the lane. And I feel like today what we've learned is that Bin in team fights versus Bin in lane, sometimes, you get that inconsistency. 369 was having a horrible series. Every single game, his lane was horrible, just to say the least. But then he comes into team fights and 369, he was rolling 6s to 9s in the best of them. On that Renekton pick as well. Hard to kill, hard to deal with. And it's just interesting to me that for JDG, Lyric, it doesn't feel like, at the core moments, they were, I think, consistently the better team. I feel like there were some real small moments that they took over. And that's kind of what shows the experience, is that they knew the moments. Or I guess to be less specific, they punished BLG better.
I'm excited for both teams off of this result, which might sound weird because, of course, it'd be better for BLG if they won. But, BLG now coming in and having the confidence of, hey, we almost and probably should have taken down the first seed. Hopefully they can bring that to their next match and not be too discouraged. And for JDG now having a lot of things that they know, hey, we can't be overconfident. We need to, review heavily, dish these out, because BLG were the ones in control over most games for most of those individual games. So hopefully both teams could take away good things from this. Would have been hype if we would have had a BLG versus OMG winners semifinal, because no one would have expected that. But still, again, JDG now, I don't know, a lot to clean up. I feel like some of their drafts weren't there, but ultimately we still see that the quality of individual is definitely still there for JDG.
It definitely is, but again, I'm flabbergasted with how JDG won that series. It just didn't feel like a JDG series at all. Yeah. BLG, again, the fact that this team made it this far, we already said it earlier in the show. It already shows the development, the caliber from this team to get this far. But it's crazy when you see a Game 5, a winning series, and you can't go oh, yeah, JDG were the better team on the day. It just feels like not only it came out of nowhere, but for JDG, it was, I guess, not anywhere near their top tier performance. So their expectations being so great, I struggle to highlight this team, Lyric, as positively as I have in the regular season when they destroyed.
Again, up to their usual standards. Obviously, this is an underperformance for them, right? They did not do well, but I think there's always key skills to highlight in like series like this, where JDG did show that they are very clever and like they understand how to, like they understand what win condition to look out for from behind. Whether you think of like game one and then realizing like, hey, it's this play with the Annie, you know, Knight has to be the one to start things off, or in a game like this where they realize, hey, we're falling behind, like we can turtle, and BLG aren't really forcing us into positions where we feel threatened. I feel like that is a skill that, especially as a team that so consistently dumpsters their opponents, can be quite hard to get practice on, like playing from behind, not giving up, not giving over, just kind of running it down and giving over too many kills, and making sure you know how to identify, hey, what is our key win condition and what is their key win condition that we can't give over. So I think JDG did show some of these things that had they just stopped BLG, like a lot of people would have guessed, that we wouldn't know. We wouldn't know how will JDG perform when they're pushed up against the wall. Now it's like, hey, we know that JDG aren't just going to completely fall over if they do start to get pressured in the early game.
Hopefully, though, it's a new rivalry we're seeing. I mean, a 5-game series out of this round 4 matchup to open up our double elimination was perfect. Just 900% kill participation. That's worth noting here. Again, I think he had one of the best performances in the whole series. Like, people will highlight Ruler here, Lyric, from some of his games, but Knight consistently, bar maybe the game 2 Annie, he had an incredible performance, and I think is the reason that JDG won this series. From that game 1 comeback to even game 5 here, some of the pickoffs and setups from his Syndra were quite superb.
Yeah, and it just goes, I mean, Knight has always been, I think, one of the best Syndras. You know, he's incredibly good. We've seen people like Xiaohu, Showmaker over in the LCK, great Syndra, and just a lot of these guys, you see Syndra and you're like, hey, you know stuff's going to happen. And maybe it wasn't as flashy as against some of Knight's most signature Syndra moments, but still a lot of key damage and a lot of key plays that were able to come out. And I think a good example of both Knight's Syndra and, again, the cleverness of JDG of like playing from behind or identifying win conditions was when they went for that bait in bot lane. You have like the Syndra waiting in the brush, 2 people behind him, and like, you know, plays like that are always available. So yeah, Knight, pretty cool. I wonder who's going to pick up the, actually, I don't even know if we do series MVPs.
I don't think we do. We do game 5 MVPs, but we don't do whole series. But whole series MVP, I agree, should be Knight.
Would be cool.
SVP on the other side, that would be a hard one. If you had to look for a loser's MVP.
Actually, I was going to say, would it be hard? Because it'd be Elk, but it's also like, the other members of BLG had their moments. But I still feel like it probably would be Elk for the side of BLG. The hard thing is I still feel like their playstyle is so like built into how they play as a team that it is quite hard. But hey, you hit the nail on the head, as we were just told. Knight going to pick up once again another MVP in the series. Great performance on the Syndra. 30% of his team's damage is an impressive feat when you are standing alongside a Jinx.
Really is. And again, 100% kill participation as a mid lane Syndra. Kind of shows you how this game played out as well. Look at some of the replays here, and yeah, some of the great pickoffs were because of Knight's setup, and they're linking up. Lyric, we asked to see this all series. There were some moments, but JDG linking up so much better here in this final game as well.
And it just came down to what we talked about, right? That JDG, we don't really know them for like linking up in the early game and all this stuff. When it comes to team fighting, when it comes to their 5v5s, they're a team that has to be respected, and why they don't like fall to the same flaws as teams like TES did in some of like their wins and losses, despite the fact that both teams do heavily lean on the fact that their players are able to generate leads for themselves. JDG, just much better team fighters. And I think 369 is a great example, right? 369 did not have a good day, did not have a good series, really struggled in lane, but when it came to like flanking or engaging or marking in team fights, he was doing a solid job on pretty much everything other than that Gragas game.
Yeah, it was an insane, I guess, upscale of performance, considering that his lane today was horrible. But again, today was a strange one, but also a good one. Game 5 done and dusted. JDG will move on to the next round. Folks, as Lyric said before, it's not over for BLG. They'll have a second chance in the lower bracket. They'll verse the loser of EDG versus OMG. and they'll be fighting for tournament life to make it up into that top 3. BLG still in the top 4 for now. We'll have to find out though, Lyric, because we're going to find out who EDG and OMG take out, and then who has to first JDG up in that higher bracket to find out which team is closer to get the MSI.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited because especially looking at the next series, OMG versus EDG, if OMG make it would be like if BLG made it today. It would blow my mind a little bit, but going to be exciting to see no matter what of who comes out on top tomorrow.
Very, very true. Pleasure to cast with you, though, for the time being. And for you guys at home tomorrow, EDG versus OMG. Stay around for that because the Game 5 hopefully returns in the LPL. It is bye for now, but not forever. It is bedtime for you at home as well. Everyone out there, I want you to go to bed right now because you got to wake up tomorrow bright and early.
Archer.
Yeah, okay. That and Game 5 tomorrow. Please, EDG OMG. It's going to be a banger. Go to bed. Go to bed. Better go to bed.